Magical Studies at Hogwarts. Chapter 1. The Gloucester Boys. Mr. Friesen, Ma'am, please come this way. Little Ike usually reads under the oak tree in the backyard at this time. Miss Julian had a smile on her face, looking more and more kind. This child likes to read very much. Many times, no one will call him, and he will even forget to eat. Mrs. Friesen frowned, with some doubts. Is this child a little, too withdrawn? No, Miss Friesen. Julian quickly replied, little Ike is just a little quiet. In fact, he has a lot of friends, and the children in the yard like to play with him. Dean Julian. Mr. Friesen's tone was very flat. As a partner in Gloucester's leading law firm, he knew exactly what the welfare chief was trying to hide. Maybe we should have a chat with the little Ike you mentioned first. After all, only face-to-face communication can get to know someone better, isn't it? Of course. Julian seemed a little embarrassed. As you wish, Mr. and Madam Friesen. A group of 3 came to the backyard of the Santa Maria Welfare Institute, and saw a young man sitting under a big oak tree, holding a book in his hand. The sun shone through the dense leaves of the oak tree and fell on the young man, very peaceful and serene. Little Ike, Julian greeted, and Ike Stride raised his head when he heard the sound, calmly closed the book and stood up, walked a few steps in front of Julian, and saluted slightly. Dean Julian, good afternoon. And Mr. and Madam, good afternoon. Hello, little Ike, Mrs. Friesen replied with a smile. Apparently, little Ike made a good first impression on her. The clothes on her body were a bit big, but they were clean. The white shirt was well tucked into the trousers. The cuff of the right hand was rolled up, exposing a white arm. The trousers were also rolled up, just covering the ankles, and covered the light brown leather shoes. The light blue eyes are clear and charming, and the black hair is a bit messy, but not disturbing. What a handsome guy, Mrs. Friesen said with a smile, isn't it, dear? Mr. Friesen nodded, stretched out his right hand, and said, it's the first time we meet. You can call me Mr. Friesen. This is my wife. You can call her Mrs. Friesen. Hello, Mr. Friesen, Mrs. Friesen. Ike reached out to shake Mr. Friesen's hand, and then smiled at Mrs. Friesen who was beside him. My name is Ike. Ike Stride. Hello, Mr. Stride. Mr. Friesen nodded, but Mrs. Friesen replied with a smile, but I think you may have to change your name. How about Ike Friesen? Oh, so. Have you decided? Julian was very happy. That's right. I don't think anyone would dislike this child with an angelic smile. Mrs. Friesen replied with a smile. Ike, I think you should understand what's going on now. That's right, you're going to have a new family. Sorry. Ike still had a smile on his face. Mr. Friesen, Mrs. Friesen, actually, I think life in Santa Maria is very good, and I have no intention of changing to a new environment. Miss Julian. Mr. Friesen's tone became flat again, with a long tail. I think you need to give us an explanation. This. Julian looked a little at a loss. Sir, believe me, this kid is just reluctant to leave here. He will. Dean. Ike interrupted Julian, who wanted to explain. I have no intention of leaving. Isn't that what I said a long time ago? In that case, please excuse me, Dean Julian. Mr. Friesen raised his hand to stop. Julian took Mrs. Friesen, nodded at Ike, turned and left. Wait, Mr. Friesen. Julian quickly chased after him, but Friesen's attitude was very firm, so he had to send the two of them away, and patted Ike on the head with a look of helplessness. Little Ike, tell me yourself, which couple of adopters are you rejecting? As far as I can remember, this is the 7th pair. Ike lowered his head to avoid Julian's hand, his face still calm. You know, after all, I have some. Is it special? Child, Julian said. But aren't you already able to control it? Of course, Ike nodded. But there's always a chance, isn't it? Who knows if things like 5 years ago will happen again? You know, I don't want to hurt others. Julian hugged Ike in her arms, and slowly touched Ike's small head with her right hand. Little Ike, you. Hey, forget it. Let me do it. I won't find you an adoptive family anymore. Thank you, Dean Julian. Ike raised his head and showed a bright smile. Julian also smiled, pinched Ike's face in revenge, patted his head again, and left helplessly. Don't forget about dinner time. I won't forget it. Ike watched Julian leave, sighed slightly, turned around and sat back under the oak tree, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sunlight scattered among the leaves. With a thought, a few lines of words suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Name, Ike Stride, age, 11 years and 217 days. Title, Magician. Magic only blooms in a few people, and you are one of them, guardian of the oak tree. The oak tree will always guard you. Of course other trees are the same. Occlumency master. The fog protects your brain and hides your most secret secrets. Julian's favorite. Yes, it's you, it's you, it's you. Talent, magic affinity skill, occlumency, customized version. Your most secret secret will not be known. Knowledge mastery. Compared with others, you will learn new knowledge faster, but that's all, not upgradable. A few lines of words are the biggest secret of Ike's life. Ike recalled the past memory when he was 5 years old, and at the same time brought about the worst crisis in the history of the Santa Maria orphanage. That night, Ike inexplicably had a nightmare, in which scenes of happiness, sadness, excitement, or loss kept flashing through the dream. Accompanied by the last scene, an unknown creature suddenly sprang out from the side of the road, subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and the steering wheel shook suddenly. Then, Ike woke up. What came into view was Dean Julia, who was looking at him in horror, and a room full of flying things. Cabinets, shoes, 6 beds, and 5 sleeping children. Ike was also blindfolded, subconsciously wanting to restore everything to its original state. Fortunately, he did it. You were reading www. Even Ike didn't know how he did it. In the following years, with continuous experiments, Ike was finally able to control this telekinesis-like ability very well, but he couldn't make everything in the house fly anymore. Yes, the ones that flew up that night were far more than those in Ike's house. Otherwise, Julian wouldn't have been so frightened that she had to slow down for half a month, so that she wouldn't walk without drifting. Dean Julia is a very good person. As the only witness that night, she did not feel any fear towards Ike because of this, but was full of worry. I often talk to Ike quietly and give him many inexplicable books. For example, Witches, Roots of Medieval Chaos, Witches and the Black Death, 100 Ways to Defeat Vampires, The Devil is by Your Side, the Bible, Learn Magic from Scratch, etc., etc. God is sorry, I don't know where Julian got these messy things. Of course, the final result was good. At the age of 10, Ike was already able to control this power. After controlling the 3 stones to fly quickly in front of Julian, Julian found 5 adoptive families for Ike in just 1 year. Of course, according to Julianne's words, her ability is limited and she cannot give Ike a good education. Ike deserves a better environment and better education. This can be seen from the identities of these 5 families. Lawyers, doctors, teachers, managers, and researchers are all highly educated elites. It's just that Ike doesn't want to leave the Santa Maria orphanage. He firmly believes that no one is more tolerant and understanding than Julianne. After all, he is Julianne's favorite. Chapter 2: The Owl. The food in the Santa Maria orphanage is very good, and each of the more than 100 children can eat meat every day. It's just that the UK is a gourmet desert, and the style of the dishes is really monotonous. Fish, chips, and fried fish are the most common foods on the table. Looking at the golden fried fish in front of him and the few pieces of broccoli and green beans dotted on the side, Ike misses braised pork every day. It's a pity that Groz is a small place, and there is no such thing as Chinatown. More importantly, Ike doesn't have much money. The orphanage will only provide food, clothing, housing and transportation for the children. Even if Santa Maria receives a lot of donations every year, they will not give the children some pocket money like ordinary families. If you want money, you have to work. The older children are fine, they can work as waiters in local supermarkets, convenience stores, shopping malls, and restaurants, and the younger ones can also be newspaper boys, delivering newspapers from door to door on bicycles. At this embarrassing age, I can't be a waiter, nor can he rob his brothers and sisters as buddies. There are really few ways to make money, and because of that special ability, Julian rarely let Ike go out from Santa Maria. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have won the title of Guardian of the Oak Tree. After eating the fried fish and broccoli in front of him with a droopy face, he washed the dinner plate and put it in the cutlery recycling place. After greeting Ike and Julia, he returned to his dormitory. As Julian's favorite, at age 10 Ike received a perk that other children received at 14, a private room. A bed, a wardrobe for clothes, a table and a chair are all Ike's room has. On the table was the book Julian gave to Ike, and there was an old school bag beside the table leg. Right now it is the time when the school is on holiday, and Ike, who enjoys a happy education, does not have much homework. Most of the books are placed in the school cabinet, and there are only 2 or 3 books borrowed from the school library in the school bag. World History, Part 2, is not very esoteric. Picking up a book at random, Ike lay down on the bed. Read a book before going to bed. It was once upon a time habits left behind. At this time, there are still nearly 20 years before the popularization of smartphones, and there is no way to read books. The next morning, Ike was woken up by a sound of boom, boom, boom. Squinting his eyes to follow the sound, he saw an owl standing outside the window with a letter in its mouth, and its sharp beak knocked rhythmically on the glass. Seeing that Ike woke up, he moved his head excitedly and knocked on the window faster. No way. Ike couldn't tell how he felt when he saw this scene. He was a little excited and a little surprised. As a person who has watched 8 movies plus 2 Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, plus dozens of fan stories, Ike is quite familiar with this scene. Opening the window, the owl flapped its wings and flew in. Ike reached for the letter and looked at the familiar coat of arms, a big H in the middle, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger and a snake. Turning it over again, I saw a line written on it, Gloucestershire, 231 Trayadworth Road, on the bed in the room on the 3rd floor of St. Mary's Orphanage. Received by Mr. Ike Strider. Sure enough. Really? Ike quickly opened the envelope and took out the letter. As expected, it read, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, President of the Wizards Association, First-Class Magician of the Merlinser Order. Dear Mr. Straw, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st, and we will wait for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. In view of your special situation, we will send a special person to your residence to answer your doubts and give you due help. Vice-Chancellor Sincerely Minerva McGonagall. COO, COO, COO. Ike relaxed, looked at the owl that tilted its head to the side and looked at him, smiled and reached out to touch its head. You have to wait for the reply. After saying that, he put on his clothes, grabbed the letter and went out. Dean Julian. Dean Julian. Ike knocked on the door for a while before waiting for Julian to open it. Before Julian could speak, Ike handed over the letter. Dean Julian, I have received a letter. Little Ike, you got up very early today. Julian accepted the letter with a smile, but didn't read it. Instead, she dragged Ike into the room, poured him a cup of black tea, and then began to read it while talking. Usually you don't wake up until after 9 o'clock. Today is so early, because of this letter. Let me see. A. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? What is this? A prank? I don't know either. Ike shook his head. It was sent by an owl. I think it should be true. Dean Julian, you know. That's right. Dean Julian nodded. It looks like this is not impossible. By the way, it said someone would come. Why didn't they say when? Dean Julian. Ike pointed to the fireplace in the room where a green fire suddenly ignited. I think someone should be here. Julian looked towards the fireplace, and saw a person suddenly appear from the green fire. She wears square glasses, has curly black hair in a high bun, wears a dark green robe, and wears a pointed wizard hat, looking very serious. "Hello, Miss Julian, Mr. Strider. I am the Vice Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minerva McGonagall. You can call me Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, and shook hands with Julian and Ike. "Speaking of which, your fireplace needs to be cleaned. It's quite dusty, Miss Julianne." "Clean it up." Professor McGonagall took out his wand, and the dust in the room was swept up by a small whirlwind and flew out along the chimney of the fireplace. Julian looked at everything. Even though she had prepared herself before, she was still surprised. "Is this magic?" "It's just a simple cleansing spell, Mom," Professor McGonagall said, waving his wand again, turning a chair into a majestic lion, and then into a tap-dancing teapot. "Mr. Stride is gifted in magic. He will get a good education at Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall briefly introduced the basic situation of Hogwarts. "Oh, little Ike." Julian stroked Ike's hair. "Although I knew that there would be a day when you would leave me, I didn't expect this day to come so soon. But it's okay. I think you will have a good life in Hogwarts School. At least you don't have to try to hide it anymore, don't you?" "Wait, Miss Julian," Professor McGonagall asked aloud. "Did you just say hide?" "Of course." Julian nodded and said, "Little Ike is a magical child. I've always known that." As he spoke, he motioned for Ike to perform. Facing the two pairs of expectant eyes, Ike waved his hand, and a pen flew up from Julian's table, circled the three of them a few times, and returned to the table steadily. "It's unbelievable, Mr. Strue." Professor McGonagall was a little surprised. "You really are a very talented little wizard. You must know that even children from wizard families rarely do things like you." "No, you are overrated, Professor McGonagall." Ike bowed slightly. "I just don't want others to be hurt because of me." Julian stroked Ike's hair, and took the hair from the orphanage. "Let me tell you what happened." After hearing this, Professor McGonagall couldn't help saying, "Mr. Strider, I have to say, you are reading WWW. Your talent is amazing. Maybe I have to make a little change." Professor McGonagall thought for a while, and then said, "Then, Mr. Strue, I will come again on July 12th, that is, 2 days later, and take you to buy new students' books and equipment needed for admission. Originally, it's going to be the end of the month, but I want to read some magic books earlier. It's always good, isn't it?" "Of course, Professor McGonagall," Ike quickly replied. "Then see you on July 12th. "See you on the 12th. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly to Julian and Ike, and then waved his wand. With a harsh sound of pop, Professor McGonagall disappeared into the room. After a while, Julian came back to her senses from what happened just now, bent down slightly, and said with a smile, "Little Ike, I didn't expect you to be a wizard, and you will go to a magic school soon. It's magical. It's unbelievable." "Unbelievable." Julian sighed. "When I picked you up in front of the orphanage more than 10 years ago, you were still such a small one. Now that you have grown up, you are leaving me to learn magic." "Oh, magic. Unbelievable." Ike looked at Dean Julian, who was at a loss, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. He quickly comforted him. "It's not like I'll never come back. I'll still come back after the school holidays. I hope you don't give my room to others by then, so I won't have a place to sleep at night." Ike blinked his blue eyes playfully. "Of course, your room will always be there. This is your home, isn't it, little Ike?" "Yes, this is my home. You are my family." "Dearest family." Chapter 3 Cedarwood and Unicorn Hair. 2 days later, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Professor McGonagall arrived at the Santa Maria orphanage on time. Ike and Julian got up early and waited for Professor McGonagall to arrive. After greeting each other, Professor McGonagall stretched out his hand and said with some seriousness, "Mr. Strider, please hold on to my hand. The next journey will not be so pleasant, and you will feel a little uncomfortable, but this is nothing serious problem. Remember, don't let go of my hand, or something terrible will happen." "Okay, Professor McGonagall. Ike knew very well how Professor McGonagall would take him to Diagon Alley, and he knew very well the danger of operating. Professor McGonagall nodded upon hearing this. "Goodbye, then, Miss Julianne, and I will bring Mr. Strider back before lunch." As soon as the voice fell, there was a pop sound, and the two disappeared into the room together. When it reappeared, it was already in front of a bar that looked dilapidated and narrow. Ike didn't go to see the famous Broken Axe bar. Even though he had prepared himself before, he still didn't expect that operation would be so uncomfortable. It was as if a strong adult had been forcibly locked into a small suitcase, and then frantically shaken. Ike kept taking deep breaths, and it took a while to suppress the food debris that blocked his throat. "It's always like this the first time, and it will be much better after that." Professor McGonagall patted Ike on the back, and waited for Ike to recover before leading him to push open the door of the bar. As imagined, the environment in the Broken Axe bar is not very good. Some wizards and witches were sitting or standing, holding a glass of unknown liquid in their hands, maybe mead, maybe butterbeer, or perhaps flame whiskey. Wearing wizard robes, some were talking to each other, while others hid themselves in the shadows in the corner. Old Tom stood behind the bar, wiping the table with a dirt-looking rag. Seeing Professor McGonagall and Ike come in, they greeted warmly. "Professor McGonagall, why did you bring the freshmen here so early this year?" "Yes, freshman." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly as a greeting. Old Tom naturally knew Professor McGonagall's character, and said immediately, "Then I won't delay you." "Goodbye, Professor McGonagall." "Goodbye." He led Ike around the bar and came to a small patio. On the surface, there is nothing but some weeds and a trash can, but Ike knows very well that this is the most prosperous place in the British wizarding world, Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall took out his wand and said while lighting it on the wall, "Mr. Strider, you have to remember to count 3 UN on the trash can, and then count 2 UN on the horizontal. When you have the wand, tap 3 times, like this." A small opening appeared at the position pointed by Professor McGonagall, and the whole brick shook and rolled slowly to both sides. An archway appeared in front of Ike. "This order cannot be wrong. Although some naughty students will move the trash can away, there is magic here. Just wait for 5 minutes and the trash can will return to its proper position. Of course, it would be even better if you could remember exactly where this brick is. Now, let's go to Gringotts first and collect your stipend." Professor McGonagall led Ike through the archway, suddenly turned around and smiled. "Almost forgot, Mr. Strider. Welcome to Diagon Alley." Ike showed an excited look at the right time. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, and then led Ike straight to the conspicuous white building in Diagon Alley. After passing through the dense crowd in Diagon Alley, Ike finally stood in front of this famous bank. A gleaming bronze door was opened, and at the door stood a goblin in a uniform with scarlet and gold trim, bowing to every wizard who entered Gringotts. Passing through the bronze gate is a silver gate. There is a text carved on the door, full of warnings and threats. Ike didn't comment, and followed Professor McGonagall through the silver gate. What came into view was a spacious marble foyer, where 100 goblins were sitting behind a tall long counter, weighing money with scales, examining gems with eyepieces, and doing calculations with quill pens. Professor McGonagall went straight to the innermost part and handed over Ike's acceptance letter. "Mr. Strider's bursary." The goblin took the notice, looked it up in the records, and then handed back a money bag. 20 gold galleons, please keep them. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, handed over the money bag to Ike, and led him away. "Hogwarts will provide a stipend, not much, but enough to allow you to buy all the things you need to go to school. You can lead at Gringotts every year before the start of school, and you will need to come and collect it yourself next year, Mr. Strider. Of course, if you have mole currency, you can go to Gringotts to exchange for galleons. In this regard, Gringotts has no exchange restrictions. Now, let's go buy a wand first." All the way to the depths of Diagon Alley, I saw a dilapidated small shop. The sign reads Ollivander's Wand Shop, and in small print, making wands since 382 BC. There was a battered wand in front of the window, on a faded purple cushion. Push the door open and go in. There are long boxes all the way to the ceiling, making the store even more crowded. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. Is this a freshman this year? It's much earlier than in previous years. An old man with white hair appeared in front of Ike rowing a ladder. Buy a wand for Mr. Ike Stride, Mr. Ollivander. Professor McGonagall was as serious as ever, and nodded to Ollivander as a greeting. Ollivander obviously knew Professor McGonagall's character, nodded slightly, and then asked, "Then Mr. Strider, right hand?" Ike replied, "Right hands, of course, most of them are right hands." Ollivander took out a measuring tape and signaled Ike to stretch out his right arm, and the measuring tape automatically measured Ike's arm length, forearm length, height, and even head circumference. Every Ollivander wand has a super magical substance, which is its essence. We are used to using unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon heart strings. Each Ollivander wand is unique because no two unicorns, phoenixes and dragons are exactly alike. We firmly believe that the wand chooses the wizard, just as we believe that you will find your own wand here. Ollivander put away the tape measure, turned around and took a box from the shelf and handed it to Ike. "Try this, Vinewood, dragon heart string, 11 inches. Ike held the wand in his hand, but there was no reaction. Ollivander motioned for Ike to wave his wand. Again. "It doesn't look like this one." Ollivander took back the wand, climbed up the ladder again, and took one from the shelf. "Cedar wood, you are reading www. Dragon heart strings, 11 and 75 inches. Try again, kid." After receiving the wand, a silver white ball of light suddenly shot out from the tip of the wand, directly blowing down the mountain of wands piled up on one side. Restored as before. Ollivander took back his wand, then waved it, and the collapsed wand mountain was restored to its original state. In fact, almost every little wizard will do this when they buy a wand for the first time. We always have to go through some twists and turns before we know which wand is really suitable. Ollivander muttered, "But I think I already have the answer. Try this one, cedar wood, unicorn hair, 12 and 75 inches. Ollivander said as he handed it to Ike, "I think it's it, I'm sure." After all, the wand master is the wand master. As soon as Ike got the wand in his hand, Ike felt as if it was originally a part of his body. A silver white and soft shimmer emerged from the tip of the wand, and slowly rippled away. "This is it, this is it." Ollivander looked very happy, clapping his hands and said, "My father Gervais Ollivander used to say that the owner of a cedar wand can never be deceived. I deeply agree with that. A cedar wand is always matched by a discerning owner, and unicorn fur can often cast the most stable magic, and they are the most loyal." "What a clever combination." "Child, I think you will become an excellent wizard." Ike looked at the smooth white wand in his hand and was very satisfied. "At least this is a top-notch wand." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." "It doesn't have to be." Ollivander's smile was very bright. Chenui, 6 galleons. Chapter 4 Magic is Ideal. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Professor McGonagall took Ike to second-hand robe shops and scrap shops to buy necessary books, clothing and equipment for new students. With the remaining 14 galleons in Ike's hands, I don't support him to buy new ones in places like Lyhan Bookstore and Mrs. Mogin's Robe Specialty Store. Although the purchasing power of Gold Gallon in the magic world is not bad, books and clothes are equally expensive no matter which world they are in, especially books. Fortunately, there are plenty of second-hand books in the junk shop. Many little wizards tend to sell them right after their first school year, and some of them are even 70% to 80% new. Standard Spells, Beginners by Miranda Goshawk, The Sorcerer by Bartilda Bagshot, A Theory of Magic by Edby Wafflin, Transfiguration Beginners by Emery Switch Guide, File Dispose 1000 Miraculous Herbs, Arseny Geiger's Magic Potions and Potions, and Newt Scamander's Monsters and Where They Come From and basically nothing the Dark Forces Self-Defense Guide. These necessary textbooks for the first grade did not cost Ike many galleons. In addition, Ike also bought Hogwarts, a school history, research on the development of modern witchcraft, Where are fantastic beasts, plus the cauldron and robes? The next galleon is 8 sickles and 124 gnats. At this moment, Ike finally understood why the Weasley family could only buy old things for their children. The cost of going to school is really too high. Mr. Strue, Professor McGonagall kindly gave Ike an ordinary box, which just contained all the books and equipment. This is a ticket for the Hogwarts Express. Be on platform 9 at King's Cross Station by 11 o'clock. The Hogwarts Express will drive on time, so I hope you are on time, Mr. Strider. Ike accepted the ticket and nodded. I will, Professor McGonagall. Then, it's time to send you back. Professor McGonagall stretched out his left hand. Ike took a deep breath, pulled the box with one hand, and grabbed Professor McGonagall's hand with the other. The next moment, the familiar squeezing feeling hit again. Dean Julian has been waiting in the room. When I heard a snap, Ike and Professor McGonagall appeared in the room. Ike is still very unaccustomed to operation, and is still dizzy. Professor McGonagall greeted Julian, then operated again and left. Little Ike, are you done shopping? Julian looked a little excited. After all, it is magic. Who didn't imagine that they would have some superpowers when they were young? Ike opened the box helplessly, revealing that it was full of things. Julian picked up Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, opened it and looked at the moving pictures inside, and couldn't help but let out another exclamation. So the books that wizards read move. Julian casually flipped through the books and put them back. So little Ike, did you buy so many books to prepare for the rest of the holiday? Probably. Ike nodded. He didn't want to waste even a little time. Okay, little Ike. Julian fondly rubbed Ike's hair. Except for that, you have always been my most reliable child and the best. It's just that it's good not to hide in the house all the time. It's also good to play with other children. I will. Ike agreed, and picked up the box. So, I'll go back first. All right. Ike walked to the door, stopped suddenly, and turned his head to reveal a very cute smiling face. Julian, thank you. Back in the room, Ike immediately locked the door, then took out his wand, tore off a piece of paper, pointed the wand at the paper, and solemnly recited a spell he had heard for the first time. Wingardium Leviosa. As expected, there was no response from the piece of paper. Sure enough, magic is not such a simple thing. Ike took out Magic Theory, took off his shoes and half lied on the bed, looking slowly from the beginning. In this world, many things cannot be achieved by relying on the so-called experience in his mind, especially magic. And if he wanted to understand what magic is like in this world, Magic Theory naturally became Ike's first choice. Wizards can cast magic in any way. Ike was shocked by the first sentence at the beginning, which was quite different from his impression. The scene where two wizards hold wands and avada each other seems to be just a form of movie expression. However, what happened next made Ike frown. Goal, determination, calmness. The importance of this 3D principle is almost repeated throughout Magic Theory, and between the lines. Determination is more important. For a wizard to cast a spell, 4 basic actions need to be met: specific wand movements, correct incantations, the caster's subjective awareness of the effects of the spell, and a certain degree of concentration. The existence of silent casting and casting without a weapon also shows that to a certain extent, wand movements and spells can be omitted. Of course, this requires a wizard to have a deep understanding of spells and a strong control over their own magic power. However, no wizard has ever cast a spell unconsciously. Maybe it can cause magical effects unconsciously, but it is just a kind of magic riot. Strictly speaking, it's not magic. Ike drank Magic Theory slowly and rubbed his temples. As a high-end talent with a perfect score in reading comprehension, he can naturally see the thoughts conveyed in the whole book. Magic, the most important thing is the subjective consciousness of the wizard. Ike thought about it, and then picked up standard spells. Elementary, picking up the wand again, learning the gestures and key points in the book, he firmly said to the paper on the table, Wingardium Leviosa. Ike only felt an inexplicable force emerge from his body, penetrated into the wand along his arm, and then saw the piece of paper slowly floating up and down with the movement of Ike's wand. Levitation spell LV1 has been learned. It turns out that when a wizard casts a spell, he feels this way. Ike knew very well that the power that emerged from his body just now was the legendary magic power, and the entire process of casting the floating spell was just as written in magic theory: specific wand movements, correct spells, and correct spells. The subjective awareness of the effect and a certain degree of concentration. After all this is done, the magic power in the wizard's body can be guided to have an effect on the target. After that, after continuous practice and learning of magic knowledge, one can use common sense to guide magic power with subjective consciousness, and then achieve the effect through the magic wand. At this stage, the effect of the spell is weakened. You reading www.com is also the so-called silent casting, and when a wizard can let the magic power in his body directly act on the target without any medium to achieve the desired effect, this is casting spells without a weapon. Thinking of this, Ike raised his arm again and waved his wand in his hand, but this time the piece of paper didn't respond. Sure enough, it's a bit ambitious. Ike scratched his chin subconsciously, and then practiced his floating spell according to the standard spellcasting method, constantly feeling the operation of the magic power in the body, and the nuances of each spellcasting. Thanks to the effect of magic affinity, Ike can clearly feel the movement of magic power, and with continuous practice, the level of the levitation spell is also constantly improving. After about 20 times, the levitation charm became LV2, and 50 times, it became LV3. By this time, Ike was able to levitate the paper just by waving his wand. However, no matter how Ike practiced afterwards, the level of the levitation curse did not change. Maybe it's time to change the target. From paper to pen, then from pen to notebook, then to books, chairs, boxes, tables, beds and even cabinets. Ike practiced in the room for 5 days, and finally managed to make everything in the room float with a wave of his hand, fluttering with Ike's hand. It's just that I can't hold on for too long, and I will feel a little dizzy in 10 seconds at most. If he only controls one item, Ike can maintain it for a long time. At this time, the floating spell has become LV6. I remember that in this world 7 is a magical number. Ike moved his fingers slightly, and a pen fluttered with the rotation of his fingertips. Then what does the LV7 floating spell look like? For more novels, 146,833, join Chapter 5 Hogwarts Express and Branches. For more than a month, apart from occasionally going under the oak tree to think about problems, most of the time Ike locked himself in the room and practiced various spells. After practicing day after day, Ike previewed all the first grade textbooks, and raised the levels of the lighting spell, loud spell, soft spell, silent spell, restoration spell, cleaning spell, flying spell and unlocking spell. Arrived at LV6. It's a pity that none of the magic spells reached LV7. Ike is very clear that he can achieve this level all thanks to his magic-friendly talent and knowledge mastery skills. Otherwise, if you look at Ron and the Blasting Ghost Simon Finnegan in the original book, you will know that the little wizard must how hard it is to master a new enchantment. It's a pity that this kind of wanton practice of magic is coming to an end, before finding a solution to Zong's eye. I can only read books during the holidays. In the early morning of September 1st, after Julian finished explaining the affairs of the orphanage, she drove Ike to London in her 10-year-old Drover. Of course, the argument for others is that because of his excellent grades in primary school, Ike was exceptionally admitted to a closed school in London and admitted for free. Regarding this point, other people in the orphanage and even Ike's friends at school are convinced. After all, in terms of learning, Ike has no rivals among his peers in Gloucester. After more than 3 hours, the two finally arrived at King's Cross Station. I found a cart and put Ike's salute on it. One for clothes, one for daily necessities, plus the gift from Professor McGonagall. One big and two small can easily push it. When you arrive at school, don't always read books, communicate more with your classmates in the dormitory, and make more friends. If you have anything, remember to write to me, and tell me what is missing, so I can send it to you. Oh my God, I still don't know how to send you something. Remember to tell me as soon as you arrive at school. When it's cold, remember to add clothes. If your hair grows long, remember to cut it if you feel uncomfortable. I don't know if there is a barber shop in your area. Julian clutched the handbag tightly, and kept urging her as she walked. Ike always had a smile on his face, but there was reluctance in his eyes, and he kept promising. I will definitely write to you as soon as possible. If there's no place to cut it, just keep it. I've never had long hair. Just like when a child is away from home for the first time, the mother will always have various instructions. However, there is always a difference. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the 9th platform. I clearly saw several people who were also pushing carts running towards a partition wall between the 9th and 10th platforms, and then disappeared in front of the partition wall. Julian, we're here. I pointed at the partition wall and softly interrupted Julian's instructions. After hearing Ike's words, Julian noticed the weirdness of the partition wall. How come so fast? I still have a lot to say. I'll be back during the holidays. Ike wrinkled his nose and pretended to be angry. You won't let me come back, will you? How could that be? Julian quickly denied, put her hands on Ike's shoulders, and then hugged her into her arms, patted his back habitually, then bent down, looking straight into Ike's eyes. You are my favorite. Little Ike. You are my favorite too. Julian. Ike replied in a low voice, and then showed a smile that was enough to dispel the dark clouds. Goodbye, Mother Julian. Goodbye, little Ike. Passing through the partition wall, what comes into view is a train platform that looks like the beginning of the century and a steam train that also looks like the beginning of the century. The red and black body is full of sense of history. There are many people who are also pushing carts on the platform. Some are alone, some are accompanied by relatives, others leaned out from the train, and there were often one or two people not far away talking about something. Ike looked back subconsciously, only seeing a dark red brick wall. After taking a few deep breaths, a smile appeared on his face again. Ike pushed the cart down to the side of the cart stop, took out his wand and waved it, and the three saluted floated behind him. This scene naturally aroused the surprise of the people around. After all, very few young wizards who have just entered school can do this. Ike ignored the curiosity and astonishment in the eyes of the people around him, boarded the train straight away, found an empty compartment at the back of the carriage, and walked straight in. With a wave of his left hand, the two boxes landed safely on the luggage rack. Ike moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining boxes clicked open, and a thick book fell into his hand. With another wave of the magic wand in his right hand, the three boxes were lined up neatly on the luggage rack. Ike came very early, and there was still half an hour before the train would leave. Ike had no other way to pass the time for such a long time except reading. Looking at the scenery. What's so good about the train station platform? After a while, a little witch with fluffy brown curly hair appeared at the door dragging a huge salute, glanced at Ike who was looking at her curiously, and asked loudly, "Can I sit here?" "It's full." "Of course." Ike nodded, waving his wand with his right hand, and the little witch's box flew onto the luggage rack in her surprised expression. "Do you have any other salutes?" "Oh, of course, thank you." The little witch pulled in three equally huge boxes from outside the door, and Ike put them on the salute stand in the same way. "Are you a freshman too? You're using the levitation spell, right?" "I've seen this spell in standard spells, elementary. When I was at home, I tried a few spells myself, and I couldn't do it as easily as you." "How on earth did you do it? Do you know other spells?" "You were reading a book before, Elementary Transformation Guide." "Are you really a freshman?" Ike looked at the familiar little witch in front of him, and he couldn't help smiling when he heard her keep saying various things and asking various questions as he remembered. He closed the textbook and stretched out his right hand. Ike stride, "Freshman." "Hermione Granger is also a freshman." "Miss Granger, it's a pleasure meeting you." Ike withdrew his right hand and replied with a smile, I think as long as you practice more, you can also be like me. That's right. Hermione scratched her fluffy hair, slightly annoyed. I just thought that I wouldn't be left behind in the new school, so I memorized all the textbooks. Why didn't I think of practicing magic more? Exclamation mark. Don't worry about it. I think everyone has something they are good at. Ike smiled and patted the basic transformation guide. At least I have memorized the textbook a few times, but I haven't memorized it. Hermione smiled when she heard this, and discussed with Ike some of the content in the basic transformation guide. The two of them chatted one after another. Of course, it was Hermione who was talking and Ike was listening most of the time. After a while, two new students entered the compartment. One is Hermione's future roommate Lavender Brown and future Gryffindor Juggernaut. Now yes, Neville Longbottom. So am I surrounded by Gryffindor? Ike thought to himself. He didn't know if it was because of the butterfly effect he had caused, but he had the impression that Neville was not in the same cubicle as Hermione. Or maybe Ike made a mistake. After all, it's been so long, it's normal not to remember these details. The subsequent story was the same as in the impression. Neville's toad was still missing, and Hermione took Neville to ask from box to box. One difference is that Lavender also went with him, leaving Ike alone in the box flipping through the basic transformation guide. To be honest, Ike didn't want to have too much contact with the protagonists, or even the entire Gryffindor. The general character of the Little Lions determines that they are troublemakers. Being involved in it doesn't conform to Ike's plan. The train moved slowly, and Neville finally returned with a depressed face. After tossing so much, Leif still disappeared. Hermione and Lavender kept talking about what they had seen before, while Ike sank his heart into the book in front of him. Gradually, it got dark outside, and the train finally arrived at the Key Station. Ike and Neville first gave up the box to the two little witches to change their school uniforms, and then went in to change after Hermione and Lavender had changed. After getting out of the train, listening to Hagrid's words, he boarded a small boat and crossed the Black Lake along the road that the legendary Big Four walked. Ike finally came to the gate of Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid knocked on the door, and Professor McGonagall appeared in front of the freshman with a serious face as usual. Lead the freshman to the door of the auditorium. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats, you must first confirm which college you will enter. This is a very important ceremony, because when you are in school, you have to attend classes with other students in the college, live in the dormitory together, and spend your spare time in the common room. Hogwarts has 4 colleges, namely Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each college has its own glorious history. Professor McGonagall told the basic information about Hogwarts to the group of freshmen in front of him who didn't dare to speak out. He was very satisfied with the performance of this freshman class, at least for now. Nodding in satisfaction, Professor McGonagall finally finished his routine speech and led the freshmen into the auditorium. There are 4 long tables in the grand auditorium, and students from 4 colleges are sitting beside the tables. Countless candles above the head brightly illuminate the auditorium, and the ceiling looks like a sky full of stars. You are reading www.com. Professor McGonagall motioned for the freshmen to stand up, and walked under the teacher's bench, and stood beside a 4-cornered stool with a worn-out wizard hat. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of parchment flew into his hand. Professor McGonagall opened the parchment, looked around at the students in the audience, and said slowly, "Next, whoever's name I call will sit on the stool, put on the sorting hat, and wait for the sorting." Hannah Abbott. Ike narrowed his eyes slightly and watched a little witch with 2 golden braids sitting nervously on a stool, and witnessed her being assigned to Hufflepuff. So this is Iron Hannah, the legendary one, Ike thought to himself. As freshmen were called to the front one by one, fewer and fewer remained in the line. Hermione, Neville, and Lavender were still assigned to Gryffindor, and Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle were also assigned to Slytherin as Ike remembered. To the cheers of the Weasley brothers, Harry Potter followed in his father's footsteps into Gryffindor. And the next one is Ike. Ike's stride. Professor McGonagall glanced at Ike, who was very calm, and watched Ike sit calmly on the stool, and then put the sorting hat on Ike's head. Well, it can be seen that you have an extraordinary yearning for knowledge. But you also have extraordinary courage and firm goals. In Gryffindor, you will find companions. Ravenclaw will let you go further on the road of magic. Slytherin will also allow you to achieve extraordinary achievements. Then, I think I know. Ravenclaw. Chapter 6 Night 1. On this night, Gryffindor undoubtedly received the most attention, both from students and professors. The savior of the wizarding world became a Gryffindor, which undoubtedly made this academy that has been brilliant since the 1940s even more dazzling. After all, which college can accommodate the first person in the current magic world and the savior of the British magic world at the same time? Perhaps the only ones who could beat a dozen or so were the hotbed of Death Eaters, Slytherin. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Ravenclaws. Generally speaking, the presence of the Kitty Hawks at Hogwarts is very low. Apart from competing for extra points from the professor in class and competing with Hufflepuff for the second worst in Quidditch competitions, they seldom become a storm in the school. Figure. Extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. Ravenclaw's famous quotes, to some extent, express the common trait of the kittens: always be greedy for knowledge. Other than that, it rarely attracts the attention of the little eagles. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore gave another routine preschool speech. Then, it was time for the dinner party that Ike was looking forward to. Ike, who has lived for 11 years and endured fish and chips for 11 years, really hopes that the Hogwarts dinner can bring him some surprises, even if the main dishes are still British dishes. To be too monotonous. In fact, this did not disappoint Ike. Roast chicken, fried chicken, steak, lamb chops. Compared with the days of Santa Maria, the meat is extremely rich. In addition to the first time, there are also Western classic vegetarian dishes such as mashed potatoes and boiled broccoli, which are very rich with sweet pumpkin juice and fruit juice. Ike took a piece of steak, added some mashed potatoes, served it with a few pieces of broccoli, and poured a glass of fresh orange juice. Cut off a piece with a knife and fork in hand. The gravy is full of juice, quite like the feeling of chain steakhouses in memory. Years of habits made Ike always take his time when dining, but this did not attract the attention of others at the long Ravenclaw table. Everyone does this. Smart people are always good at hiding themselves in the crowd in an unfamiliar environment. So even if there are one or two freshmen imitating the Gryffindor freshmen who open their hands left and right to show their heroism, they will silently pick up the knife after seeing how others eat cross. After all, being assigned to Ravenclaw at least shows that there is no problem in IQ. In terms of emotional intelligence, some people will start to get in touch with classmates around them, find some topics to chat with while eating, and then quickly make friends. Others will not. Ike is one of them. After the main meal, the food on the table disappears, followed by traditional desserts such as pudding and ice cream. After every student had tasted it, they all disappeared again under the influence of magic. Dumbledore stood up from his seat and clapped his hands, but the voice accurately reached everyone's ears, and the entire auditorium fell silent. Before the new semester starts, there are a few more things to say. First-year freshmen should pay attention. The Forbidden Forest prohibits all students from entering. Mr. Filch, the administrator, asked me to remind everyone, please don't cast magic in the corridor. Finally, those who do not want to suffer accidents and die in pain, please do not enter the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Dumbledore glanced around, and finally smiled. He took out his wand and waved it. Countless golden letters appeared in the air. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together. The freshmen generally looked dumbfounded, and most of the old students also looked unhappy. There is no music score for this damn thing. Anyone can sing with their favorite tunes. The scene is really indescribable. Ike bit the bullet and watched Dumbledore's intoxicated conductor on the stage, while the Weasley twins in the audience seriously ended with the tune of the funeral march. Okay, I'll invite the prefects of each college to take the freshmen back to the dormitory. I hope you have a good dream. Dumbledore blinked his eyes cutely, turned and left with the professors. Freshmen, come with me. Ravenclaw Prefect Roger Davis stood up and clapped his hands. Please follow closely. Our lounge is still some distance away from the auditorium. The female prefect Penelope Clearwater, who stood up with Roger, also said, please keep up. Every year there are freshmen who get lost when they go back to the dormitory for the first time. I hope this will not happen to you. There were not many Ravenclaw freshmen this year, and everyone followed Roger and Penlo obediently to the Ravenclaw Tower. Pay attention to the stairs, they are enchanted by Miss Ravenclaw. They will move, and some steps will suddenly disappear, but don't worry, even if you fall, you won't be hurt, you just have to walk again. Penelope, while leading the way, he said, however, the movement of the stairs is regular. As long as you observe more, I believe you will understand soon. This is very important. Roger continued, the entrance to Ravenclaw's lounge is at the top of the tower. Whether it's class or dining, you have to deal with these stairs. Unfortunately, because tomorrow is Monday, you don't have time to get familiar with this, Roger said with a smile. So I think you'd better get up earlier to avoid being late. A group of people climbed 8 floors and finally arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw lounge. A very old bare wooden board, very inconspicuous in appearance, with a bronze door knocker on it. Roger knocked lightly on the bronze door knocker, and a voice sounded, which 3 words can answer all the questions? I don't know, Roger replied after thinking for a while. That's a good answer. The bronze door knocker sounded, and then the wooden plank moved away, revealing a brick archway in front of him. Roger beckoned the freshman to follow, and he walked away and said, if you want to enter the Ravenclaw lounge, you just need to answer the question on the door knocker. Of course, if you can't think of it, you can only wait for others to answer it. Come on, or spend the night outside the lounge. Believe me, that wasn't a good experience. Roger seemed to recall some unbearable memories, and shivered unnaturally. Okay, now, welcome to Ravenclaw. Accompanied by Roger's slightly excited tone, the Ravenclaw common room finally appeared in front of the kittens. This is a large circular room with elegant arched windows on the wall, hung with blue and bronze silk. The dome is decorated with stars, as is the dark blue carpet on the floor. Facing the entrance is a white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw, and there is a door next to it, which is the door to the girls' dormitory. The common room looks huge, with tables, chairs, sofas, and bookshelves on 4 walls. A fireplace is to the left of the entrance. Above the fireplace is a statue of a bronze eagle, the symbol of Ravenclaw. Your salutes and class schedules are all on the U-dorm beds. I think you can't wait to see your dorms, Penlo said with a smile. Now girls, come with me. The girls' dormitory is upstairs. After finishing speaking, Penlo led the 3 girls to the girls' dormitory along the stairs. Roger shrugged at the remaining 5 people. Okay, the boys' dormitory is downstairs. Come with me now. There are only a few of you freshmen this year, but you are in 2 dormitories. Roger quickly came to the door of the dormitory. I think you must have a lot to say, but I advise you not to talk too late. The first class is at 9 o'clock in the morning. If it's too late, you may not be able to get up, and it's not good to be late. Okay, senior. Ike and the others thanked Roger together. Roger smiled and waved his hands, then turned and walked towards his dormitory. Pushing open the dormitory door, it was a nearly circular room. There are 2 arched windows, and the 3 beds are separated by the windows, against the wall, with bedside tables between them. The ground is covered with a blue carpet with a pattern of an eagle in the center. There is a chandelier on the ceiling, which is emitting a soft light. On the other side of the room are 3 tables with a lamp on each. There is a stove in the center of the room. It looks a bit old, but it is very clean. Directly opposite the door is a large wardrobe, which is now open, and it can be clearly seen that it is divided into 3 areas. The salute was placed on the bed, and it seemed that the beds had already been allocated. Ike's is at the bottom, and he has no opinion on this point. After all, in terms of the environment alone, this is already much better than Santa Maria. After all, apart from Julian's room and the reception room, there is no carpet in any room in Santa Maria. You are reading www. It seems that this is where we will live together for the next 7 years. A fat man with short blonde hair said with a smile, "Let me introduce. My name is Terry Boot. Both parents are wizards. I've actually been waiting for a letter from Hogwarts, but I'm still excited when it does come." Stuart Ackley. Both parents are ordinary people. Stuart is fatter than Terry. If it wasn't for Professor Flitwick, I would have always thought it was a scam. After all, I have been admitted to Eton College. But who can resist magic? By the way, do you know Eton College? It's the best school in England. My dad told me so. Sorry, I don't know. Terry shook his head. I don't know much about the Muggle world. Well, you just need to know that it's powerful. Stuart looked very proud. By the way, your name is Ike, right? Ike nodded. Ike Stride, from Santa Maria Orphanage. Sorry, I don't know, Stuart and Terry said quickly, and Ike waved his hands indifferently. No need to apologize, it's nothing, I'm used to it. Okay, but from today onwards, we are your brothers, right Terry? Certainly. Okay, good brothers. Ike smiled, and said while opening the box, but I think we have to pack up and get ready to go to bed. After all, it's getting late. There are 2 potions classes tomorrow morning. It was said at the dinner that Professor Snape seems to be very strict. You're right, Ike. Stuart replied, you can't be late for the first class, especially potions class. Certainly. Chapter 7 on the relationship between potion and Chinese cuisine. In the eyes of the other 3 colleges except Slytherin, Professor Snape was basically not very impressed. Just like the Dean in Ike's impression. This is especially prominent in Gryffindor. For so many years at Hogwarts, Professor Snape has successfully left a deep shadow on the hearts of most students with his unchanging iceberg face and perfect poisonous tongue. As a result, potions class basically became the least popular class among students. Years of biological clock made Ike wake up at 7:30 in the morning. After lying in bed for a while, I got up. Seeing that Stuart and Terry were still sleeping soundly, Ike waved his hand, and even a pillow flew to the faces of the 2 of them with a pop, repeatedly doing free fall. Ike. Stuart was slapped in a daze by the pillow. He grabbed the tool and couldn't help shouting when he saw Ike, who was gloating beside him. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Terry was still dodging the oncoming pillows on the bed, and he couldn't help being taken aback. How did you do it? Ike shrugged when he heard the words. It's just the flexible use of the levitation curse. As long as you practice more, it's easy to do. Picking up magic potion and potion casually, and waved his left hand again. The pillow finally stopped attacking Terry. However, rather than delve into this, I think it's better to get up. Potions class is all morning, and we always have to eat first. Well, you're right. Carlisle scratched his hair and got up from the bed. After washing up, the 3 of them left the Ravenclaw lounge together. After tangling on the stairs for a while, they were led down to the auditorium by a kind Ravenclaw senior. Breakfast at Hogwarts is a typical English breakfast, with muffins, bread, jam, bacon, lettuce, tomato, and national treasure French fries, plus a cup of hot and sweet milk. Ike is very satisfied with the food. Halfway through eating, the other 2 freshmen also arrived. Michael Corner has black hair and a standard British face, while Anthony Goldstein has the same short blonde hair as Terry, just a little thinner. After greeting each other, the 2 quickly chatted with Stuart and Terry. While eating breakfast, Ike occasionally interjected a few words. Just as they were talking, Padma Patil, Mandy Block, and Morag McDougal sat across from each other talking and laughing. They were both first-year freshmen. They said hello to each other, and they quickly became acquainted with Stuart's interference. About 20 minutes before the start of the first class, The 8 of them left the dining table together and walked towards the most frightening lower classroom in Hogwarts legend, the potions classroom. Ravenclaw's potions class is taught with the Hufflepuffs. After all, it is the first class for freshmen. The little eagles and little badgers are not familiar with it yet, otherwise they will sit cross-legged like other grades together. Now more of them are partners from their own colleges and their own colleges. After all, Michael Kona and Anthony Goldstein were in the same dormitory, so they naturally became partners. Padma and Mandy also smiled and pulled together, and pushed Morag out smoothly. Seeing this, Terry and Stuart looked at each other, and silently pushed Ike out. Before Snape entered the classroom, Ravenclaw had already successfully completed the grouping. At exactly 9 o'clock, with the sound of bang, Professor Snape strode in, wearing his pure black cloak. With a wave of the magic wand in his right hand, the sun visors on the windows fell down, and the candles in the classroom were lit accordingly. Standing on the podium, Professor Snape glanced at the freshmen in the classroom with a cold face, then picked up the roll and began to roll the roll, counted all the freshmen, and put the roll on the side table casually, using his he said flatly but with an inexplicable deterrent tone, "Very well. It seems that you all understand the importance of punctuality. You came here to learn this precise and strict potion science. I don't expect you to really appreciate the wonderful feeling of white smoke and fragrance coming out of a crucible simmering slowly. You also won't really understand the magical power that flows into people's blood vessels and makes people confused. I can teach you how to increase your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death. But first of all, if you are not the kind of stupid fools I often encounter." After the classic opening remarks, the whole class was speechless. Professor Snape still had that iceberg-like expression. After glancing around coldly, he wrote a cooking method for treating scabies on the blackboard, and explained in detail some of the error-prone areas. Then he continued to torture the nerves of the students with that invariable tone. "I see that you have consciously divided into groups, which at least shows that your brains are still useful. Now, let's do it. Let me see whose brain can only do this. Of course, this at least shows that you are a little smarter than the trolls." The materials needed by the students in the potions class were provided by the school. Ike first went to the materials area in the classroom to get some snake teeth, a pongo onion, a bundle of dried nettles, and a small jar of horned slugs, with a few porcupine quills. "Ms. Macmillan, you can boil the horned slugs first, don't put too much water, and cook slowly." Ike took out the venomous snake teeth and put them in the roller without raising his head, and said. Morag didn't say a word. The understanding ability of the eaglets is generally online, not to mention that although what Professor Snape just said was more of a threat than an explanation, he also explained the main points of the scabies potion, and Morag naturally understood this step what to do. Use tweezers to pick out 2 horned slugs, put them into a crucible filled with 2/3 of water, light the flame under the crucible, take out the wand and slowly draw circles on the crucible. I carefully crushed the venomous snake's fang, and slowly crushed it into powder. The best flour is slowly ground by a stone mill. The noodles made from this kind of flour are the only ones that are strong. Putting the crushed snake fang powder aside, I grabbed a handful of dried nettles and put them on the balance, carefully weighing them. There is no soul here. How can it be quantified? No, adding more or less dried nettles will affect the quality of the final product. I put the weighed dried nettle aside. It's still an appropriate amount, a little. Glancing at Morag, who was still tirelessly stirring the cauldron, Ike raised his eyebrows. "It's still almost hot." Picking up the pongo onion in his left hand and the knife in his right, Ike suddenly felt like traveling through time and space. It's time to show the real technology. With the sound of dang 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 dang, the sliced pongo onions quickly turned into strands of onion as thin as hair. "You were reading www." Ike looked at the shredded onion on the chopping board, and nodded in satisfaction. "I haven't lost all my craftsmanship." After a while, I glanced at the horned slug in the crucible, and poked it with the glass tube. "Well, it's gone." Signaling Morag to get out of the way, Ike picked up the cauldron and poured out the water inside, leaving only the boneless horned slug. He picked up another crucible, poured in water, and continued to simmer slowly. Pick up the roller, slowly pour the viper fang powder into the water, and keep stirring it with the wand in your right hand. Stir, let seasoning and water blend faster. As the liquid in the cauldron slowly turned dark blue, I grabbed a handful of shredded pongo onions and threw them into the pot. Well, this step is to put onions, to taste. After a while, the unknown liquid in the pot turned from dark blue to red. Ike slowly sprinkled dried nettles, which gradually turned pink. Spices enhance the fragrance and remove the fishy smell. There is nothing wrong with it. Let Morag fetch a small bottle of Flobber Caterpillar slime, pour a small spoonful of it, and the unknown liquid slowly turns green. Pour some sesame oil. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing that the color in the crucible had stabilized, Ike poured in a large spoonful of boneless horned slugs, which slowly turned blue-green. Put the deboned ingredients into the boiled soup, and then stir it. Well, a bit like Westlake beef soup. While muttering, he took the crucible off the fire, then put in 2 porcupine quills, stirred clockwise 3 times, and the unknown liquid in the pot turned a perfect blue. English-style pongo onion slug soup. Ike looked at the blue potion in the bottle and couldn't help but suddenly realized. Chapter 8 Snape never adds points. Mr. Strider. A gloomy voice sounded. Professor Snape raised his hand and snatched the bottle containing the scabies potion, shook it, opened it again and smelled it. Please tell me why you cut the pongo onion silk. In order to make pongo onions more effective, Professor. Ike replied respectfully. Smart. Professor Snape put the bottle back on the table as if he had no emotion. Then please tell me, what is the role of pongo onions in the scabies potion? I don't know, Professor. Ike certainly wouldn't say that everything went well for him. I don't know. Shred the pongo onions that are going to be sliced without knowing it, Mr. Strider. You are very brave. Professor Snape glanced at the pongo onions left on the chopping board. Silk potion is a rigorous subject. Changing any step may cause serious consequences. Mr. Strider, your luck is very good. Pongo onion plays a stable role in the scabies potion. No matter whether it is sliced or shredded, it will not affect the potion's efficacy. Although shredding will improve the potion's potion effect, I still hope that you can brew the potion according to the steps I said, Mr. Strider. Professor Snape drifted over to the little Hufflepuff wizard, and after a while, he said something like, I boiled the horned slug for an hour. Your sense of time is as bad as your potion. Wait until the color stabilizes and wait for it to come back. Put in the boiled horned slug. You should wake up. Your cauldron didn't explode. These vicious words kept coming from the other side of the classroom. Morag looked at Ike with a look of admiration. You succeeded the first time, Ike. You are really amazing. Miss Macmillan, Ike said while recording the steps of cooking in his notebook just now. In fact, Professor Snape has explained the steps of cooking very clearly just now. As long as you are careful, it is easy cooked successfully. Ike stopped writing. His blue eyes looked at Morag as calmly as Snape. Morag was startled by the same look of Snape's eyes, lowered his head suddenly, picked up the cauldron and walked to the back of the classroom, where the potion residue was specially disposed of. Ike glanced at Morag, and moved the fingers of his right hand slightly. The originally messy raw materials on the table slowly floated and neatly arranged into small piles on the chopping board. Move the fingers again, and the equipment jumps to their proper position by itself. When Morag came back, what he saw was a well-organized console. Glancing at Ike secretly, he took away the remaining materials in silence, and didn't say a word to Ike until the end of Get Out of Class. Potions classes are held in 2 consecutive sessions. Except for Professor Snape's explanation time, there is just enough time left for potions to be brewed. After class, Ike nodded politely to Morag, and went to the auditorium under the call of Terry and Stuart. The lunch at Hogwarts is mainly meat. Of course, it is incomparable with the opening dinner. There are only steaks. Of course, you can also choose pasta, lasagna and classic fish and chips. Ike put some pasta on the plate, took another steak, and started to eat it. He didn't even have the desire to take a look at the fish and chips. "Ike, why did you provoke Morag?" Stuart asks in a low voice, glancing at Morag, who was staring at Ike from time to time. Hearing this, Ike put down the fork in his hand, and turned to give Stuart the same look as Snape, which shocked Stuart too. "Promise me, Ike." Stuart patted his chest. "Stop looking at me like that, it's really scary." Terry on the other side didn't see it, so he hurriedly asked. Ike naturally complied with his request, and then joined Stuart's team against Ike. Ike smiled, finished the food on the plate, wiped his mouth gracefully, and then replied, "I don't know if you have heard a sentence." "What?" "There is no woman in my heart, the god of magic and nature." Ike is very serious. "Who said that?" "I haven't heard of it." Terry thought for a while and was sure he had never heard of this sentence. "Merlin." Ike made an exaggerated look, and patted Terry's shoulder. "Merlin also said that it's a miracle that someone as stupid as you is alive." Listen, at this point, Terry didn't know that Ike was teasing himself, pretending to be held by someone, and he was about to pounce on him for a hand-to-hand fight. Ike also pretended to hide for a while before saying, "There is still some time before the afternoon class. I plan to take a stroll in the castle. Do you want to go together?" "No." Terry and the two shook their heads in unison. "We're going back to the common room for a while. I'll see you in the History of Magic classroom at that time." Leaving the auditorium, Ike walked towards the Hufflepuff Lounge. After passing the entrance of the lounge and walking along the stone corridor for a while, a painting appeared on the wall. Looking at the silver bowl full of fruits painted on it, Ike walked back silently. "This time I went straight to the 8th floor, and finally saw a mural of the troll gang beating Barnabas at a corner. The silly Barnabas in the mural saw Ike coming, and made a look for help. Not yet." Along the corridor on the 8th floor, Ike returned to the Ravenclaw lounge. He didn't see the two of them. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw them holding a history of magic and preparing to leave. "I was thinking about where you were just now." "Get the book, we're going to the classroom." Stuart patted Ike on the shoulder. "We'll be waiting for you at the door." "You were reading www." Ike nodded, and under the surprised gazes of the two of them, he threw the potions textbook on the table, then moved his fingers, and the huge history of magic fell into Ike's hands. "Let's go," Ike said, going out first. "No matter how many times I watch it, I still feel amazing." Stuart sighed and glanced at Terry. "Talent." Terry also sighed, and followed Ike to the History of Magic classroom. Both the History of Magic classroom and the library are on the 2nd floor of the castle. When the three walked into the classroom, the other little eagles were already inside. Morag obviously hasn't forgiven Ike yet, so he glared again. Connor and Goldstein already knew what was going on under Stuart's propaganda, and couldn't help gloating. Ike gave the four of them the same look as Snape, and immediately calmed down the four of them. Then he moved his fingers and said, "Shut your ears and listen to himself," and flipped through History of Magic by himself. Professor Binns Cuthbert has been studying History of Magic at Hogwarts for hundreds of years. For Professor Binns, many things in the book are basically what he has experienced, because obsession is the foundation of the existence of ghosts, and Professor Binns' obsession is to attend classes, and there is nothing else he cares about. This may be because Professor Binns does not have as much richness as Miss Grey and Nearly Headless Nick. His emotions, which in turn caused him to read History of Magic like a lullaby, with no change in tone or tone at all. Even freshmen know that History of Magic is the best place to sleep, and it has a powerful sleeping effect. Ike didn't want to feel the hypnotic power of Professor Binns, but he did have a little interest in the History of Magic, so he cast a spell on himself to read a book quietly. After all, Merlin once said that only magic can defeat magic. Chapter 9: The First Close Contact with Voldemort. Professor Binns is definitely different from other ghosts. Generally speaking, once one becomes a ghost, one will naturally lose the ability to cast spells, but Professor Binns obviously still retains the magic power of hypnosis and awakening. As soon as he opened his mouth, the students in the classroom naturally gradually fell asleep, and once the get out of class was over, they would naturally wake up again. Stuart stretched his waist, and thought to himself that this history of magic class was really very sleepy. As the seniors and sisters said, "It's just that I didn't prepare enough the first time, so it would be better to sneak a pillow next time." He yawned with Derek Hickey, who also just woke up, and called Ike to go back to the common room to play. Ike shook his head, and put the textbook in Stuart's arms. The two thick history of magic were very heavy, and Stuart almost missed him without paying attention. "I'll go to the library and take the book back for me first." "Why don't you work so hard, Ike?" Stuart wailed. "This is only the first day of school. I'm just going to see what books are in the library." Ike shrugged. "I'll see you later." Saying goodbye to his roommate, Ike went directly to the library. The Hogwarts Library is worthy of the name of the largest and only wizarding school in Britain. The first thing that comes into view are thousands of bookshelves and hundreds of narrow passages. There is a long table at intervals in the passage, with chairs on both sides of the long table for the use of young wizards. Tens of thousands of books are neatly placed on the bookshelves. The innermost part is separated by iron railings, and magic is cast on them. The only entrance is the desk of the librarian, Mrs. Irma Pince. Without the professor's approval note, no one could sneak into the restricted section from Mrs. Pince's A's during opening hours. On the first day of school, there were quite a few students in the library, most of whom were in the 5th grade and above, who were facing OWLs and NEWTs exams, especially the 5th graders, who had to face the double oppression of homework and pressure. Ike took a quick glance and then turned around. After searching the bookshelf for a while according to the index, he finally found a nearly complete version of standard spells. After Miranda Gozak created standard spells, it became the common teaching material for the spell courses of the 3 major magic schools in Europe. However, the whole book is too thick, and it also involves part of the content of black magic. Through International Wizards for More novels, 146,933 join. After the discussion of the Federation, it was divided into 5 books from elementary to 5th, and the black magic part was deleted. Hogwarts naturally is a complete collection of standard spells, but in the restricted area, all I can find is the collection of standard spells for grades 1 to 5. But that's enough. Standard spells. Elementary does not involve attack spells. They are all daily spells such as levitation spells and illumination spells. Ike knew very well that he could relax a little in the first year in the same grade as the Savior, but he would face the threat of basilisk attacks from the 2nd grade, and even more dementors in the 3rd grade. It's full of plans and calculations. Only this whole semester is safe. What's more, the ghost knows how chaotic the subsequent plot will be because of Ike's existence. This standard spell was the only source for Ike to learn the spell before he could sneak into the restricted area without learning the illusion spell. Ike roughly looked through the petrification curse, stunning curse, disarming curse, and crushing curse. The common spells in memory can basically be found there, but there is no disillusionment curse. But it's enough for now. Taking standard spells to Mrs. Pince's desk, Ike gently put the book on the table and said softly, "Mrs. Pince, I want to borrow this book." Mrs. Pince pushed her glasses, glanced at Ike, then looked at the standard spells on the table, and said while filling out the borrowing list, "As a first-year freshman, I think you need to know the rules for borrowing books. Rule: if you cut, tear, dent, soil, damage, throw, drop, or in any other way mar, abuse, or desecrate this book, I will subject you to the most dire consequences within my power. Trust me, you won't want to know what you're going to face." Mrs. Pince made a copy of the library slip, clipped the original on the first page of standard spells, and handed it to Ike. "There is a time limit for borrowing books. I hope to see this book appearing in front of me in 2 weeks' time." "As you wish, Mrs. Pince." Ike nodded slightly and replied softly. After leaving the library, Ike went straight to the auditorium. Dinner at Hogwarts started at 7 o'clock, and it was already 7:15. Dinner is better than lunch. There are a few more stews and fried chicken with ample portions. As soon as Ike entered the auditorium, he saw a red-haired lion cub performing left-right stunts with a chicken leg in one hand. He subconsciously took a few glances, and then came to Ravenclaw's table, still served with meatballs and spaghetti, pan-fried veal with a glass of rich pumpkin juice. It's impossible to try the stew, that thing looks worse than the Northeast stew. After dinner, the other 4 eaglets arrived late. Ike said hello to a few people and returned to the common room, sat down on a small sofa in the corner, put on closed earplugs and listened, and sank his mind into standard spells. I didn't notice when Stuart and the others came back. When Ike came back to his senses, he was the only one left in the common room. After closing the book, I quietly pushed open the bedroom door, and Stuart and Terry were already asleep. After applying a silent spell, Ike raised his hand to let the book fly to the desk by itself, changed into his pajamas, and quickly got into bed. But his mind was still thinking about the content in standard spells. The role of mastery of knowledge is greater than imagined. Even though the spells in standard spells are a little more complicated and profound, they still haven't troubled Ike. Only when the spell is successfully cast once, will the spell level be displayed on Ike's notepad system. Of course, it's time to find an opportunity. And it's not yet the time to use the room of response. Before you find and learn a disillusionment charm, you still have to be a little more cautious. After waking up, Ike went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 4th floor together with Stuart and Terry. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw and Slytherin freshmen became the first of all freshmen to experience the pungent and unpleasant smell of choir in a squirrel up close. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is not big in the first place, and was locked up tightly by Quirrell. The smell inside couldn't escape, and the lethality increased a bit. As soon as Ike entered the door, he couldn't help but sneezed. It turns out that not only yawns but also sneezes are contagious. As soon as Ike finished, Stuart sneezed on the side, and then the little Slytherin who had endured it for a while, you were reading www. Clark and Gore couldn't stop at all. After a while of ups and downs, Quirrell on the podium obviously showed a bit of embarrassment. This is a crime. Merlin once said that people cannot perfectly control the subconscious reactions of their bodies, and neither can wizards. After sneezing, I inhaled subconsciously. The strange smell seemed to rush straight into my brain, and I felt dizzy for a while. The whirlwind sweeps away. Perhaps it was the reaction of the little wizards that stimulated Quirrell. Quirrell took out his wand and cleaned up the air in the classroom. It really got better. At least no one sneezes anymore. I am Quirrelly, Linus Quirrell, your professor of defense against the dark arts. Now, please turn to, open your textbooks, open, and start the class. Ike turned the textbook to the first chapter, Common Dark Creatures and Defense Methods. Although Ike, who had read the whole book during the holidays, couldn't memorize it from beginning to end, he still knew the general content. If you follow the normal teaching process, you should be talking about a black dark creatures will explain its defense methods, and a few theoretical lessons will be mixed with a practical lesson. It's a pity that since a certain unnamed existence failed to apply for a job, the teaching level of defense against the dark arts has been uneven. It can be roughly divided into those with some skills, bastards, and trash who are not even as good as bastards. Cheelio originally belonged to the class with a little ability, but now because he was distracted by other things, he became a bastard. Fortunately, Ike, who was mentally prepared, didn't take Quirrell's class seriously at all. He just pretended to listen carefully and didn't put his mind on it at all. Do you want to find a way to get Voldemort to say something? The chance to meet the Dark Lord face to face without being Avada is only this year. Chapter 10, the so-called Law of Transformation. In just one class, the Little Eagles and Little Snakes basically ranked the status of defense against the dark arts with the history of magic. The history of magic can also be regarded as a sleeping class by young wizards. Apart from listening to Quirrell's boring textbooks, Defense Against the Dark Arts has to endure waves of strange smells that keep coming. Very poor classroom experience. Terry and Stuart complained to Ike while walking towards the Charms classroom. I have long heard that the professors of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course are generally unreliable. Who would have thought that this would be the case? Terry complained while rubbing his nose. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell was once a Ravenclaw student. Excellent graduate. What a disgrace. Why did Dumbledore let such a person be the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts? Ike smiled perfunctorily. He was not in the mood to explain to the two the unofficial history of wizards, such as the indissoluble bond between the Dark Lord and Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he would not say anything at all. The less you know, the happier you are. And the happy time of the little wizards is only this year. The charm class is on the other side of the 4th floor of the castle, and it is taught with the little lions. Professor Flitwick stood on a high step stool, calling the little wizards, especially the little lions, to sit down quickly. I'm Phileas Flitwick. You can call me Professor Flitwick. I'm your professor of charms. Today we are going to learn the lighting spell. And the spell is fluorescent flashes. This is one of the most commonly used spells by wizards. There are no complicated wand movements. You only need to wave the wand and say the spell, and it will succeed easily. Of course, you still need to maintain firm confidence. The release of the spell cannot be separated from this point. If you hesitate, the spell will fail. Professor Flitwick explained the points to pay attention to when chanting a spell, and let the little wizards try it themselves. Soon, a little witch with fluffy hair in Gryffindor succeeded. Soft white light emerged from the tip of the wand, causing cheers. Great. Perfect lighting spell, Miss Granger. Flitwick was very happy. 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione raised her proud little head when she heard the praise, like a proud little lion. Seeing this, Terry couldn't help curling his lips, and poked Ike, who was motionless. Ike, what are you waiting for? This is our own dean, so hurry up and show off. Stuart also booed from the sidelines. Although he only lived in one dormitory for 2 days, he also saw Ike's magic. To be able to use the levitation charm to that extent, the simpler illuminating charm is definitely not bad. Ike rolled his eyes angrily. You guys are waving your wands too much, just a little bit. Just like Miss Granger. Damn it. Stuart didn't give Ike a chance to change the subject. Bonus points. Bonus points. All right. Ike was defeated by the eyes of the two, and he didn't move his right hand holding the wand. He stretched out his left hand, like twisting a light bulb in the air, and a soft white light simply stayed on Ike's fingertips. My God. It's unbelievable. Every move in the classroom cannot escape Professor Flitwick's perception, so he naturally noticed this scene. No first-year wizard has ever done this. Mr. Strider, Ravenclaw adds 10 points. Casting spells silently. Casting spells without a weapon. Unbelievable. Mr. Strider, can you tell me how you did this? Ike stood up and bowed slightly. I practiced for a long time during the vacation, Professor Flitwick. Unbelievable. Professor Flitwick still didn't calm down. I don't think anyone can do better than you when it comes to the illuminating curse. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Ike smiled and sat down. In the next second, the skill is activated. Snape's gaze. Target, Stuart, Terry. Both of them shuddered in unison, and turned their heads to concentrate on casting the lighting spell. Soon, the little wizards all successfully used the lighting spell, but some were brighter and some were darker. The 3 magical numbers 857 appeared in Ike's mind inexplicably. Counting Ike's shining light ball, it's even more similar. After class, Stuart and Terry kept talking softly on the way to the auditorium. In the face of trivial benefits such as free daily wake-up calls and unconditional help with things, Ike of course chose to forgive the two. In the afternoon, Ravenclaw has only one session of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, which Ike had been looking forward to for a long time. Compared to other spells, Ike's Transfiguration is not that outstanding. Even if he is familiar with GAMP's basic transformation rules, the transformation technique used by Ike still has obvious flaws. Even if the matches are turned into needles, The silver white needles still have some wood patterns. Although this needle is very sharp, it is still not perfect. This also caused Ike's useless notebook system to never show the level of transfiguration. The transfiguration classroom is on the first floor of the castle. The Ravenclaw students arrived in the classroom very politely, but they never saw Professor McGonagall. There was only a tabby cat sitting on the podium. Ike naturally knew that this was Professor McGonagall's animagus. There were obvious glass-like patterns around the cat's eyes. As I remembered, Harry and Ron were late because they overslept at noon. Under Ron's horrified eyes, the tabby cat jumped off the podium, and when it landed, it was Professor McGonagall with a serious face. "I think you have to learn the importance of punctuality, or I'll turn you into an alarm clock." Professor McGonagall told the two of them to sit down quickly. Transfiguration is the most complicated thing you can learn at Hogwarts. The most dangerous magic. Anyone who makes trouble in my class, I will ask him out and never let him in again. As he spoke, he glanced at Harry and Ron as if inadvertently, causing them to shrink their necks unconsciously. Professor McGonagall waved their wand in his hand, turning the podium into a majestic lion. As the lion walked, the hair on his body fluttered, as if using rejoice. Wave the wand again, and the lion turns back into the podium. Ike stared at this scene closely, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything. The use of transfiguration requires strict compliance with GAMP's basic transfiguration rules. This is summed up by countless wizards with bloody lessons. I hope you will keep it in mind. Professor McGonagall waved his wand, and GAMP's basic defamation rules appeared one after another on the blackboard behind him. First, food. Remember, never, ever use transfiguration to turn something else into food, and never, ever eat food that has been transformed by transfiguration. Transfiguration cannot change the nature of an object. Turn a rock into food, and it's still essentially a rock, and it won't fill you up. Second, living things cannot be turned into magical creatures. Third, you can't transform out of thin air. Shape-shifting must be applied to specific objects. If you cast shape-shifting out of thin air, you should be lucky that it will fail in most cases. And once it succeeds, you will die tragically immediately. Fourth, transfiguration cannot be used on magical items. Transfiguration cannot be used on magical items. Automatic quills, temperature-changing crucibles, memory balls, and even gold galleons cannot be changed by transfiguration. Please don't try it, or it will cause very serious consequences. Professor McGonagall paused, and then became more serious. Finally, never deform what you imagine. About this point, you just need to remember, and never try. You never know, under the influence of magic, what you imagine will become. Ike wrote down GAMP's basic transformation rules in turn in his notebook. Although there are relevant contents in the basic transformation guide, it is far less detailed than Professor McGonagall's. After all, textbooks are textbooks, and they still need to be explained by professors. Seeing that the students had almost remembered, Professor McGonagall distributed a match to each of them. In this lesson, we will learn how to turn a match into a needle. This is the most basic transfiguration technique. After explaining in detail what needs to be paid attention to during the transformation process, and writing it on the blackboard behind him, Professor McGonagall let the little wizards start trying. After Professor McGonagall's explanation, Ike has a better understanding of transfiguration. Transfiguration is much more rigorous than other enchantments, and relies more on determination in the 3D principles. After all, it is to transform one object into another object. If you don't believe it and your heart is not firm, incomplete deformation will occur, such as a wine glass with a mouse tail, a needle that can be ignited, and a beetle button that crawls around. Little wizards generally escape. You are reading www. If Com's mind is not firm, the transfiguration technique will naturally not succeed. For a while, the wand danced wildly, and the sound of speedy transformation came and went. Professor McGonagall walked back and forth among the little wizards, constantly pointing out the mistakes in the process of transfiguration. but there was still no progress. Walking to Ike's side, seeing that Ike was still staring straight at the matches without moving his wand, he couldn't help asking, "Mr. Straight, why don't you try?" Ike showed a warm smile as Professor McGonagall remembered, and waved his wand. "Transform quickly." The matches on the table quickly turned into the shape of a needle with the wave of Ike's wand, and there was only a wooden grain left on it. "Very good, Mr. Strider." Professor McGonagall looked very happy. "Ravenclaw plus 10 points. Did you practice on your own during the holidays?" Ike nodded, showing a sad expression again. "Yes, Professor McGonagall. But this is still not a needle." As he spoke, he changed the needle to the way it was before the class. "After listening to your explanation, I have only reached this level. I can't get rid of these streaks no matter what." Professor McGonagall patted Ike on the shoulder. "This has been successful. I want to be perfect. You can only keep practicing. Maybe when the get out of class is over, you will be able to conjure a perfect needle. Of course, you don't have to use too much force. Sometimes it's better to be calm, maybe." Hearing this, Ike suddenly understood. That's right. The 3D principle is a solid triangle. Any overweight will affect the success of the spell. "Transform quickly." This time, the surface of the needle was extremely smooth and there were no more lines. Chapter 11. The practice of the disillusionment charm has come to an impasse. This is the most difficult spell to master that Ike has come into contact with. Perhaps only the Patronus charm can be harder than it. Ike even thinks that the so-called 3 unforgivable curses are not as complicated as the disillusionment curse. Sure enough, it was wrong to guess that OWLs can be studied at the level of OWLs. I am afraid that ordinary Newt's graduates will find it difficult to control. Learning this in the first grade was indeed too much effort. So the question is, what exactly did Roger think Ike was looking for? The homework in the first grade is not heavy. With his muscle memory, Ike can quickly finish the homework assigned by the professors. In this respect, apart from Hermione, no one else is as quick as Ike. Stuart and Terry were a little slower, but not too slow. If there was only one class in the afternoon, they would have finished it before dinner. Most of the rest of the time was spent on the Quidditch pitch. Ike has never really understood the sport of Quidditch. This kind of so-called competitive sports that softens football, basketball, racing and free combat. Just look at the hundreds of foul entries to know how brutal this thing is. As a team member, concussions are commonplace, colds and fevers are also commonplace, and fractures are even more commonplace. As a spectator, many times the players on the field fly too fast and too high to see clearly with just a pair of naked eyes. Even with binoculars, they often miss the target. Both the gaming experience and the viewing experience are extremely poor. Moreover, as the bottom 2 heroes of Hogwarts Quidditch, Ravenclaw has been at the bottom for many years, and there is no sign of rising at all. Hufflepuff also has a future star, Cedric. What about Ravenclaw? Let Q be the savior. It will be about the same after 2 years. After casting a disillusionment curse on himself, and another prototype appearance, Ike picked up his wand after a long absence. The appearance curse has reached the level of LV2. The illusion curse. Really embarrassing to the time-traveling seniors. Tired of staying in the dormitory, Axe simply opened the door and left the Ravenclaw Tower, and ran straight to the edge of the Black Lake. In the past 2 weeks, Ike likes to come here when he has nothing to do, staring at the deep and vast lake in a daze. Occasionally, the big squid in the Black Lake would crawl out of the lake, whip up the lake water with its huge tentacles, and frighten the little wizards on the shore to run around. Of course, this is of no use to Ike. Waterproofing mantra, body warming mantra and cleansing mantra, 3 mantras in one. The real one who uses it will know. Mermaids also come out occasionally, which is completely different from the young, beautiful and well-built image Ike imagined. The freshwater mermaids in the Black Lake are very ugly, holding a fork full of algae, dirty and unappetizing. Sitting quietly on the shore, Ike was also reflecting on whether he was a little eager for quick success. As far as the first grade is concerned, as long as they don't go to the Forbidden Forest, there is basically no danger. However, every time he thought of this, A pair of huge yellow snake eyes appeared in his mind. The basilisk is unreasonable. Before Christmas, you must learn the disillusionment curse. Ike cheered silently. There are still 2 months. Enough. On the way back to the auditorium, he saw Hagrid dragging a few huge pumpkins, and Ike realized that Halloween was not far away. Walking into the auditorium, I saw Professor Flitwick instructing the senior students to hang up spider webs and fake bats. Seeing Ike come in, Professor Flitwick was very happy, and hurriedly greeted him. "Mr. Strider, that's great. Come and help hang these things up." Professor Flitwick. Ike bowed slightly, then waved his wand, and the spider webs and fake bats piled up on the ground immediately floated up, and then waved his wand to hang them up, and the Kung Fu auditorium changed in the blink of an eye. "Every time I see your levitating spell, I'm always amazed." Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your compliment, Professor Flitwick." After a few words with Professor Flitwick, Ike returned to Ravenclaw's long table. As soon as he sat down, Morag, who was chatting happily next to him, rolled his eyes. Ike returned Snape's stare, and the surrounding area immediately emptied. I didn't care. I poured a glass of pumpkin juice, inserted a chicken leg and a few pieces of veal, filled a plate full of macaroni, and added a large spoonful of mashed potatoes. Ike slowly started to eat. "Recently, I have practiced a lot of illusion spells, and my appetite has increased a lot." Before Stuart and Terry finished their meal, Ike returned to the common room, picked up the familiar notebook from the 1950s and 1960s, and slowly read it. Of course, it is unavoidable to listen with closed earplugs and a silent package. On the second day, there was a charms class, a defense against the dark arts class, and another class in the afternoon. The transfiguration art of turning a quill into a pen. By the time Ike came out of the library, the Halloween dinner was about to begin. Ravenclaw's only 2 friends, Stu Walter and Terry, reserved a seat for Ike, smiled and waved to them, and Ike sat between them with a bright smile on his face. "I just told Terry, if you don't come, I will go to the library to find you, and you will be there." Stuart patted Ike on the shoulder. "You are all so amazing. I don't have the patience to spend in the library every day. It's just getting used to it. It's always good to read more books." I picked up a pile of alive and kicking cockroaches and stuffed them into his mouth. Under Stuart's horrified gaze, he swallowed them in 2 or 3 bites. "This thing is quite interesting, but the legs are still moving when chewing." He picked up another one and handed it to Stuart. "Try it, it tastes very good." No, I think Zizzy Honeybee candy is more suitable for me." I handed it to Terry, who was at the side, and saw Terry's eyes wide open, holding a licorice wand. Shrugging his shoulders, he threw the pile of cockroaches into his mouth. It was still so exciting. After a while, the dinner officially began. Countless bats were flying on the ceiling, and many small dark clouds were hovering above his head. Jack-o'-lanterns made of giant pumpkins that Hagrid had bred flickered, and sumptuous dishes appeared on the table. With a pile of cockroaches in his mouth, Ike picked up a grilled lamb chop for himself. While feeling the moving cockroach legs in his mouth, he slowly dismembered the lamb chop with a knife and fork. The cockroaches were piled into the belly, and the lamb chops were also deboned. Ike took a sip of the pumpkin juice, forked a piece and put it in his mouth. The rich barbecue sauce was mixed with the unique smell of mutton, and it was also a little spicy, just like the lamb kebabs at the roadside stalls in the past. After killing the lamb chops, Ike ate another chicken leg, a pair of chicken wings, 3 sliced steaks, and a big spoonful of mashed potatoes. Just as Ike was about to finish the last spaghetti with meatballs, he heard a bang, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in. Trolls in underground classrooms. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the floor and passed out. The auditorium suddenly became chaotic. Seeing this, Dumbledore waved his wand, and several groups of purple fireworks exploded, which attracted the attention of the young wizards. "Prefect," Dumbledore said in a low voice, "take the students back to the dormitory immediately." "Okay, Follow closely. Roger stood up and clapped his hands. The lower grades follow and look closely, and I will be at the end. The eaglets have calmed down a long time ago. Ike was also in the team, but his face turned cold. He suddenly remembered that according to the original plot, Hermione is in the women's bathroom next to the basement classroom at this moment, and will soon have a game of chasing each other with the troll. Ike has always had mixed feelings about Hermione. On the one hand, Hermione is really beautiful when she grows up, and on the other hand, she is the first person Ike knew in Hogwarts. What's more, as a staple of the library, Ike and Hermione often meet in the library. Even though they just sit on both sides of the long table and read their own books, it doesn't prevent them from becoming friends. Furthermore, who knows if Harry and Ron, two unreliable guys, can successfully rescue Hermione. Glancing in the direction of Gryffindor, he didn't see Harry and Ron. Ike hesitated a little, and immediately grabbed Stuart. "If I don't come back after half an hour, remember to find Professor Flitwick." After finishing speaking, Stuart decisively gave himself a silent and unfinished disillusionment spell package with a dazed expression on his face, and disappeared into the chaotic crowd as soon as he got short. At night, the underground corridor was empty, and there were not many candles, making it look gloomy. Ike took his wand and walked slowly towards the women's toilet. Not far away, I smelled a pungent stench and ran quickly. When they saw the women's toilet, they saw Harry and Ron locking the toilet door. "It's all right now, the troll can't escape." As soon as Ron finished speaking, he heard a miserable and terrified scream from the women's toilet. Not good. Hermione. Just as the two of them turned around to open the locked door, they suddenly felt their bodies being pulled apart by an inexplicable force. One left and one right separated. Torn apart. With a sound, the door of the women's toilet suddenly exploded. The two stabilized their bodies and hurriedly looked into the toilet. Just as they saw Hermione covering her mouth and looking at them in horror, there was also a huge figure looming beside her. "Run!" Harry shouted loudly, and before he finished speaking, he saw Hermione flying out of the toilet as if being pulled by something. Just about to speak again, the familiar feeling reappeared. When he came back to his senses, Hermione and Ron were half lying on the ground next to him. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps sounded, and accompanied by a pungent stench, the troll came out again carrying a thick wooden club. "You are reading www. Roar." The troll roared, and the saliva from his mouth splashed. It looked around for a while, then quickly ran towards Harry and the others. Frozen legs, stop dead. There are many obstacles. Accompanied by two incantations, the giant staggered obviously, but it was only a stagger, and ran towards the three of them again. He just stopped after taking 2 steps. His right hand scratched its little head, as if wondering where his stick went. The three of Harry could see clearly that the wooden stick suddenly flew up from the troll's hand, stopped in the sky above the troll's head in the blink of an eye, and followed the troll for a certain distance. Then, it slammed down. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground. As if the wooden stick was still not satisfied, it flew up again, then fell hard, smashed the back of the troll's head again, and then fell to the side as if it had lost control. Harry seemed to be dreaming. A 12-foot giant fell down 2 or 3 meters in front of him. It wasn't as scary as it looked at all. It was as fragile as a chicken. What's going on here? Ron was terrified, and he was so stuttering that he was almost speechless. Okay. It seems someone saved us. Harry regained his composure a little bit, but he was still stumbling. Someone saved us. Hermione calmed down, pulled up the 2 useless men who were half lying on the ground, and cast a cleaning spell on them. Then, who could it be? Ron's voice was still trembling. "I didn't see the professors coming either." "Of course it's not the professor." Hermione frowned, wiped away the tears she had been frightened before, and thought to herself, "Besides that guy, who else?" Chapter 11 The Treasure of the Common Room. For normal little wizards, transfiguration is worthy of its name as the most complicated and difficult magic. Except for Ike, only Hermione changed the match. and it only made one end sharper. This is the genius of turning the entire Harry Potter series into Hermione and her two useless men. It's a pity that Ike is a cheater. What makes Ike most satisfied with the useless notepad-like system is that as long as he successfully casts the spell once, there will be no failure when he casts it again, and with continuous practice, the lower limit of the spell is constantly increasing. Improve. It's a pity that even so, the level of transfiguration is still very slow. A month has passed and it is still at LV1. Why doesn't this thing add an experience value display like other people's systems? Ike pushed the intermediate transformation guide in front of him angrily, cursing secretly in his heart. Ike was the only one left in the empty dormitory. Stuart and Terry didn't know where they went. According to Ike's experience, now they are either hanging out in the castle, or chatting with Hufflepuff's little badger in the auditorium. A month of contact has made the other eaglets become very good friends except for Ike. Except for Ike, who has a closer relationship with Stuart and Terry, other people's senses are not so good for him. In the eyes of others, Ike is very out of gregarious. He is either in the library or on his way to the library every day. Unless Stuart and Terry force him, he doesn't participate in any activities. Just like before the Quidditch team selected newcomers, except for Ike, all the Kitty Eagles went. Even in Ravenclaw, which has outstanding learning ability, Ike is too special. What's more, as the owner of Snape's gazing ability, even seniors can't stand it. That's right. This gaze that was originally used to scare Morag and other girls and threaten Stuart and Terry was actually used as a skill by the junk notepad system. Snape's gaze, stare at, garbage system. When I came to the common room, he walked to the sofa in the corner of the lounge and sat down. Looking at the seniors chatting in twos and threes in the lounge, he couldn't help rubbing his temples. In the past month, because he has devoted more time and energy to transfiguration, Ike has not improved much. Except for an additional LV2 herb planting and processing and LV1 broom control, there is no change. More importantly, the illusion spell was still not found. Ike almost searched through the books about spells in the library. There is no shadow of the illusion spell. At most, there is 1 or 2 sentences explaining the effect of the illusion spell. There is no way to cast the spell. Ike even suspected that this spell was going to be found in the restricted area. But without the illusion spell, how could you secretly go to the restricted area? Ike doesn't have an invisibility cloak. Ike, why are you here alone again? Roger led a group of Quidditch players back and scratched his head when he saw Ike appear in that familiar position. Ike's talent is obvious. Even he can't master so many spells that can be cast without a weapon like Ike. But at the same time, this lonely little wizard is really a headache. Roger is naturally aware of the faint isolation of the first grade, and even Professor Flitwick knows it. As a prefect in charge, the important task of letting Ike integrate into the Ravenclaw family was naturally shouldered by Roger. Senior Davis, I was just thinking about something. Ike smiled. Oh, what's the matter? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help a little. Roger sat down on the armrest of the sofa and pushed Ike aside. Okay. This kind of scene has happened many times in the past month, especially in the past 2 weeks. And Ike can't bear Roger's enthusiasm. It's like this. I want to find a spell, but there is none in the library. This makes me very discouraged. Curse. Roger touched his chin, made a thoughtful expression, then smiled, and said, I think I know what spell you are looking for. In fact, I knew there was such a spell at the time. When it was spelled, I searched for it in the library for a long time. So you know. Senior Davis? Of course, Roger said confidently. Remember Ravenclaw's famous quote, extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. That's right. Roger clapped his hands. There are indeed many books in the library, but Hogwarts is not the only one with books in the library. Patting Ike on the shoulder, Roger said slowly, many times, we ignore some obvious answers. What is the most important thing about Ravenclaw? You are so smart. I think you will understand. Looking at Ike, who was lost in thought, Roger just smiled and left quietly. Ike was thinking about what Roger said just now. The obvious answer. He looked at the bookshelf on the wall of the lounge. Speaking of which, I haven't read these books well. Getting up from the sofa, Ike stood on the bookshelf beside him, scanning the book titles layer by layer. Most of them are miscellaneous books, and the rest are basically fantasy novels such as Legend of Merlin. After digging through the bookshelves in the lounge, I finally found the treasure hidden in it. There are study notes. There are also manuscripts. Ike flipped through a notebook that might have been in the 1950s and 1960s, and it was full of dry goods, conjectures on magic theories, translation records of ancient rune texts, tips on transfiguration, potions, and even prank spells. Ike has been thinking about how to learn the harmless poisonous spells that are widely circulated among young wizards, such as the big stick with the front teeth, the hula-lagrin, the frozen legs and the bat spell. Presumably, this kind of thing also exists in other colleges. What made Ike even more happy was that there really was a method for casting the disillusionment curse. Ike opened another notebook of a schoolgirl who had just graduated a few years ago, and there was indeed this spell in it. Even after flipping through more than a dozen notebooks, all of them have this spell. MDZZ. Ike almost cried because of his stupidity. Sure enough, as Roger said, the answer is in the obvious place. Putting the other notes back on the bookshelf, I picked up the notebook from the 1950s and 1960s, and carefully read the content about the disillusionment curse on it. The illusion spell is not an overly complex spell, and generally students who have passed OWLs can quickly learn it. In fact, this is just a camouflage spell that makes the person or thing being camouflaged look like a chameleon, with the color and texture consistent with the background and surrounding environment. You reading www. According to the notes, the illusion charm essentially uses magic power to create something like an isolation layer close to the surface on the surface of a person or object, so as to refract or even reflect light to achieve the purpose of hiding. It is also because of the magic power on the surface, so if the disillusionment spell is not proficient enough, it will be discovered by people who are sensitive to magic power. Of course, advanced illusion spell users can reach a level where they won't even notice it in front of others. In the final analysis, the difficulty of the illusion spell is not casting the spell, but controlling it. Back in the dormitory, Ike pulled out his wand and pointed it at the quill on the table. The wand quickly drew a D in the air, and the quill flickered a few times, but faded a little. The flow of magic power is a bit strange, and it's really hard to control. Ike adjusted it and cast the spell again. This time the quill became lighter again. After repeating this dozens of times, the quill finally disappeared. He cast a spell on the thick History of Magic, and History of Magic also disappeared. When he reached out to touch it, he could clearly feel that the book was there. Suddenly, Ike felt dizzy and groggy, as if he had been hungry for a long time. Is it so mana-consuming? Obviously, this is a manifestation of excessive mana consumption. Ike struggled to find a piece of chocolate from the drawer, and he recovered after eating it for a while. Looking at the system again, there is no illusion spell. Sure enough, it's not a simple spell. Ike thought to himself, not only does it consume mana, it's also hard to control, and it's just a dead thing. I haven't tried it on people yet. By the way, who is the owner of this note? Ordinary students who have passed the OWLs of this level. Ike thought about Roger, a 5th grader. It doesn't look like he's very good. Chapter 12. The practice of the disillusionment charm has come to an impasse. This is the most difficult spell to master that Ike has come into contact with. Perhaps only the Patronus charm can be harder than it. Ike even thinks that the so-called 3 unforgivable curses are not as complicated as the disillusionment curse. Sure enough, it was wrong to guess that OWLs can be studied at the level of OWLs. I am afraid that ordinary Newt's graduates will find it difficult to control. Learning this in the 1st grade was indeed too much effort. So the question is, what exactly did Roger think Ike was looking for? The homework in the 1st grade is not heavy. With his muscle memory, Ike can quickly finish the homework assigned by the professors. In this respect, apart from Hermione, no one else is as quick as Ike. Stuart and Terry were a little slower, but not too slow. If there was only one class in the afternoon, they would have finished it before dinner. Most of the rest of the time was spent on the Quidditch pitch. Ike has never really understood the sport of Quidditch. This kind of so-called competitive sports that softens football, basketball, racing and free combat. Just look at the hundreds of foul entries to know how brutal this thing is. As a team member, concussions are a common occurrence. Burns are also common, and bone fractures are commonplace. As a spectator, many times the players on the field fly too fast and too high to see clearly with just a pair of naked eyes. Even with binoculars, they often miss the target. Both the gaming experience and the viewing experience are extremely poor. Moreover, as the bottom two heroes of Hogwarts Quidditch, Ravenclaw has been at the bottom for many years, and there is no sign of rising at all. Hufflepuff also has a future star, Cedric. What about Ravenclaw? Let Q be the savior. It will be about the same after 2 years. After casting a disillusionment curse on himself, and another prototype appearance, Ike picked up his wand after a long absence. The appearance curse has reached the level of LV2. The illusion curse. Really embarrassing to the time-traveling seniors. Tired of staying in the dormitory, Axe simply opened the door and left the Ravenclaw Tower, and ran straight to the edge of the Black Lake. In the past 2 weeks, Ike likes to come here when he has nothing to do, staring at the deep and vast lake in a daze. Occasionally, the big squid in the Black Lake would crawl out of the lake, whip up the lake water with its huge tentacles, and frighten the little wizards on the shore to run around. Of course, this is of no use to Ike. Waterproofing mantra, body warming mantra and cleansing mantra, 3 mantras in one. The real one who uses it will know. Mermaids also come out occasionally, which is completely different from the young, beautiful and well-built image Ike imagined. The freshwater mermaids in the Black Lake are very ugly, holding a fork full of algae, dirty and unappetizing. Sitting quietly on the shore, Ike was also reflecting on whether he was a little eager for quick success. As far as the first grade is concerned, as long as they don't go to the Forbidden Forest, there is basically no danger. However, every time he thought of this, a pair of huge yellow snake eyes appeared in his mind. The basilisk is unreasonable. Before Christmas, you must learn the disillusionment curse. Ike cheered silently. There are still 2 months. Enough. On the way back to the auditorium, he saw Hagrid dragging a few huge pumpkins, and Ike realized that Halloween was not far away. Walking into the auditorium, I saw Professor Flitwick instructing the senior students to hang up spider webs and fake bats. Seeing Ike come in, Professor Flitwick was very happy, and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Strider, that's great. Come and help hang these things up. Professor Flitwick. Ike bowed slightly, then waved his wand, and the spider webs and fake bats piled up on the ground immediately floated up, and then waved his wand to hang them up, and the Kung Fu auditorium changed in the blink of an eye. Every time I see your levitating spell, I'm always amazed. Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your compliment, Professor Flitwick. After a few words with Professor Flitwick, Ike returned to Ravenclaw's long table. As soon as he sat down, Morag, who was chatting happily next to him, rolled his eyes. Ike returned Snape's stare, and the surrounding area immediately emptied. I didn't care. I poured a glass of pumpkin juice, inserted a chicken leg and a few pieces of veal, filled a plate full of macaroni, and added a large spoonful of mashed potatoes. Ike slowly started to eat. Recently, I have practiced a lot of illusion spells, and my appetite has increased a lot. Before Stuart and Terry finished their meal, Ike returned to the common room, picked up the familiar notebook from the 1950s and 1960s, and slowly read it. Of course, it is unavoidable to listen with closed earplugs and a silent package. On the second day, there was a charms class, a defense against the dark arts class, and another class in the afternoon. The transfiguration art of turning a quill into a pen. By the time Ike came out of the library, The Halloween dinner was about to begin. The only two Ravenclaw friends, Stuart and Terry, reserved a seat for Ike, smiled and waved to them, and Ike sat between them with a bright smile on his face. I just told Terry, if you don't come, I will go to the library to find you, and you will be there. Stuart patted Ike on the shoulder. You are all so amazing. I don't have the patience to spend in the library every day. It's just getting used to it. It's always good to read more books. I picked up a pile of alive and kicking cockroaches and stuffed them into his mouth. Under Stuart's horrified gaze, he swallowed them in 2 or 3 bites. This thing is quite interesting, but the legs are still moving when chewing. He picked up another one and handed it to Stuart. Try it, it tastes very good. No, I think Zizzy Honeybee candy is more suitable for me. I handed it to Terry, who was at the side, and saw Terry's eyes wide open, holding a licorice wand. Shrugging his shoulders, he threw the pile of cockroaches into his mouth. It was still so exciting. After a while, the dinner officially began. Countless bats were flying on the ceiling, and many small dark clouds were hovering above his head. Jack-o'-lanterns made of giant pumpkins that Hagrid had bred flickered, and sumptuous dishes appeared on the table. With a pile of cockroaches in his mouth, Ike picked up a grilled lamb chop for himself. While feeling the moving cockroach legs in his mouth, he slowly dismembered the lamb chop with a knife and fork. The cockroaches were piled into the belly, and the lamb chops were also deboned. Ike took a sip of the pumpkin juice, forked a piece and put it in his mouth. The rich barbecue sauce was mixed with the unique smell of mutton, and it was also a little spicy, just like the lamb kebabs at the roadside stalls in the past. After killing the lamb chops, Ike ate another chicken leg, a pair of chicken wings, 3 sliced steaks, and a big spoonful of mashed potatoes. Just as Ike was about to finish the last spaghetti with meatballs, he heard a bang, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in. Giant monster on ground. The underground classroom. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the floor and passed out. The auditorium suddenly became chaotic. Seeing this, Dumbledore waved his wand, and several groups of purple fireworks exploded, which attracted the attention of the young wizards. Prefect, Dumbledore said in a low voice, take the students back to the dormitory immediately. Okay, follow closely. Roger stood up and clapped his hands. The lower grades follow closely, and I will be at the end. The eaglets have calmed down a long time ago. Ike was also in the team, but his face turned cold. He suddenly remembered that according to the original plot, Hermione is in the women's bathroom next to the basement classroom at this moment, and will soon have a game of chasing each other with the troll. Ike has always had mixed feelings about Hermione. On the one hand, Hermione is really beautiful when she grows up, and on the other hand, she is the first person Ike knew in Hogwarts. What's more, as a staple of the library, Ike and Hermione often meet in the library. Even though they just sit on both sides of the long table and read their own books, it doesn't prevent them from becoming friends. Furthermore, who knows if Harry and Ron, 2 unreliable guys, can successfully rescue Hermione. Glancing in the direction of Gryffindor, he didn't see Harry and Ron. Ike hesitated a little, and immediately grabbed Stuart. If I don't come back after half an hour, remember to find Professor Flitwick. After finishing speaking, Stuart decisively gave himself a silent and unfinished disillusionment spell package with a dazed expression on his face, and disappeared into the chaotic crowd as soon as he got short. At night, the underground corridor was empty, and there were not many candles, making it look gloomy. Ike took his wand and walked slowly towards the women's toilet. Not far away, I smelled a pungent stench and ran quickly. When they saw the women's toilet, they saw Harry and Ron locking the toilet door. It's all right now, the troll can't escape. As soon as Ron finished speaking, he heard a miserable and terrified scream from the women's toilet. Not good. Hermione. Just as the two of them turned around to open the locked door, they suddenly felt their bodies being pulled apart by an inexplicable force. One left and one right separated. Torn apart. With a sound, the door of the women's toilet suddenly exploded. The two stabilized their bodies and hurriedly looked into the toilet. Just as they saw Hermione covering her mouth and looking at them in horror, there was also a huge figure looming beside her. "Run!" Harry shouted loudly, and before he finished speaking, he saw Hermione flying out of the toilet as if being pulled by something. Just about to speak again, the familiar feeling reappeared. When he came back to his senses, Hermione and Ron were half lying on the ground next to him. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps sounded, and accompanied by a pungent stench, the troll came out again carrying a thick wooden club. "You are reading www. Roar." The troll roared, and the saliva from his mouth splashed. It looked around for a while, then quickly ran towards Harry and the others. "Frozen legs, stop dead." There are many obstacles. Accompanied by 2 incantations, the giant staggered obviously, but it was only a stagger, and ran towards the 3 of them again. He just stopped after taking 2 steps. His right hand scratched its little head, as if wondering where his stick went. The 3 of Harry could see clearly that the wooden stick suddenly flew up from the troll's hand, stopped in the sky above the troll's head in the blink of an eye, and followed the troll for a certain distance. Then, it slammed down. Boom! With a loud noise, the giant fell to the ground. As if the wooden stick was still not satisfied, it flew up again, then fell hard, smashed the back of the troll's head again, and then fell to the side as if it had lost control. Harry seemed to be dreaming. A 12-foot giant fell down 2 or 3 meters in front of him. It wasn't as scary as it looked at all. It was as fragile as a chicken. What's going on here? Ron was terrified, and he was so stuttering that he was almost speechless. "Okay. It seems someone saved us." Harry regained his composure a little bit, but he was still stumbling. "Someone saved us." Hermione calmed down, pulled up the 2 useless men who were half lying on the ground, and cast a cleaning spell on them. Then, who could it be? Ron's voice was still trembling. "I didn't see the professors coming either." "Of course it's not the professor." Hermione frowned, wiped away the tears. She had been frightened before, and thought to herself, "Besides that guy, who else?" Chapter 13, When 3 people walk together, one must be stupid. Harry and Ron are the real Gryffindors, and the reckless impulse of the little lion is fully reflected in them. Most of the time, both of them just take it for granted. In contrast, although Hermione is also very impulsive, she can maintain her rationality most of the time, and she is very good at finding weird places from subtleties, so as to lock the target. Although, under the influence of Harry and Ron, this goal always misses the mark. But when it came to the troll, Hermione was sure that her answer was correct. As the know-it-all who has always occupied the first place in the grade in the original work, Miss Hermione is very sensitive about grades, especially in the lower grades. Her strong personality and self-esteem make it difficult for her to accept that she is not as good as others. So, when someone who was better than herself in charms, potions, herbalism, and transfiguration appeared, Hermione's competitive spirit was completely ignited. Just like Hermione never thought of herself as a genius, compared with real geniuses such as Bill Weasley, the eldest son of the Weasley family, there is still a certain gap. After all, only in terms of grades, Hermione failed to achieve 12 OWL's certificates. For a long time, Hermione used time and hard work to maintain her number 1 position in Gryffindor. It can be said that if there is no Ike, Hermione will sit firmly on the throne of the first age as in the original timeline. But now, she can only take 2nd place. It is also the first person Hermione met in the wizarding world. The relationship between the two has always been at the stage of more than acquaintances and less than friends. More often, they just regard each other as companions who read and study together in the library and rarely communicate with each other. And as a chaser, Hermione knew him better than Ike imagined. Suddenly, there was a sound of loud footsteps, and Professor McGonagall rushed in front of the 3 of them, with Snape and Quirrell following closely behind. Quirrell glanced at the troll, let out a feeble sob, and sat down against the wall, clutching his chest tightly. Professor McGonagall was very angry. Her face and lips were pale, and the right hand holding the wand was still shaking. "What tricks are you playing?" Professor McGonagall scolded. "This is a troll, a magical creature of level. You were lucky not to be killed by it. Why didn't you stay in the dormitory honestly?" Professor McGonagall, Harry swore. The current Professor McGonagall is 10,000 times scarier than the hateful Professor Snape. Just as he was about to tell what happened just now, he heard a voice from the side. "They're here to find me, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione, and heard Hermione say, "I saw the troll in the book, and thought I could deal with it. If it wasn't for Harry and Ron, I think I must have died. They rescued me from the toilet." Ron kept distracting the troll. Harry knocked it down with the troll's own stick. Ron made up for it. "When they arrived, I was cornered by the trolls, and they had no time to find someone." Professor McGonagall looked at Harry and Ron, who were bewildered, and they nodded immediately, expressing that everything was as Hermione said. So that's the case. Professor McGonagall pondered. "Miss Granger, Gryffindor has been deducted 5 points because of your recklessness. Now, you should hurry back to Gryffindor Tower. The Halloween dinner has been sent to all the colleges." The three of them bowed to Professor McGonagall, and turned around to go back. "Well, after all, very few first-year wizards can beat a grown troll, and you've earned 5 points for Gryffindor each. Also, I'll tell Professor Dumbledore about it. Let's go." The three left in a hurry, and ran up the stairs on both sides without saying a word. Only then could they no longer smell the stench of the troll. "Hermione, do you know who helped us?" Harry didn't mention the extra points. He didn't intend to expose Hermione's lies as an honest child. Being the smartest of the three, Hermione must have a reason for lying. "I got it." "So you're not going to tell us?" Ron muttered. "We'll keep it a secret, you know. We're the best at it." Both Harry and Hermione looked at Ron with surprised eyes, full of disbelief. No one in Gryffindor now knows that Ron Weasley is a big drumpet. If he knows any secret, it only takes one night for everyone in Gryffindor to know. Okay, I know. Ron's face was ashamed to the same color as his hair. "Go back quickly, I'm hungry." Saying that, he quickly walked towards the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Hermione followed behind Ron, and were gradually separated by a certain distance. Harry looked at Ron's back, and asked in a low voice, "Hermione, is that Ivan from Ravenclaw?" After much deliberation, "The ability to easily defeat the giant monster has something to do with us, to be precise. He is the only one who can come and save us." Hermione looked at Harry in surprise. She never thought that Harry, who had always been reckless like Ron, would. "That's right, I guess it's him too." Hermione nodded. Harry had already guessed it, and she had no reason to deny it for Ike. "But just now, why didn't you say it?" Harry asked again. Hermione stopped and looked at Harry. "Did you see Ike just now?" "No." Harry shook his head. "You were reading www. There is a spell called the Disillusionment Curse, which can make a person invisible." Hermione continued walking. "I know, Ike has been practicing this spell recently, but I don't know if he succeeded. It's something you don't start learning until 7th grade. Obviously, he succeeded." Harry shrugged his shoulders. He had no idea of the difficulty of the disillusionment charm, so he couldn't understand the shock and helplessness in Hermione's tone. "Obviously." Hermione nodded, using the disillusionment charm to hide himself, and then leaving directly after saving us. He clearly knows their own ideas. "Harry, we can't reveal Ike's secret, especially since he just saved us." "Okay, you've convinced me. You can trust me to keep the secret." Harry tilted his head to look at Hermione, and patted his chest. "I won't tell Ron. This is the best." Hermione tossed her hair, and ran towards the Gryffindor Tower without waiting for Harry. In front of the fat lady's portrait, the door was already open, and Ron was leaning against the door to argue with the fat lady. "Trust me, they're right behind and coming soon." "Red-haired boy, get out of the way. 3 minutes have passed. I want to close the door." No, please believe me. I really just need to wait a little longer. Ron suddenly heard footsteps, followed the sound and quickly shouted, "Harry!" "Hermione, hurry up, the fat lady is closing." The two hurriedly quickened their pace and ran into the archway together with Ron. "We know the password, Ron," Harry said out of breath. "Damn it." Ron obviously just realized it, and patted his head in frustration. "I forgot." Chapter 14. I got it. Hogwarts is like a sieve. There are no secrets at all. As soon as the three of Harry entered the common room, they were praised and cheered by all the Gryffindors, especially the Weasley twins, who set off magic fireworks they got from no one knew where, and used exaggerated and funny salute to the three of them. Troll Slayer. This title was worn by the three of Harry. Ron was extremely proud of this. At the same time, Ike was facing the joint interrogation of Stuart and Terry in the dormitory. "Ike, it must be the troll you defeated." Stuart tied Ike to the chair, took off one of Ike's shoes, and gestured to Scratch with a quill in his hand. "Say it. Be lenient when you confess, and be strict when you resist. You know the consequences of concealing it." Terry held a huge breadstick, which was just taken from the dining table in the common room, and it was still steaming hot. "Steaming," I said. Ike pretended to be scared. It's me, TCH, you're too unstable." Terry took a bite of the breadstick and sat down on the bed. "That's right, it's really boring," Stuart also said. Ike moved his fingers, and the rope tied to his body was naturally untied and flew to the corner. In this regard, Stuart and Terry are no strangers to it. They knew very well that Ike was just playing around with the two of them. "So, you have learned the disillusionment curse?" Stuart asked. "Not really." Ike shook his head. The disillusionment charm did not appear on his trash notebook system. "However, I think it will be soon." With that said, Ike took out his wand and cast a disillusionment spell on himself. In the eyes of Stuart and Terry, Ike's silhouette could still be vaguely seen. "It's just that the underground corridor is darker, and I've been standing in the shadows, so I haven't been discovered." Ike lifted the illusion spell and shrugged. "However, I don't know if I have lied to the professors. Maybe I was in a hurry to save people and ignored it. Who knows?" Terry broke half of the breadstick and handed it to Ike, watched Ike take a bite, and said, "I don't think I've noticed. Otherwise you wouldn't be so leisurely eating bread in the dormitory." "I hope so," Ike muttered. Although Ike ran to the dormitory from another road as soon as he was sure that the troll had passed out completely, but such a big thing happened. The professors will definitely check the scene and maybe find some clues. Ike has never learned how to disguise the scene and remove traces. As for Harry and the others, Ike is not worried. Hermione will definitely help. This is a tacit understanding between smart people. The fact is just as Ike expected, otherwise it wouldn't be the three of Harry who won the title of Troll Killer. That's right, Ravenclaw knows it too. Hogwarts is indeed a sieve. In the next few days, no matter where Harry and the others went, they could hear cheers such as Troll Slayer and Brave Potter. They watched the three of them being overwhelmed by the enthusiastic crowd and hid aside Ike, who read the book quietly, swore that he was absolutely not gloating at all. And he said the same to Hermione, who rushed to the door angrily. Silence. Mrs. Pince didn't raise her head, but her voice rang in Hermione's ears. The little witch quickly covered her mouth in fright, and gave Ike a vicious look. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" The quill made a rustling sound on the notebook. Ike glanced at it, and then silently covered the two of them. "Okay, now we can talk." Ike closed the book. "Don't worry, people outside can't hear what we are talking about, but they can see it." The little witch put away her right hand that was about to strike, and carefully looked left and right. Seeing that it was exactly as Ike said, she couldn't help but feel relieved. "What are you planning?" "Ike, I don't have any plans." Ike shook his head. "I just heard that there was a giant monster, and I accidentally found two sneaky guys sneaking away from the main force. I'm just curious." "Curiosity? Come on, Ike. Do you think I believe your nonsense?" Hermione stared looking at Ike. "Your eyes are full of scrutiny that you seem to be teasing me." Ike shrugged his shoulders. "That's the truth. otherwise you thought I would be a prophet. If I hadn't heard your screams, I wouldn't have known you were hiding in the toilet." Hermione looked relaxed. In fact, Ike, who is not afraid of boiling water, didn't say anything, but he didn't continue to ask. Unlike the lion cubs, Ravenclaw's mouths are much stricter. "Forget it. Don't tell me if you don't want to." "I don't have to know." Hermione picked up the book angrily, and left the library with a flick of her hair. Ike watched Hermione leave, and shook his head helplessly. "Maybe it's because I'm used to the tacit communication between adults, but I'm not used to Hermione's inquisitiveness." Now, no matter what class Ike is in, he will not be called up by the professors to answer questions. As if the professors deliberately ignored Ike when asking questions. Obviously, the professors already knew about it. Title: Flitwick's Pride. "That's right, I know that you were the one who defeated the giant monster. I have to say that the garbage system is still somewhat useful." As the first Quidditch match approached, as the so-called wizard's favorite sport, Quidditch's incomparable appeal has fascinated countless people. In Hogwarts, it not only determines the ownership of the House Cup to a certain extent, but also an important way to deal with conflicts between houses. That's right. The latter one only applies to the lion-snake battle. Whenever Gryffindor collided with Slytherin, the match would be fierce. This is not a description, but a statement. The average record of 5 hospitalized players per game cannot be surpassed by Magic academies all over the world. It's not just the players on the field of the 2 courts who are fanatical. You reading www. Fans are also the same. After every game, large-scale fighting between the 2 courts will break out, which has almost become a tradition. Incisors playing sticks, eating slugs, dancing tarantella, all kinds of prank spells flew all over the venue, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Of course, everyone will not make too much noise, and even the professors will only come forward to stop the situation when it is about to get out of control. If this is not the case, the fighters of the 2 houses will stop attacking very tacitly, and rush back to their respective rooms. Lounge. It's just a joke among the students. After Slytherin defeated Gryffindor, an unknown Professor Bingshan said so. Ike didn't plan to go to the game, and Stuart and Terry just shouted, seeing that Ike was indifferent. They left him alone. Having been together for more than 2 months, the little eagles have already figured out their own tempers and habits, and they are all smart people, so naturally they will not make fun of themselves. Ike was also so happy. After everyone left, he put a disillusionment spell on himself with 99% experience value, quietly came to the portrait of Barnabas beaten by the troll with a stick, and walked in front of the wall 3 times. A smooth door appeared in front of my eyes. Push the door open and enter. It is an empty room with only 3 dummies in the middle. Ike took out his wand. Facing the dummy, the wand drew an arc in the air, and shouted, "Thunderbolt explosion!" A red light shot out from the tip of the stick, and hit the dummy directly. With a bang, the entire dummy in the middle exploded, and even the dummy on both sides were also impacted. The one's missing arms and legs were already broken. Ike closed his eyes tightly, feeling the flow of magic power in his body, and when he opened them again, another line of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Explosion Curse LV1, Learned. Chapter 15 Conjecture. Thunderbolt Explosion, Thunderbolt Explosion, Thunderbolt Explosion. Ike summoned a chair, with his right hand drooping beside him, and a quilt filled with water was held in his left hand. He raised his head and drank it up, and summoned 3 dummies again, but he didn't wave his wand again. Explosion spell LV2. Learned. Compared to auxiliary spells like the Levitating Curse, this attack spell consumes a lot. Also, there seems to be something wrong. Ike thought to himself, perhaps he had released too many explosion spells in a short period of time, and now he wants to throw one at the dummy when he sees it. Is it too much self-suggestion? In the Hogwarts library, there is a theoretical book called Mind, What You Don't Understand. There is a sentence in it that impressed Ike deeply. Magic will always subtly change the will of wizards. Just like black magic will make wizards more extreme, bloodthirsty, and evil, Some inconspicuous spells will also affect wizards. Wizards who often use cleaning spells will find it increasingly difficult to tolerate dust. Even if it is not easy to be noticed, the impact does exist. From this perspective, it makes sense that the explosive curse would make people want to destroy. However, it shouldn't be so obvious. Ike decided to take a break for a while. Compared with the little wizards in the same grade, Ike felt that the only thing he was stronger than them was his mind. So, what went wrong? The thoughts in my heart turned, and everything in the room except Ike's chair was turned upside down. The ceiling turned into a bright white circular vault, and a beautiful chandelier in the middle, still shaking. The rough but solid floor tiles have been replaced with brand new wooden floors, the dummy is gone, and a fireplace has been added to the wall. And there is even a fire burning inside. By the wall to the left of the fireplace stood 5 or 6 tall bookshelves filled with books. On the other side is an exquisite desk, on which paper, pens, and ink are neatly arranged. The place of the dummy has an extra carpet with a majestic fire dragon embroidered on it, surrounded by 4 sofas. Ike stood up, and the chair under him turned all the way to the front of the table. When he stood up again, his appearance had changed. At first glance, he looked like the chairs of professors in the auditorium. Pulling out a brand new book from the bookshelf, it turned out to be worn out in his hand. It turned out to be a fantasy novel that Ike had read in the library. He picked up another copy at random, but it was standard spells, which was exactly the same as the one Ike had borrowed. Sitting on the sofa by the fireplace, Ike fell into deep thought. The magic of the Room of Response is somewhat beyond Ike's imagination. Not only can it appear according to people's needs, but it can also be changed and adjusted at any time inside. This is not something that ordinary magic can do, and it is obviously very difficult to figure out the mystery inside. Of course, this is not what Ike can explore now. According to Mind, What You Don't Know and the Theory of Magic, it is certain that the wizards will and magic are an interactive relationship. The former determines the success and power of the spell, and the latter and it can subtly influence the wizard's habits and personality. However, another decisive factor for the success of a spell is magic power, which is the magical power unique to wizards. Then, here comes the problem. During the release of the magic, what happened to the magic power? What are the differences between the release of offensive spells, even black magic, and the release of ordinary spells in terms of magic power? Is the wizard's will the root cause of the change in the nature of magic power? Ike raised his hand to call for a pen and paper, wrote these 3 questions on it, thought for a while, and then circled the change in nature. The trip to the restricted area is imminent. This feeling of discovering a problem but not getting an answer made Ike a little annoyed. Of course, what was even more irritating was the disillusionment spell that had not appeared on the waste notepad system for a long time. Ike could feel that his disillusionment curse was only a little short, but he couldn't overcome it for a long time. A flawed disillusionment charm doesn't keep Ike from being discovered. Only by thoroughly learning the illusion curse can you ensure that you will not be discovered by the vast majority of people in the castle when you entered the restricted area, and you can ensure that Ike has enough time to find the answer in the restricted area, and then you can rest assured or plan to learn all kinds of books. Curse. Before you find the answer, you can't rush to increase the level of the attack spell. Ike made a decision, and with a thought in his heart, the room returned to its original appearance. All petrochemical. Damned. Disarm you. The flames are blazing. The flames are blazing. Thousands of ammunition. Flocks of birds. Each LV1 flashed in front of Ike's eyes, representing each spell being mastered by Ike. But what followed was a strong urge to destroy everything, even Avada. Before Ike finished chanting the spell, the magic wand suddenly resisted and unilaterally cut off Ike's magic power input. Ike was frightened into a cold sweat, and quickly checked the wand. Fortunately, the cedar wood was still extremely smooth, and even slowly emitted a soft white light. After Ike woke up, unicorn hair. Ike sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. The reaction of magic spells to wizards is especially noticeable to him. Ike underestimated this, or when he made the decision to let all attack spells reach OV1, you were reading www. Himself was still exploding under the negative influence of the mantra. If it weren't for the magic wand with unicorn hair as the core, which can prevent the master from succumbing to black magic to a certain extent, Ike might have successfully cast the killing curse, and at that time, the negative effects of the killing curse would not be magnified to what extent. Ike looked at the fragments and ashes of the dummy scattered on the ground again, turned around and opened the door, cast an unfinished disillusionment spell on himself, and walked towards the Ravenclaw common room. Sitting on the familiar sofa, Ike released the awakening spell on himself one after another, and forced to enter the sage time 12 times. The function of the awakening spell is to revive the unconscious person, and also to calm down the furious and impulsive person. 12 sobriety spells will make people calm down to the extreme, and even temporarily lose their emotions, with an indifferent attitude of indifference and indifference to everything. This was discovered by Ike when he was practicing the awakening spell. In the sage mode, Ike can force himself to look at problems rationally, get rid of distracting thoughts, and feel the changes in his body more clearly. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the sage mode, Ike discovered something was wrong. The activity of the magic power is even higher. If we say that under normal circumstances, the magic power in Ike's body is like a slowly flowing stream, but now it's like an energetic child, unable to calm down at all. The spell stops immediately. After the sage's time was over, the irritability surged up again. Ike looked at the bust of Ravenclaw in the common room, and felt an inexplicable urge to blow it up. Suppress this impulsive, Ike rushed back to the dormitory, turned on the bed, and pointed his wand at his head. Damned! A red light flashed, and Ike lost consciousness. Chapter 16 Disadvantages. Merlin once said that the best way to solve troubles is to sleep, and when you fall asleep, all troubles will be gone. When Ike woke up again, it was already night. After rubbing his neck, he slightly relieved the soreness caused by the impact of the stunning curse, and only then did he come back to his senses. He looked out of the window, and then at the wall clock on the wall of the dormitory. It was almost 8 o'clock. Stuart and Terry were still not back, either in the common room or in the auditorium. Sure enough, as soon as they came to the common room, they saw Stuart and Terry discussing today's game intensely with Michael and Anthony. The two sides debated whether Harry's broom was broken or someone cast a curse on him. Depending on the situation, Stuart and the two thought that the broom was broken. They were about to fail when they saw Ike appear. They quickly shouted, "Ike! Oh my God, you've been sleeping in the dormitory until now." "Yeah, I've been really tired recently." Ike was still a little listless, and he waved his hand as a greeting. "I'm going to find something to eat. You guys continue." The Hogwarts dinner started at 6 o'clock and ended at 8 o'clock. If you miss dinner time, you can only go to the kitchen to find something to eat. All the way to the basement, passing the entrance of Hufflepuff's lounge, Ike stood in front of the portrait of the silver plate full of fruit, reached out and scratched the pear on the painting, and the pear laughed and turned into a handle. Grabbing the handle and pulling it, an archway appeared in front of him. Through the short archway, you can see several senior Hufflepuffs sitting at a table with many desserts on the table, including chocolate sponge cake, jam donuts and puddings of various flavors along with ice cream. Ike also sees two bratwursts on a plate in front of a Hufflepuff. The location of the Hogwarts kitchen is not a secret to the Hufflepuffs. After all, the house elves in the castle today are basically descendants of the house elves taken in by Miss Hufflepuff. Naturally close, Lady Helga Hufflepuff is best known for her food-related spells. Many dishes from the Hufflepuff ladies are still served at the Hogwarts banquet. Therefore, it is not unusual for little badgers to appear in the kitchen. It's a strange thing that Ike, Ravenclaw, appears here. Ignoring those strange and probing eyes, Ike went straight to sit at another table next to him. As soon as he sat down, a house elf wearing tattered curtains appeared beside Ike. The house elf looked at Ike cautiously, grabbed the rags on his body, and asked in a low voice, "This little wizard, what Ogilvy and Mather can do for you?" With a smile on his face, Ike replied. "I missed dinner. Can you give me something to eat?" Ogilvy. It's an honor for Ogilvy to serve the little wizards. Ogilvy hurriedly bent down, snapped his fingers, and delicious food appeared on the table in front of Ike. Roast beef, steak, boiled potatoes, potato chips, pasta, macaroni, sausages, and desserts like the little badgers on the side table piled up a table full. Seeing that there was almost no room left on the table, Ike quickly said, Okay, Ogilvy, there are too many. Just leave me some roast beef, 1 steak, 2 small sausages, half a plate of macaroni, plus a mango pudding and a glass of pumpkin juice." Ogilvy snapped his fingers again, and only the food Ike mentioned was left on the table. "Are these enough for you to enjoy?" "That's enough, Ogilvy, thank you." "Oh!" Ogilvy screamed and disappeared as if stimulated. Ike was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the house elves regard serving their master as the most important task. Once they are praised, they will be extremely excited, and even become so excited that they crazily self-mutilate. Ogilvy shouldn't be self-farming. Ike didn't think too much. He forked a piece of roast beef with his right hand and put it in his mouth. The tender and juicy beef crazily stimulated Ike's taste buds, and Ike couldn't help but hum one sound. Under the surprised eyes of the little badgers, Ike ate the food on the table like a cloud, burped contentedly, smiled and nodded at the little badgers, and left the kitchen. Slowly returning to the Ravenclaw Tower, Stuart and the others disappeared again. Ike sat on the sofa that had been recognized as him by default, and casually called a notebook from the bookshelf beside him, opened it, absent-minded look at. After falling asleep and having a full meal, Ike finally recovered, and his smart IQ once again took the high ground. Comparing his reactions to practicing spells with other little wizards and what he saw in his senior's notes these days, Ike suddenly had a guess in his heart. Maybe what happened to me. Ordinary little wizards learn magic spells, which is a process of continuous improvement. Through repeated practice, they can be mastered bit by bit. At the beginning, there will be a situation where the time is not working. You are reading www. With the deepening of practice and understanding of the spell, you will gradually become proficient. As far as Ike is concerned, as long as he successfully releases it once, the system will display the LV1 level. If you can't improve the level of the spell, you will naturally cast spells silently and without a weapon, which is equivalent to infinitely shortening or even replacing the long practice stage of other wizards. However, the influence of magic on people will not disappear because of this. On the contrary, without that period of practice, it is a process of gradual adaptation, allowing those negative influences to accumulate and even explode at the same time. Garbage system. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this was the truth of the matter. Otherwise it would be impossible to understand why others would release the explosive curse and nothing would happen. But I would turn into a king of destruction after a few shots. Especially after the continuous spell level swiping screen, Ike almost threw Avada out with one shot. God knows if it wasn't for the savior of the wand, would Ike go crazy because of this? He still doesn't want to be the youngest prisoner in Azkaban. I'm still in a hurry. Ike rubbed his temples. It's already clear, all that's left is to adjust the plan. The illusion charm still ranks first, but after the illusion curse, the practice of other spells will be stopped, and they will focus on the study of magic theory and transfiguration. Then, learn the Patronus charm. If Ike's conjecture is not wrong, the reaction of the Patronus charm to him will reduce the reaction of the attack spell. As one of the oldest and most powerful defensive spells, there is no doubt that the Patronus charm is powerful and difficult. This will be a more difficult learning process than the disillusionment charm. But it is something Ike must master, otherwise Ike would not dare to practice offensive spells such as Explosion Curse, Flame Curse, and Splitting Curse, not to mention black magic. Chapter 17 Christmas Eve. November passed quietly, and with a heavy snow covering the entire school, Ike's disillusionment spell finally succeeded. This is Ike's longest spell so far, and when he reached LV1, Ike finally understood what is so difficult about the disillusionment spell. Different from other spells, although the illusion spell is mostly cast on the caster himself, the effect of the spell is on other people except the caster. The reason why they couldn't see the objects was that they were actually disturbed by the magical power of the disillusionment curse. In other words, this spell will have an effect on both the target of the spell and the person looking at the target. The casting process of the former is no different from that of other spells, but the difficulty is the latter, which requires a high degree of control over the magic power. Because of the existence of the waste notepad system, although many of Ike's spells have reached the level of casting spells without battle and silently, but in fact it depends on the level of spells in the system, and Ike's control over magic power is not so good. Powerful. It's still the same problem. The existence of the system makes Ike's foundation not enough to support his spell level. If the foundation is not solid and the house is built too high, there will definitely be problems. Quick success and instant benefit are not worth it. Ike learned his lesson and reread standard spells and magic theory. Learn the new by reviewing the past, read the book 100 times, and see the truth for yourself. In this regard, the wisdom of the ancestors is absolutely correct. Among other things, with the help of the magic affinity talent, Ike can clearly feel that his control over the magic in his body is constantly strengthening. Just like what Professor McGonagall did when he met him for the first time in Santa Maria, it wasn't the magic spell that made the pen fly in midair at that time, but Ike's own magic power. Now, Ike just picks up that feeling again and keeps practicing. Not long before Christmas, Ike was able to simultaneously control 9 pens to fly quickly within atomic range centered on him, and change the flight trajectory at any time. It is undoubtedly quite difficult to do this with magic power alone. It's a pity that Ike can't make the number of controls reach double digits, that is to say, 9 pens is already the current limit. In the second week of December, Ike applied to Professor Flitwick for a vacation stay. In this regard, Ike has explained to Julian through the school's owl. Although Julian regretted that Ike could not spend Christmas with her and Santa Maria's children, she also respected Ike's decision, and also sent a brand new sweater. This is the tradition of Santa Maria. Every Christmas, children in the orphanage will receive one, donated by a local factory in Gloucester. As for the style, it can only be said that it has a festive atmosphere. Ike was extremely thankful that Stuart and Terry had already left school when he received the sweater, and he didn't want to try it because of the feeling of social death. For the students staying in school, the Christmas holiday is actually not as relaxing as imagined. Professors often assign a lot of homework before the holiday, which has already taken up a large part of the holiday. In addition, the prefect will also decorate the entire castle. A young wizard with outstanding grades like Ike is undoubtedly a good helper. Moreover, there are only a small number of students staying in school, so it is undoubtedly more convenient for the prefects and professors to take care of them. In addition to the additional patrol team due to Filch's strong request, it is not as easy as it is during normal classes. Using the levitation charm to help Professor Flitwick hang the decorations on the Christmas tree, Ike was finally able to relax a bit. There are only 3 Ravenclaw first-year students staying in school: Ike, Padma and Morag. Facing Morag and Padma, Ike has no desire to communicate at all, or in other words, he has no intention of talking to Ike at all. Think. After half a semester, Ike managed to make himself the strangest one in Ravenclaw, where there are many weirds. Except for Stuart and Terry, even Michael and Anthony rarely talked to Ike, and even more not to mention Morag and the others. Of course, this kind of result is more because of Ike. Whoever told him to be okay used Snape's gaze to scare others. Self-inflicted evil can't live. On Christmas Day, when Ike woke up, he only received 5 poor presents. Professor McGonagall sent Transfiguration today for a whole year, and folded up all the articles in it that she thought were worth reading. The real lens will slowly change color. Stuart sent a brand new notebook that just matched the new quill that Terry had given him. As for Hermione, what she gave was an old book, curses and anti-curses. It can only be said that this gift is very Hermione. I put on the special Christmas sweater sent by Julianne, put on a winter robe over it, and wore the dimming glasses given by Professor Flitwick on his nose, and walked towards the auditorium. The auditorium on Christmas Day was very lively. In front of the professor's long table, Dumbledore was recommending the cockroach pile to Snape, as if he couldn't see that Snape's face was stretched out. You were reading WWW. Even Trelawney, who seldom appeared, was drinking by the side with a glass, squinting her eyes and enjoying herself. Ike smiled and declined Roger's invitation, sat at the end of the long Ravenclaw table, picked up a mango pudding and ate it. If there is no accident, he will eat and eat until the end of the dinner. Compared to usual, the Christmas dinner was much richer. In addition to the usual roast beef, steak, mashed potatoes, and roast chicken, there are also 100 fat roast turkeys. Just from the color point of view, it is undoubtedly attractive. It's a pity that Ike has never been interested in food like turkey, and the taste is really not good. Among the noisy crowd, Ike spent a very peaceful Christmas. Hiccuping while walking towards the dormitory, at least I feel satisfied. The common room was very lively, like a party. Roger kept giving others the magical fireworks he specially prepared. This kind of fireworks purchased from Zuko's magic joke shop will turn into various animals and put various hats on people. Roger was wandering around in the lounge wearing a gorgeous top hat, and behind the hat was a four-legged French fighter, which was very funny. Smiling, he took the firework that Roger handed over, opened it and released colorful sparks. Then a lazy British short stretched its waist, and then lay on Ike's head. It was a match for Roger's firework. Very good match. Watching Roger run aside to give fireworks to others, Ike quietly returned to the dormitory. Lying on the bed, he picked up the curses and anti-curses that Hermione had given him, and bored away the time. When the wall clock on the wall pointed to 12 o'clock, Ike put down the book, skillfully put on the disillusionment charm and quietly left the Ravenclaw Tower. Target, Restricted Area. Chapter 18 The Book of Spells and the Standard Spells. Hogwarts at night is quiet, with a sense of déjà vu of a gloomy castle in a horror movie. However, it just seemed that there was no one there. All the school rules of Hogwarts are useless in many cases, as long as one has enough ability and is not found or caught when doing something out of line. Then all the school rules are just a dead letter and useless. This is especially true for curfews and forest bans. Although Dumbledore would emphasize it at the opening dinner every year, it is a pity that almost all senior students have violated these two rules. I could clearly feel that at the door of an abandoned classroom next to the corner of the stairs on the 5th floor, there were two students who were close together and didn't know what they were doing. They weren't very proficient in the disillusionment charm. When Ike went downstairs, he glanced casually and found strange magic fluctuations there. It seems that they don't even have the level of LV1. Ignoring the couple who didn't know if they were from the corrupt country or if opposites attract, Ike came to the library cautiously. The library door was closed at night, but it was not locked, and it opened with a light push. After closing the door with his backhand, he went straight to the entrance of the restricted area. Although it is locked, it is no different from an unlocked lock, and it will be opened with an unlocking spell. If you really don't get caught, then nothing will happen. Ike secretly complained, and had a deeper understanding of Hogwarts school rules. Different from the books outside the door for students to browse at will. Just after stepping through the door of the restricted area, Ike felt a faint chill. Content not suitable for young students to read. This description can summarize all the books in the restricted area. But pay attention to the key points. Not suitable, young. Some contents are indeed dangerous, such as books related to black magic. Most of those books have been cast with vicious magic. The damage in the form of impact is mostly similar to taboo blood fusion, vicious curse, evil magic creature cultivation and sacrifice ceremony. These are obviously not suitable for young wizards with low magic level and low magic knowledge. Conversely, if the magic level, Wizards with a high degree of magic awareness and magic power control will have no major problems if they look through it. I carefully checked the banned books on the bookshelf, directly ignoring the bloody ones, those with unknown leather covers, and books with barely audible whispers, those he still dare not touch. Others who were chained and still struggling, even went around and walked away. After searching for a while, Ike found what he wanted on the most ordinary-looking bookshelf. The Book of Spells and the complete and unabridged edition of the Standard Spells by Miranda Goshawk. Book of Spells is the first spell textbook created by Miranda Goshawk. Once it was published, it was translated into 72 languages including goblins and mermaids, and was used by all magic schools around the world. However, because it contained some curses, it caused a lot of controversy. Although Miranda Goshawk believed that using moderately aggressive spells would prevent students from settling disputes with more dangerous spells, this clearly did not satisfy skeptics and naysayers. So I don't know when the Book of Spells was placed in the restricted area. It's a pity that locking the Book of Spells can't stop the curse from spreading among the little wizards. Standard Spells is a teaching material specially compiled by Miranda for learning spells for little wizards after the Book of Spells was boycotted based on her experience when she was studying at Hogwarts. Compared with Book of Spells, Standard Spells has more spells and more detailed explanations. But in the first edition of Standard Spells, there are still many mischief spells and even offensive spells that can cause serious injuries, which also caused Standard Spells to follow in the footsteps of Book of Spells. As for the subsequent series of textbooks, they are the products after deleting the curses and offensive spells, and some difficult spells have also been removed. For example, the Patronus Charm. And no matter in the Book of Spells or the complete and unabridged version of Standard Spells, there is a Patronus Charm. Putting the two books into the robe and hugging them, and locking the door of the restricted area, I quietly walked towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Hogwarts at night is almost as lively as it is during the day, and the troublemakers like to make trouble for the castle gatekeeper. Peeves likes to add jobs to Filch and Mrs. Norris, and the Weasley twins, such as Gryffindor, are the best of them. Ike didn't want to gamble on whether the Christmas dinner made the troublemakers give up their battle plan tonight, or maybe it was a subconscious guilty conscience after doing something bad, and the speed of going back was much faster. Ike observed at the door of Ravenclaw for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Ike gently knocked on the door knocker. Where does the afternoon come before the morning? In the dictionary. Very good answer. After the bronze door knocker finished speaking in a muffled voice, he opened the door panel, revealing the archway leading to the common room. Ike maintained the disillusionment charm, and went straight through the lounge and returned to the dormitory. Put the booty under the pillow and go straight to bed. When I woke up the next morning, it was almost noon when you read books at WWW. Stuart and Terry didn't know where they were going to play again. Ike didn't explore, and after a simple wash, he came to the portrait of Barnabas playing silly with a troll stick with two books in his arms. Walking back and forth 3 times, thinking about a room dedicated to Ike Strider of Ravenclaw, a gorgeous door appeared on the wall as Ike expected. Push the door open and enter. It is a room very similar to the Ravenclaw common room. It is very spacious, and directly opposite the door is a burning fireplace. On the fireplace, there is a row of letters shining with soft white light, spelling Ike's name. There is a single sofa on the left side of the fireplace. The floor is covered with a Ravenclaw blue carpet, and a wooden coffee table is placed above the eagle embroidery in the center of the carpet. Behind the sofa is a potion workbench, complete with potion tools such as a crucible, chopping board, knife, roller, spoon, etc. There is also a cabinet next to it, but there are no potion ingredients in it. On the other side of the wall is a desk, similar to the one in Ike's dormitory. There are 2 rows of bookshelves on both sides. In addition to the books owned and spent by Ike, there are also books unique to the room of requirement. Hundreds of books, such as self-defense charms, outsmarting the dark arts, common spells and solutions, etc. Sitting on the sofa and putting the standard spells on the coffee table, Ike opened the book of spells. Most of the spells in it, Ike, have reached LV6. I took a rough look at the rest of the magic spells, such as the bat spell, the front tooth matchstick, the dancing spell, and other prank spells are not complicated. Some Mike has already studied past, just not used, so there is no grade display on the waste notepad system. After flipping through it, there was only one spell left, which happened to be the target of Ike's sneaking into the restricted area. One of the oldest and most powerful defensive spells, the Patronus Charm. Chapter 19, Ice and Fire. The records of the Patronus Charm in Book of Spells are quite detailed, combined with the relevant content in standard spells. Ike has a clearer understanding of this spell that most wizards cannot cast. Understanding. Unlike other spells, the Patronus Charm does not have a specific wand action. Whether you swing the wand like a whip or simply shake it, it does not affect the release of the Patronus Charm. Really, against the spell, what is decisive is not the joyful emotions required in the release process, but the purity of one's own soul. Only pure, beautiful, and unpolluted soul owners can release the Patronus Charm. Conversely, if a large amount of black magic is used, the soul will be polluted. Vicious and evil people will also be backlashed by the Patronus Charm. The moment the spell takes effect, they will be backlashed by the magic, and there is no possibility of rescue. This is a real white magic. The basic requirements are so high, no wonder there are so few people who can do it. I couldn't help but sigh. Count the wizards that Ike knows who can release the Patronus Charm. Dumbledore is the #1 white wizard in the world, and he has been fighting against the evil Dark Lord. Although Snape was once a Death Eater, he had the deepest love for Lily in his heart. Lupin was poor, and most of the time he even relied on the support of other members of the Order of the Phoenix, but every time the moon was full, he would find a place where there was no one by himself, and endured the pain of being transformed into a werewolf. Not to mention Hermione and her 2 useless men, Ike believes that no matter what kind of magic, the protagonist group can learn it, and there is no research significance. However, Ike's situation is a bit special, and he is a little uncertain about this basic condition. Bosses from the heavens and the world, bless you. Thinking carefully about what I have done in my past and present lives, although for various reasons I have never done good things like helping an old lady cross the road or helping a fallen grandfather, but I have never done anything bad, so there should be no problem. As for the happy things, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, I put the Book of Spells on the table, got up and left the room of requirement. Not yet. The Christmas holiday passed quickly, and the Hogwarts castle was lively again. The returning little wizards kept showing off their holiday experience to others, and what a wonderful gift their parents bought for themselves. I quietly bypassed the chattering little wizards one after another, sat at the end of the long Ravenclaw table, picked up a piece of toast and ate breakfast in silence. After Michael and Anthony returned, Ravenclaw first year was back to how it was before the holidays, and Ike's isolation was even worse. When Stuart and Terry sometimes wanted to invite Ike to join them, they were even discouraged by others now. After doing this several times, the two could only keep a certain distance from Mike when they were outside. Fortunately, other people can't control the affairs in the dormitory. Ike is also happy. Recently, he just wants to be alone. In the past week, he has only learned one copy spell. After discovering that the Book of Spells and standard spells have been cast with anti-copy magic, it is even more salty. Don't go to that weirdo. I heard that no one in Ravenclaw likes him at all. While eating, Ike suddenly heard someone hinting at something, and habitually looked over with Snape's gaze, and saw a fluffy ball grab 2 troublesome ghosts, and one of the red-haired troublemakers met Ike's terrifying eyes like stagnant water while talking. Ron let go of Hermione's sleeve, shrunk his neck subconsciously, and hid behind Hermione inadvertently. The same is true for Harry. Ike's eyes are particularly lethal to him. Hermione was full of energy, and pushed Harry and Ron to the side of the long Ravenclaw table with one hand on the left and the other on the right. "Good morning, Hermione." Ike pulled out a smiling face, poured a glass of pumpkin juice and handed it to Hermione. "Have you had breakfast? Today's pumpkin juice is very good." "Not yet." Hermione took a sip from the cup under the worried eyes of Harry and Ron, but Ike's eyes remained unchanged, which made them have some bad guesses. "It feels no different from yesterday's. There are still some. Today's ones are a little sweeter." "Really?" Hermione took another sip. "You say it like that. It seems really sweet." "I'll just say it." Ike smiled and took a bite of the toast in his hand. "By the way, what do you want from me?" "Almost forgot." Hermione patted her forehead, then gave the two useless men beside her a hard look. "Do you know Nicole Flamel?" "I know." Ike nodded, and took another bite of bacon. "Today's bacon is not very good. It has been fried for a long time." "You know what to say." Hermione was a little anxious, and there were two surprise guys next to him. "I found research on the development of modern witchcraft, the list of famous wizards in modern times and great wizards of modern times, but there was nothing there." "Find him." "Of course you can't find it," Ike replied with a smile. "Nicholas Flamel, also known as Nicole Flamel, was born in the 14th century, and he should be more than 660 years old now. The greatest alchemist in the world." Ike paused, satisfied with the astonished expressions of Harry and Ron. Ike involuntarily narrowed his eyes. "The Philosopher's Stone is the greatest alchemy creation in the world. It can turn any metal into pure gold. Of course, compared with its other function, turning a stone into gold is nothing. Think about it. A person born in the 14th century has lived until now." Ike finished eating the food in his hand happily. "You were reading www. Immortal, what a magical thing." Looking at Ike, who left alone, Harry couldn't help frowning, and said to Hermione, who was a little angry, "Hermione, we really shouldn't have come to see Ike today." "What's wrong?" Hermione was a little annoyed. "Just now he casually told us the answer that the two of you didn't find during your vacation." I know, I don't deny this," Harry quickly explained. "However, you also heard his tone and expression when he mentioned the Philosopher's Stone just now. I think he has other thoughts." "What?" Hermione was about to say something again when she was interrupted by Ron. "That's right. Look at his eyes. It's exactly the same as Snape." Ron lowered his body, pretending to be cautious, but his voice was not at all cautious. "Maybe he is Snape. His illegitimate child is not necessarily either. The same eyes are hated by others, and they all care about the Philosopher's Stone. Trust me, it must be like this." "No, Ike is not that kind of person," Hermione quickly denied. "Think about it. Have you seen him in the library since you came back from your vacation? You two were always in the library before." Ron. Seeing that Hermione's face turned cold, Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, but it was too late. Hermione gave the two of them a hard look, got up and left the auditorium. Did I say the wrong thing again?" Ron didn't realize it until Hermione left, and asked Harry with some hesitation. Harry nodded, patted Ron's shoulder meaningfully, made a gesture of scissors, and said, "Twice, Ron. I hope I won't meet any giant monster again." Chapter 20 Stuart's Kindness. After leaving the auditorium, I came to the edge of the Black Lake alone. Hogwarts in January is very cold. There have been several snowfalls in the past few days, and some of them have not yet melted. When the wind blows, they hit their faces like ice slag. Ike put a warming spell on himself, but he still felt cold, even though his body would not feel cold at all under the effect of magic. Boom! A snowball flew from behind. Ike moved the snowball slightly with his fingers and stopped half a meter behind him, then flew towards the direction of attack at a faster speed, and a dozen more snowballs flew from the ground, followed by then flew out. "Ike, stop it!" Stuart dodged aside the moment the snowball stopped, but the snowball came too fast, and it took 5 or 6 hits in a row to escape the subsequent attacks. Seeing more snowballs floating up, he begged for mercy. Ike smiled and let Stuart go. While shaking the snow on his clothes, Stuart complained, "The snow has melted for several days. and it's all black. I have to wash my clothes when I go back. You know I hate washing clothes the most. It's all the house elves doing laundry. What's bothering you? Besides, you did it first, so I just fought back. I cast a cleansing spell on Stuart. There's still magic, isn't it? Clothes cleaned with magic have no soul. Stuart straightened his clothes and rubbed his hands. It's so cold. I really don't know why you came here. Come out and enjoy the breeze. Don't you think the current Black Lake is very beautiful? I pointed to the frozen lake in front of him and said, you don't want to go skating? I don't want to. Stuart shook his head like a fly. Roger said that the giant squid in the Black Lake likes to tap the ice from below when the little wizards skate. You know, it is so big that it doesn't know, light and heavy. It often breaks the ice surface. Is that so? Forget it. I don't want to drink Madame Pomfrey's special cold potion. It will make my ears feel uncomfortable when I see smoke coming out of my ears. You're right to think so, Stuart replied, then hesitated for a moment, and said carefully, Ike, actually, when I came here, I thought. That is, I feel that something is wrong with you recently. If possible, please tell me. We are friends, aren't we? Ike turned around, looked at the careful Stuart, and couldn't help showing a smile. It's just some small troubles when learning the spell. Nothing can't be solved. I just relax a little, and the problem will be solved soon. Okay. Stuart nodded. However, I want to say that you don't need to push yourself so hard. And you don't have to be so stiff with Morag and the others. Actually, everyone knows that you have sealed yourself off many times. I feel that you push yourself too hard. Hogwarts has never had a first-year student who can master silent spellcasting and unarmed spellcasting like you. I think, if you try to communicate more with everyone, it's actually a good thing, isn't it? In fact, everyone doesn't hate you, it's just you're just afraid of me. Aren't you? Ike still had a smile on his lips, but Stuart shuddered for no reason. That's it, Stuart said loudly, sometimes your expression is really scary, especially when you use that kind of look. It's really scary. I feel like I'm going to suffocate several times. Ike patted Stuart's shoulder with a smile, and said, okay, I see, I will pay attention. You'd better do it. Stuart showed a vicious expression, otherwise, even if I can't beat you, I will definitely make you pay the price. Okay, I got it. Ike moved his fingers, and a whirlwind swept the snow within 3 meters in front of him to the Black Lake. The snow flew into the air and scattered, looking very nice in the sun. I just haven't figured out one thing. What about now? Figured out. Stuart looked at Ike's smiling face. Although he still had doubts in his heart, Ike said you believe me all over his face. So he believed it for now. This sentence of persuasion is due to love, and Ike naturally understands this, and he can only thank Stuart who came to say these words. Perhaps, we should really try to get in touch with them. On the way back, Ike was thinking while listening to Stuart talking about some interesting things recently. In fact, he also knows that the current isolated situation is caused by himself. Just like Morag, although he always greeted with blank eyes every time he met, didn't he also use Snape's gaze to scare people? 1 point for playfulness, 3 points for deliberation, and the remaining 6 points for vigilance can be put down, at least for them. In the next period of time, Stuart and others found that Ike became more and more cheerful. Although he still ran away from time to time, he would slowly join the conversation between them. The activities in the common room will also be there. It's just that I still have the habit of frightening people with my eyes from time to time, but after such a long time, I'm actually used to it. Even Morag would only roll his eyes when Ike showed Snape's gaze. This is pretty good. At least it looks a lot more harmonious. Professor Flitwick, that's it. Ike is much better now, and I think he is slowly integrating, Stuart said while sitting opposite Professor Flitwick's desk, holding a cup of hot chocolate. That's good. Professor Flitwick took out a small cake from the drawer and handed it to Stuart. You were reading www.com. Sure enough, the communication between you is better, and Mr. Strider can listen to it. So, Mr. Ackley, Would you like another small cake? I always think this is the best dessert in Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick took out another small cake from the drawer and handed it to Stuart. No, Professor Flitwick. Stuart waved his hand. Okay. Professor Flitwick grabbed another handful of candies from the drawer. Let's get some candies. Actually, I don't like these candies very much, but I get a lot of them every Christmas, especially the pile of cockroaches. I don't know why there are such horrible candies. Professor Flitwick. Stuart looked at the pile of cockroaches crawling around on the table, and said with some resistance, if possible, I would like some piles of cockroaches. Ike likes to eat this very much, although I also think it's scary. Really? Mr. Stuart's taste is very similar to Dumbledore's. Professor Flitwick wrapped up the pile of cockroaches in the drawer and handed them to Stuart. They are the only two people I know who like this thing. Maybe the two of them like it in the whole magic world, maybe. With that said, Professor Flitwick blinked. I think so too. Stuart took the paper bag, got up and said, Professor Flitwick, can I go now? I want to send these to Ike quickly. Of course, Mr. Ackley. Professor Flitwick nodded and watched Stuart leave the office. Fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, then picked up the quill pen and wrote something on a piece of parchment, then folded the paper into a paper crane, threw it into the sky, and the paper crane flew out with its wings flapping. Maybe you don't need to be so nervous. Chapter 21 Rigorous and Assumed. Crunch, crunch. Chewing the pile of cockroaches, feeling the small claws of the pile of cockroaches constantly scratching in his mouth, the sweetness exploded in his mouth, and Ike squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Stuart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony looked terrified as if they were looking at a monster. Morag, Mandy, and Padma even turned their heads away early, covered their mouths, and their stomachs churned. Oh my God! I shouldn't have given this to you. Stuart wanted to snatch the paper bag, but was hit by a combination of a leg-locking spell and a levitating spell, and swiped his hands in the air for a while. Okay, I won't eat. Ike threw another cockroach into his mouth, and broke the spell casually. As soon as Stuart's foot hit the ground, he rushed up and punched Ike several times. Ike didn't hide either. He grabbed a handful with a smile and was about to throw it into Stuart's mouth, which made Stuart back away in a hurry. Terry and others who were watching the excitement were also panicked. Morag screamed and ran to the entrance of the dormitory. Only 3 small heads were exposed, watching the Stuart 4 who were slowly approaching the corner like Ike like a bully. Okay, I won't tease you. Ike put the cockroaches back into the bag. I'm going to the library to check and write something later. Does anyone want to go with me? Show you my transfiguration homework? Everyone shook their heads repeatedly, and Terry explained, we are going to watch Quidditch later. Roger said that they have recently prepared a new tactic, and they are going to actually fly to see the effect. Okay, then I'll go to the library by myself. Ike still didn't have much feeling for Quidditch, and couldn't understand the charm of it. Putting the cockroaches back into the dormitory drawer and locking them, Ike went straight to the library and took the book Soul What You Don't Know Was Found Again, plus a thick magic evolution, and he sat in his usual seat with 2 books in his arms. Hermione on the opposite side didn't even raise her head. She was writing notes quickly. Ike didn't say hello either, and opened Magic Evolution by himself. There was a question he needed to find the answer in these 2 books. Magic Evolution is a history book that specially introduces magic, from the beginning of mythology, to the ruined wizards in ancient times, to the era of the Hogwarts Big Four, and now, magic has changed from rigorous and rigid to the current casual. A clear line of development unfolded in front of Ike. The myth is too old, and there is not much credible information left in ancient times, but starting from Merlin, it can be found that the power of magic is getting weaker and weaker, manpower can no longer compete with nature, and the story of Moses dividing the sea has disappeared. This process is also a process of magic simplification. This can be seen from the difficulty of learning the ancient rune, that is, The rune. Legend has it that the ancient rune is the rune text that Odin got after hanging himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. There is also a saying that it is the text used by elves, and it even originated from the observation of magical animals by ancient wizards. The exact source is no longer reliable, but there is no doubt that the ancient rune has a magical effect. Engrave a specific rune on an item, and this item will have a specific magical attribute. Several or more than a dozen magic words are read out in a specific order, which will also produce special effects. Ancient runes have been widely used on alchemy items, and they are also the most frequently seen items on the so-called artifacts handed down from ancient times to the present. What is certain is that the ancient runes do have the same characteristics as the runes, and they can also be used as spells to cast special magic. However, a lot of ancient runes have been lost, and the existing runes have not been fully understood by wizards. Just like oracle bone inscriptions, many times you can only guess what it represents and what it means, and there are very few people who can really be sure. Modern European magic mostly comes from Latin. Whether the same magic is released in English, French or German, it will produce the same effect. From this point of view, Latin is the standard language of incantations in modern magic, and the magic released by reciting incantations in Latin is indeed stronger. If the illumination charm cast in English is a 15-watt light bulb, the Latin one is 20 watts. The difference is small, but it does exist. An interesting theory is also mentioned in The Evolution of Magic. The book believes that the use of magic by modern wizards is rough, and most magic relies on the magic power of the wizard itself. Casting specific magic does not require magic tools such as wands, which is the origin of silent casting and weaponless casting. But the ancient wizards are not like this. They will use their own magic power to communicate with nature, making the power and effect of the spell reach an unimaginable level. In this regard, we can see a trace of ancient wizard magic from the fierce fire curse. After all, theoretically speaking, fiend fire can turn everything on the earth into ashes. Mind, what you don't know. Ike once read, I think as light, so a soft white light cluster appears on the tip of the stick. You reading www makes things disappear, so there is a disappearing spell. Transfiguration is a representative of taken for granted magic. I think what a thing becomes, it will become what it is. There is no logic at all. Then the question rises, why are magic circles, magic barriers, magic rituals, and curses that must abide by fixed principles such as the fidelity curse so rigorous? After rereading the 2 books, Ike still had no clue. Scratching his hair, Ike closed the book a little discouraged, resting his chin on the book, staring at Hermione, who was still writing seriously opposite. The little witch was frightened by Ike's stare. She raised her head and glared at Ike. She pointed to the book under Ike's chin with a quill, signaling him not to disturb her. Ike narrowed his eyes and continued to stare at Hermione. Not long after, Hermione also closed the book, staring at Ike fiercely. The two of them stared wide-eyed, but neither made a sound nor moved. After a while like this, Ike said softly, Hermione, what exactly is magic? What? Hermione was stunned by the question. Magic is magic. No. What is unscientific is magic. Hermione nodded and replied, that's right. Ike thought about it. He found that he was on the edge of a dead end again. At this stage, there is actually no need to study the essence of magic and the essence of magic power. He only needs to constantly improve his control over magic power, learn magic spells from easy to difficult, and improve his magic level. We'll know the answer. Now, the answer what is unscientific is magic is enough for Ike. Of course, some preparations still need to be made in advance. After all, if you miss some opportunities, you will really miss them. Chapter 22 Black Magic. Getting along with Hermione has always been so dull. Sitting opposite each other, you read your book, I read mine, without interfering with each other, there is a feeling of tranquility. When it was dinner time, they each chose the books they wanted to borrow and walked into the auditorium together. You go left, I go right. Ike enjoys this simple process very much. It gave him a feeling of familiarity and enjoyment, so that after the two of them separated, there was still a slight smile on their faces. Of course, this smile won't last for too long. After saying hello to Stuart and the others, Ike occasionally spoke a few words while eating a sumptuous dinner. The days are flat, but inexplicably fulfilling. What Stuart said is indeed right. Trying to blend in, it is really different. Unfortunately, even under the influence of 7 Quidditch fans, Ike still didn't like the sport. The end of the Christmas holiday not only means that the little wizards will enter a state of intense study again, but also means that the Quidditch competition will start again. After losing to Hufflepuff cleanly in the first game, Ravenclaw is about to face a strong enemy, Gryffindor. This is a game where you can tell the result without looking at it. After bidding farewell to Stuart and the others who were still hopeful, Ike came to the defense against the Dark Arts professor's office on the 3rd floor alone. The 3 most powerful wizards in the world today. Grindelwald is imprisoned in Ermengarde, Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Voldemort is attached to the back of Quirrell's head. Ermengarde is far away from England, and Dumbledore is so unpredictable that he often disappears, but Voldemort is easy to find. He's right there. Please come in. Ike opened the door and came in. Looking at the nervous Quirrell, he nodded slightly and said, "Professor Quirrell, I have some questions to ask you. I wonder if it's convenient for you now." "When?" "Of course, I'd be happy to answer the little wizard S. Question. Quirrell gestured for Ike to sit down, crossed his hands, and sat up straight. "That's right, Professor," Ike said. "I learned from Dark Force's self-defense guide that black magic is evil magic with the purpose of harming others, but curses, some mischievous spells, can also cause the same effect. But it will not be classified into the scope of black magic. There are also spells like the Crushing Curse and the Cutting Curse that can also cause harm to people." "Why not black magic?" Quirrell smiled when he heard the words, and then explained after a pause, "Mr. Strider, your understanding has made a mistake, and whether it is black magic or not is not divided by whether it can hurt others or not." "Exactly, you ignored the book. Another description of black magic in the book, aiming to hurt others, is indeed an important sign of black magic, but more importantly, black magic must have a strong desire to hurt others before it can be successful. You should know the four basic elements of magic release." Seeing Ike nodded, Quirrell went on to say, with firm belief and a certain concentration, "Black magic is the embodiment of extreme and evil ideas. You must have a strong desire to hurt others or even hold the idea of killing each other to succeed. And how can a person who has this idea for a long time be normal? That's why it is said that black magic affects the mind and soul of wizards." "Do you know the 3 unforgivable curses?" Quirrell asked suddenly. Ike hesitated for a moment, and replied in a low voice, "I know, Professor. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Death Curse. These 3 curses are extremely evil and cruel magic. Once used on people, they will be sent to Azkaban for life." "What a clever and studious little wizard!" Quirrell applauded, his tone full of admiration. "Mister, they're all wicked, cruel magic, but that's not why they're unforgivable." Quirrell took out his wand, summoned 3 spiders, and demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses to Ike one by one. Looking at Ike's frightened pale face, he said softly, "Don't be afraid. Now you can talk about how you felt when I cast the unforgivable curse on the spider." Ike's tone was a little trembling. I feel like you are casting these spells on me. It's terrifying and evil." "That's right." Quirrell put away his wand and handed Ike a piece of chocolate. "As the most famous and representative form of black magic, you can clearly feel the evil, cruel and terrifying side of black magic. In fact, this is why black magic is black magic. Cutting curses and smashing curses are not included in the category of black magic even though they can also cause harm to people. The main purpose of the cutting curse and the crushing curse is not to hurt others." Quirrell leaned forward, looked at Ike's blue eyes showing obvious fear, and said slowly, Of course, there is another simpler way to divide. It can be easily controlled by wizards, causing the damage that can be easily healed as the so-called white magic. On the contrary, it is black magic. Mr. Strider, do you understand? Quirrell's eyes showed 3 points of inquiry, 3 points of examination, and 4 points of self-confidence, and Ike also showed 3 points of understanding, 3 points of fear, and 4 points of yearning. As if he had finally made up his mind after struggling for a long time, Ike fixed his eyes on Quirrell. Professor, can you teach me black magic? Quirrell straightened his body, looked at Ike carefully for a while, and then asked word by word, Mr. Strider, can you tell me why you want to learn black magic? This is something that Hogwarts strictly prohibits. In fact, among the 3 major magic schools in Europe, only Durmstrang has courses that specifically teach black magic. After all, black magic is evil, cruel, and too dangerous for a little wizard like you, even under the guidance of a professor. Ike was silent for a long time before he firmly said, because black magic is powerful. Powerful? Of course. Quirrell suddenly smiled. Every wizard yearns for great power. However, Mr. Strider, this reason does not convince me. Ike hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, I need strength, unrivaled strength. Professor, I need strength. Quirrell stared into Ike's eyes, and Ike stared into Quirrell's eyes. For a while, Quirrell didn't speak. Ike stood up somewhat disappointed, bowed slightly to Quirrell, turned around and was about to leave. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard a sentence from behind, come to my office at 7 o'clock every Saturday night. I hope you will not be late, Mr. Strider. Okay, Professor Quirrell. Chapter 23 Quirrell's Black Magic Teaching. Master, I don't understand. You don't need to understand. What you have to do is to find a way to pass the damned beast as soon as possible. Okay, Master. After leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, Ike broke out in a cold sweat. His feet felt soft, and he almost staggered and fell. He managed to reach the 8th floor, and just slumped on the sofa as soon as he entered the room of requirement. It's too scary. Ike was afraid for a while, although he had already made psychological preparations. When the Dark Lord took over the topic in the second half, he was still almost unable to resist. Finally, looking at Quirrell, Ike only felt that those eyes had magical power, which made people fall involuntarily. You actually used legilimency on a studious little wizard. You don't even want to lose your face. It took several deep breaths in succession to calm down a little. For the first time, Ike felt that the waste notepad system was still useful. A Clumency, customized version, non-upgradable. Your most secret will not be known, if you don't tell it. As for others, it's up to you. A Clumency Master, the fog protects your brain, hiding your most secret secrets. As Ike expected, the titles and skills presented by the system can prevent Voldemort from knowing Ike's secret that cannot be known to others. He can only perceive Ike's strong desire for black magic. And this is true. For a long time, Ike learned spells by practicing according to the description in the book. Some simple ones are fine. After you understand it, you only need to try it once or twice to succeed. Ike has learned enough of such simple magic, and coupled with the messy operation of the waste notepad system, Ike doesn't dare to do it like before practicing the spell. However, the learning of magic spells cannot be stopped. It is not difficult to understand if one chooses the black magic that takes longer to learn and is more difficult. After learning the disillusionment charm, as long as he avoids some troublemakers, the restricted area is actually defenseless for Ike. Even if you only selectively select some theoretical books, you will still inevitably come into contact with a lot of knowledge about black magic. This dangerous, difficult to control but extremely powerful magic naturally aroused Ike's interest. However, practicing black arts at Hogwarts is undoubtedly dangerous, and there is no professor who will instruct a first-year young wizard about black arts. In this case, Quirrell's value is reflected. As an excellent graduate of Ravenclaw, a former professor of Mole Studies, the new temporary Horcrux of the Dark Lord, and the current defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell's magic level must be good. With the existence of the Dark Lord, the level of dark magic must not be high. Low. With Ike's outstanding performance on weekdays, and his strong yearning for power and black magic revealed in front of Quirrell, it will naturally attract the attention of the Dark Lord. The fact is also true, under Ike's performance, Quirrell has agreed to teach Ike black magic. Ike knew very well that this must have been ordered by the Dark Lord. Voldemort disagreed, and he didn't dare to nod even if Quirrell had the courage. Soon it was Saturday, at 7 o'clock in the evening. Ike knocked on the door of Quirrell's office on time. After getting a response, Ike pushed the door open, bowed slightly to Quirrell, and waited quietly for the teaching to start. The smell in the defense against the dark arts professor's office was much weaker. If you didn't smell it carefully, you could hardly smell it. The office has also been rearranged, leaving an open space that takes up half of the room. Quirrell waved his wand, a box opened, and 3 glass bottles containing spiders flew out and stopped in front of Ike. "Now, Mr. Strider, please take out a spider and cast a death curse on him." "Death curse?" Ike looked surprised, with a hesitant tone. Isn't it too difficult?" "Difficult?" Quirrell laughed. "In fact, the reason why the death curse is included in the 3 unforgivable curses is not only because of its instant death and no counter curse or cure, but also because it is a part of black magic. Simplest, as long as you recite the spell with a strong determination to kill the other party, the spell will succeed. Remember, the mantra is for Avada to eat a big melon. When you recite the mantra, you must shout it loudly and full of killing intent." Quirrell looked at Ike expectantly, but Ike slowly vigorously took out a spider from the glass bottle. "It was only when I got it in my hand that I realized that these spiders had been treated by Quirrell. Although they were still alive, they couldn't move, and they were living fixed targets." Putting the spider on the ground, Ike retreated to Quirrell's side, and turned to look at Quirrell with hesitation. Quirrell smiled, his eyes full of encouragement. Ike tightened his wand tightly, pointed at the spider on the ground, and did not move for a long time. After a while, he took a deep breath, and according to Quirrell, shouted loudly and full of killing intent, "Awada ate a big melon." A green light flashed, and the spider flipped over, lifeless. Ike's hand holding the wand was trembling, and he couldn't bear to look at the death curse LV1 has been achieved that flashed in front of him. He closed his eyes tightly, and it took a long time before he regained his composure. The death curse is worthy of its evil and cruel name, and it has a great influence on wizards. At the moment when the spell was successful, Ike only felt that his heart was inexplicably full of tyranny, and he had an urge to rush out to Avada. Fortunately, with the experience and lessons from the last time he almost lost control, Ike suppressed the thoughts in his heart, looked at Quirrell with a pair of eyes that were suddenly bloodshot, and an awkward smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Professor Quirrell, this is the death curse, Mr. Strider." Quirrell's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about something trivial. "The simplest and deadliest spell in black magic. It's not complicated, even simpler than the disarming spell." Just a green light flashed, and a life disappeared. Quirrell was intoxicated. "What do you think, Mr. Strider?" Ike looked at the dead spider, then at the little things crawling around like crazy in the other 2 bottles, and murmured, "Yeah? What a wonderful magic." Quirrell nodded in satisfaction, and continued, "Now, continue to use the death curse. This time let the curse break the bottle and kill the spider inside. Remember, to do this, you need to have the belief to destroy everything in front of you." Ike nodded slightly upon hearing this, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Awada ate a big melon. Awada ate a big melon." 2 green lights flashed one after the other, and the glass bottle shattered in response. 2 dead spiders flew out with the broken glass bottle, hitting the wall before falling. "Very good, very good." Quirrell applauded Ike, and Ike's performance exceeded his imagination. Being able to make the death curse have the effects of repelling, destroying, and shattering shows that Ike's foundation is very solid, and he has a certain degree of control over magic power. Although this level of death curse can only work on bugs or small animals, It doesn't necessarily have an instant death effect on people, but it is limited by the magic power of little wizards. After only using the death curse 3 times, Quirrell or Voldemort is more satisfied with Ike's talent. He took out a piece of chocolate and handed it to Ike. Quirrell straightened his robe a little and said, "Mr. Strider, you are the most gifted little wizard I have ever seen. I don't think anyone can do it at your age." To these, pointing to a box in the corner, Quirrell's tone became serious. "I put 10 wild rabbits in that box. They are not as easy to deal with as spiders. The next thing you have to do is to release all the 10 rabbits, and then use the death curse to kill them one by one." I took a deep breath, ate the chocolate, and calmed down for a while before waving the wand in his hand to open the box, and then released the rabbit with the levitation spell. Sure enough, as Ike thought, these rabbits have also undergone special treatment. As soon as they landed, they started running in all directions. The speed was obviously much faster than ordinary rabbits. "A wad-a-wet a big melon, a wad-a-wet a big melon, a wad-a-wet a big melon." Ike waved his wand, and green light hit the fleeing rabbits one after another. Some of them were hit, and some only made a small hole in the floor. But for the 10 rabbits, Ike shouted nearly 20 times of spells before killing these cuties running around, but sweat was dripping on his forehead, and the tyranny in his heart could hardly be suppressed, and his whole body kept moving. Trembling, "Mr. Stride, it seems that you have no way to continue." Quirrell used magic to deal with the small pits, glass shards and dead bodies on the ground. "Come here today, rest for a while, and you can go back." "Okay, Professor Quirrell." Chapter 24 Chocolate Milk. After relaxing in the defense against the dark arts professor's office for a while, Ike finally regained his composure. "Professor, then I'm leaving." Ike nodded slightly to Quirrell, his eyes still bloodshot. "Go back, eat more desserts. It will make you feel better," Quirrell said slowly with some expectation. "Professor." Ike turned around and stopped after taking 2 steps. He turned around and asked, "Then see you next Saturday?" "Of course, Mr. Strider," Quirrell replied with a smile. Watching Ike leave, Quirrell's face was filled with respect. "Master," he left. "Quirinus, my servant." Voldemort's voice sounded. The tone was very drawn out and very weak. "Oh no, you are doubting my decision, Quirinus." "No." "Oh no." Quirrell bent even lower. "No? Very good. This little wizard has unparalleled talent and is full of desire for power." "But, Master." Quirrell hesitated. He almost collapsed just now. I'm afraid he won't be able to meet your expectations." "That doesn't matter anymore." Voldemort's voice sank. "This is not the main thing." "The Philosopher's Stone." "Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone." "Yes, Master." Quirrell waited quietly for a long time, but before Voldemort's voice sounded again, he couldn't help but relax a little, got up and pushed open the office door, not knowing where he went. Ike knew that Voldemort had a little interest in him, otherwise he would not have instructed Quirrell to teach him. But now he has no time to think about what Comrade Voldemort is planning. Going straight back to the dormitory, I took out the paper bag containing the bile of cockroaches from the drawer, quickly stuffed 2 into my mouth, and closed my eyes to feel the beauty of the explosion of taste buds. After a while, Ike let out a long sigh of relief, sank his body into the soft bed, and tapped his head with his wand in his right hand. Worthy of the name of the most evil and cruel black magic, using the death curse many times must always maintain a strong killing intent. Even if you are facing spiders and rabbits, this feeling of ending your life by yourself in a short period of time still makes Ike there is a delusion of schizophrenia. It seems that there is a pure, evil, tyrannical personality in his body that wants to kill everyone, and it keeps attacking his inner defense line. Just a little bit, really just a little bit. Last time, when Ike was about to lose control, it was the wand's resistance and reminder that made him wake up. This time, it was the wand that helped him continue to resist the invasion of evil. Every time he casts a spell, the wand will make Ike feel a little warmth. When he is about to fall, that soft, warm feeling, as if surrounded by the softest thing in the world, is like a slowly flowing stream, stopping to soothe Ike's mind. Although compared with the reaction brought by the death curse, it was like a grass or a big tree, but it also helped Ike to persevere. But what helped him the most was neither a magic wand nor a waste notepad system. We are the successors of communism. A big river waves wide, wind blowing rice and flowers on both sides of the river. Since leaving Quirrell's office, Ike has been repeating these melodies in his mind. For some reason, as long as I think about these melodies, Ike will feel inexplicably calm. Although it cannot eliminate the negative effects of the death curse, coupled with the help of the magic wand, it is enough to make the inner defense line look shaky, but it is actually solid. After a while, Ike grabbed the paper bag and came to the common room. Maybe it's the end of the semester, and the paranoia about grades in the kitten's bones has awakened. The senior students have basically disappeared. Only the little wizards of the first and second grades are chatting in groups in the lounge. Stuart, Terry, Michael and Anthony sat on the sofa 2 by 2, chatting and laughing happily. Ike also showed a smiling face, sat on the arm of the sofa next to Michael, and raised the paper bag in his hand. "What are you talking about? So happy. Would you like some cockroaches?" Ike cried. Michael sprang up directly from the sofa, and even hid beside Stuart with Anthony. "You promised us not to take this thing." "Wait. You went to Professor Quirrell's. What the hell is going on in the office? Why are you so haggard?" "I just asked Professor Quirrell some questions." Ike slid onto the sofa, reached out and took out a pile of cockroaches into his mouth. "By the way, I also practiced spells for a while." "By the way." Stuart nodded when he heard the words, and replied, "Still practicing magic spells? That should be because you use too much magic power. Then just get a good night's sleep." "It's the same when I performed magic spells to my family at Christmas. I was too excited at the time and didn't pay attention to the magic power. It was my mother who found something wrong." Terry agreed. Tao, letting go of the worries in his heart. This is a very common problem. Of course, if you ask Madame Pomfrey for some life-or-death water now, the effect will be better. "Let's forget about the water of life and death." Ike shook his head. "It is said that many of Madame Pomfrey's potions are made in potions class. Ever since I saw your performance in potions class, I never don't want to drink Madame Pomfrey's potion. It's so annoying." Ike lay on the sofa and kept dodging, but he couldn't beat his fists, so he had to beg for mercy again and again. After playing around for a while, the 5 of them were all out of breath, slumped on the sofa and kept giggling. I calmed down for a while, then took another pile of cockroaches and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he stopped and said to Anthony, "By the way, Anthony, I remember you have a box of milk, right? You brought it back after the holiday. Can you pour me a glass? You were eating www. Milk is coming." The cup is flying. Anthony summoned the milk, and Ike also summoned his own cup from the dormitory. He watched Anthony fill the cup expectantly, and nodded in satisfaction. "I remember you don't like drinking milk, Ike?" Stuart asked curiously. "I don't like to drink, but I just thought of a fun one and want to try it out." Ike picked up the cup and took a sip, then put it back on the table. "Stuart, you know Oreos, right?" "What are Oreos?" Terry came from a wizarding family, and he really didn't know this kind of biscuit that was popular in the Mull world. "A kind of Mull biscuit. It's delicious." Stuart explained a few words, then stopped suddenly, and asked Ike with a look of horror, "Wait, Ike, didn't you want to?" "Milk is a very miraculous drink. Although I don't like drinking it, I can't deny that it is beneficial to people. Besides, many things taste better when paired with milk. It's like Oreo biscuits. It's good to eat dry, but it's even better when soaked in milk." So Ike threw 2 piles of cockroaches into the cup, watching them swim in the white milk, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. "I'm curious what kind of wonderful reaction they will have. Do you want to try it?" "I think it will be very good." Ike turned his head, and the smile on his face immediately froze. He was the only one left in the huge common room at some point, and even the second-year wizards ran away. Shrugging his shoulders, Ike picked up the cup and took a sip of the cockroach pile, narrowing his eyes in enjoyment. "Well, it's chocolate milk." Chapter 25 Second Lecture. The whole day, Stuart and the others didn't say a word to Ike, even during class, and even stayed away when eating in the auditorium. It wasn't until Ike sincerely apologized to several people after dinner and vowed never to eat uncomfortable snacks in front of them that they reconciled. A week passed quickly. After completing the daily task of adding points to Ravenclaw, Ike knocked on the door of Quirrell's office again. As soon as he entered the door, Ike's nostrils could not help shrinking, and the strange smell in the room was obviously stronger than last week. Looking at Quirrell again, he was a little more haggard than when he saw him in defense against the dark arts class a few days ago. The dark circles under the eyes are thick, almost like those drawn on purpose. Professor Quirrell, Mr. Strider. After greeting each other, Quirrell motioned Ike to sit on the chair in front of him, and said slowly, "You have mastered the death curse, and you should have a real understanding of black magic. Before I start, I want to ask, are you sure? Do you want to continue learning black magic?" "Of course, Professor." Ike showed a hint of yearning at the right time, and also a little fanaticism. Quirrell looked carefully for a while, and then said, "Then, next, what you want to learn is another unforgivable curse. The Cruciatus Curse." Quirrell still used the spider as a demonstration. Under his spell, the spider curled up in pain and kept trembling. Gradually, venom and spider silk poured out uncontrollably until it remained motionless. The whole process lasted for a minute, and even just looking at it made Ike get goosebumps all over his body. Waving his wand, the dead spider flew into the trash can next to it. A strange inexplicable emotion flashed across Quirrell's eyes, and he suddenly pointed his wand at Ike. Deep to the bone. 2 seconds later, Ike collapsed to the ground. In the past 2 seconds, Ike felt as if someone had pulled his intestines out of his mouth with bare hands, and at the same time, countless people were pinching every inch of his skin with their nails. His head seemed to hit the corner of the window, his toes kicked to the corner of the table, and his nails were slowly pulled out one by one with pliers. It felt like someone had punched me hard in the stomach, hit me with a stick in the back, and then I was thrown into the washing machine and spun crazily. That kind of discomfort and pain made Ike lose all his strength. 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. I've always felt that the learning of black magic can only be understood better if you have experienced it yourself, especially the Cruciatus Curse of the 3 unforgivable curses. Quirrell waved his wand, put Ike on the chair, and stood in front of Ike, condescending, with an indescribably indifferent tone. "The Cruciatus Curse will make people feel bone-piercing pain. This kind of pain will make people feel unbearable. If the curse is cast continuously, it will even make the victim go crazy and even die." "Mr. Strider, please tell me, did you suffer from the Cruciatus Curse?" Pain. Ike raised his head and looked into Quirrell's indifferent eyes. "Very good." Quirrell nodded, sat back in his chair, picked up one of the papers on it, and began to correct it. "Remember this feeling. This is what you have to think about when you want to cast a spell. You have to have a strong idea of making the other person die of pain, imagining that all the tortures in the world from ancient times to the present are inflicted on the target at the same time. Then recite the spell. If all goes well, you will see the pain, just like the pain you felt just now." Quirrell gave the paper in front of him put it aside casually, and took out another paper to continue reading. After a slight pause, he said, "When you've rested, go get a spider and cast the Cruciatus Curse on it. If you succeed, go back and rest." "You know where the spider is?" Ike sat on the chair blankly, his body still trembling uncontrollably. He never thought that Quirrell would use the Cruciatus Curse on him, let alone that the Cruciatus Curse would be so painful. No wonder Neville's parents went insane under the spell, and are still in the spell injury ward of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries. "Sooner or later, I'll let you taste the Cruciatus Curse." I cursed inwardly, and it took a while before he felt that his hands and feet belonged to him again. Standing up with great effort, she moved step by step to the box in the corner, took out a glass bottle from it, and put the spider on the ground. "Quirrell, Quirrell, Quirrell, Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort." I kept hinting to himself that the poor little spider in front of him was Quirrell and Voldemort. Gritting his teeth, He took a deep breath and glanced at the wand in his hand. Deep to the bone, the spider's legs were all retracted, clinging to its body, rolling and shaking on the ground. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Ike stopped, and the little spider on the ground had already bit off his leg, leaving only his bare body still trembling. The flames are blazing. A ball of flame fell on the spider, burning it to ashes, leaving only a small black spot on the floor and a barely audible burnt stench. Mr. Strider Squirrel did not know when he came to Ike's side. Of course, your willpower is also admirable. Even if it's only 2 seconds, it's not something that ordinary people can recover in such a short period of time. And you seem to be fine. In order to learn magic, I can bear it. Ike didn't look at Squirrel, still staring at the black spots on the ground. Of course, I never doubted your yearning for magic. You reading books. Mr. Strider Squirrel brought a book and stuffed it into Ike's arms. Now, you have to go back to rest. The Cruciatus Curse's damage is not as simple as you imagine. You are just a little wizard in the 1st grade. Even if you have outstanding talent and strong willpower, you still need some time to adjust yourself, especially the spirit. You have to take good care of it. Squirrel patted Ike on the shoulder, and his words were somewhat meaningful. This is a black magic book I collected. Take a look. When we see you next time, I hope you at least understand what it says. Then, we can learn new magic. Believe me, its difficulty is not so high. Ike bowed slightly, holding the book given by Squirrel, and slowly left the office. Through the stairs, Ike didn't go back to the dormitory, but went to the Hogwarts kitchen instead. With a smile, he greeted the little badgers, and Ike sat down at the dining table. Ogilvy suddenly appeared beside Ike, still looking cowardly. "May I ask what you need, Mr. Strider?" "Please give me a mango pudding and a glass of milk," Ike replied with a smile. "By the way, it would be even better if there were more cockroaches." "Of course, meeting the needs of little wizards is the mission of house elves." Ogilvy snapped his fingers, and a plate of mango pudding, a large bowl of cockroach piles, and a glass of warm milk appeared on the table in front of Ike. "Thank you, Ogilvy," Ike said with a smile, then quickly ate a pudding, then picked up 2 piles of cockroaches and threw them into the milk, and took a big gulp. Chocolate milk, God forever. Find 26. With the help of the stun spell, Ike had a good night's sleep in the dormitory, and when he woke up the next day, he had completely recovered physically. But the mental damage was not so easy to recover from. He was a little listless, and for the first time Ike didn't give Ravenclaw extra points in class. Stuart and the others didn't think much about it. They thought they were too serious about practicing spells with Professor Quirrell just like last time. From this point of view, I didn't guess wrong. The Cruciatus Curse is also a curse, and it's just that Ike was abused unilaterally. After the 2 lectures, Ike's understanding of black magic became much clearer, but at the same time, he also had more doubts. Only this time, Ike didn't plan to go to Quirrell for an answer. During the 2 lectures, Quirrell taught 2 unforgivable curses one after another. If Ike's prediction is correct, the 3rd week taught either the Imperious Curse or the Fierce Fire Curse. And after having a certain understanding of the Unforgivable Curse, Ike felt that the possibility of the Fiendfire Curse was a little higher. Controlling Hellfire. This is the title of Quirrell's book. As the most famous black magic besides the unforgivable curses, the Fierce Fire Curse was once considered to be the flame of hell and the devil, and it has the terrifying characteristic of burning everything around it. Fiendfire is difficult to control, and if the caster loses control, it will even backfire. Moreover, when the scale of the fiendish curse reaches a certain level, it will imitate the forms of some magical animals such as giant dragons and phoenixes, further enhancing its destructive power and hunting ability. Theoretically speaking, a fierce fire curse is enough to destroy the entire England. The reason why this terrible black magic is not included in the unforgivable curses is because it is a counter-curse. All curses end, the ultimate enhanced version of curse standing stop, which breaks the ceiling of curses and perfectly restrains Fiendfire's spells. No matter how much fierce flame swells, it can be wiped out by 10,000 curses. It's just a question of superimposing the number of people, a pure math problem. In controlling Hell's demon fire, the issues that should be paid attention to when releasing the fierce fire curse are described in detail. First of all, the caster must have a strong and firm belief in burning everything. Second, never loosen the control on fiend fire. Once you find that fiend fire is going to lose control, use the counter curse immediately. If you lose control, then you have to pray to Merlin. Pray that you can escape. Afterwards, there were many examples of fierce fire going out of control, each time destroying at least one village and causing at least hundreds of casualties. So, the ability to control magic power is the key. Ike felt that he had found the key. In essence, there is no difference between the fierce fire curse and the flame curse, except that the former requires a wizard to control it to prevent it from going berserk, while the latter requires a wizard to enhance its power. Their characteristics are the same, they are all incinerated. Thinking of this, Ike had a new idea. It is known that combustion needs oxygen, so what will happen if you use the fierce fire curse and the flame curse in a place without oxygen? For example, space. Quirrell looked at the fiend fire curled up on the tip of Ike's staff, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Mr. Struer, I still underestimated your talent. I didn't expect you to be able to control the dangerous fiend fire to this extent. Then, can you show me your limit? Ike nodded, concentrated his energy on the fiend on the tip of the staff, mobilized the magic power in his body, and the fire expanded immediately, turning into a big fireball as tall as a person. The scorching flames distorted the surrounding air. Ike gritted his teeth and persisted, his arms trembling unconsciously. All curses end. Quirrell waved his wand, and Ike also cut off the supply of magic power in a timely manner. A painful snake shadow flashed in fierce fire, and then disappeared into the air. Very good, Quirrell applauded. Now you are much better than many fourth graders. Thank you for your teaching. Ike nodded slightly, very respectfully. You are a student, and I am a professor. This is what I should do. Quirrell summoned 2 chairs and sat down with a flick of his robe. The other one was placed directly opposite, and after Ike sat down, he pondered a little. The death curse, cruciatus curse, and fierce fire curse. After learning these 3 spells, you should have a new understanding of black magic. Yes, Professor. Ike nodded. Dark magic is inherently evil. That's right, that's right. Quirrell stared at Ike, and Ike didn't avoid it, looking back sincerely and enthusiastically. Mr. Stride. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Quirrell suddenly said, You are very smart, the smartest little wizard I have ever seen. However, you also have a common problem of smart people. You are too confident in your own abilities. I want to tell you something. Quirrell's voice suddenly became erratic, his body trembled inadvertently, and then he hunched up. His voice was a little weak. Never be too superstitious about your own power, Mr. Strider. Now, go back. The lecture is over. You don't have to come again from next week. Quirrell tried his best to raise his head and watched Ike leave. At the moment the door closed, he suddenly began to inhale heavily. His chest was like a bellows, and he was sweating uncontrollably, dripping down his face in a short while. On the floor, Master. Master. I can't hold on. I can't hold on. Quirrell was very weak, as if he had exhausted all his strength to speak. His heart seemed to be slowly stopping beating. He had this feeling. Trash, Master. Master. Quirrell begged in a low voice, and it took a while before he heard the weak voice. Go, Quirrell, my servant. You know what to do. Yes. Master. Quirrell struggled to get up from the ground, and sat back on the chair, motionless as if dead. Only the right hand holding the wand would tremble uncontrollably. On the other side, Ike, who was out of the door, stood in front of Quirrell's office for a long time. Although he had a kind smile on his face, as if everything was normal, his right hand holding the wand was full of veins. YY looked back at the office door behind him. You were reading www. Although there was still a smile on his face, Ike's eyes were full of killing intent. And that trash notepad system that has turned bloody. Name, Ike Stride, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Age, 12 years and 152 days. Title, Magician. Magic only blooms in a few people, and you are one of them? Guardian of the oak tree. The oak tree will always guard you, of course other trees are the same. Occlumency Master. The fog protects your brain and hides your most secret secrets. Julian's favorite. Yes, it's you, it's you, it's you. Ravenclaw top student. Even in Ravenclaw, you are the best one. Cockroach lovers, twisting, soaking, licking. Azkaban Reserve. Count yourself. How many times have you used the big melon? The Dark Lord. Fear. Fear. Unloaded. Talents. Magic Affinity. Parseltongue, not loaded. Magic Control, not loaded. Skill. Occlumency. Customized version. Your most secret secret will not be known, if you don't say it. As for the others, it's up to you, not upgradable. Knowledge Mastery. Compared with others, you will learn new knowledge faster, but that's all, not upgradable. Snape's Gaze. Staring at, controlled by black magic, evil surrenders to you, my lord not loaded. Levitation spell LV6, cleaning spell LV6, flame spell LV6, illusion curse LV1, LV6, death curse LV1, LV7, cruciatus curse LV1, LV7, fiend fire curse LV1, LV7, soul seizing curse LV1, LV7. Chapter 27 Playing with you. Same as the unforgivable curse, the imperhaps soul curse is not terrifying in death and pain, but in its ability to unknowingly make people act according to the wishes of the caster. The reason why it is included in the category of the unforgivable curse is because it controls a person silently. You cannot tell from the surface whether a person is under the Imperious Curse. Tell the fact that you have been hit by the Imperious Curse. Think about it. During a battle, two soldiers who trusted each other and fought side by side, suddenly one of them stabbed the other in the back. Facing the Imperious Curse, you never know who you should trust. Under certain conditions, the Imperious Curse is far more terrifying than the Death Curse and Cruciatus Curse. However, among the three unforgivable curses, the Imperishable Curse is the only one that can resist or even get rid of it by relying on one's own strength after being cursed. Ike knew two ways: the Antithiafe waterfall in the vault under Gringotts and his own firm will. In terms of willpower, Ike is still very confident. After all, he is a 12-year-old little wizard who survived 2 outbreaks of negative magic effects and 2 second Cruciatus Curse torture. What's more, he has long been prepared for Quirrell, or Voldemort to do so. Otherwise, that waste notepad system would be more than just changing bloody characters. However, Comrade Laofu's skills are really delicious. Ike looked at the series of LV7 magic on the system, and his saliva almost flowed down. So tempting. The most urgent thing is to find a way out. I can't play around. Ike thought all the way and returned to the dormitory. Stuart and Terry were sitting at their desks writing hard, writing a history of magic homework. When Ike came in, they just looked up to say hello and continued to write. TSK. Ike made a gloating sound, took out the collection of cockroaches from the drawer, and lay down on the bed lightly, watching the two rushing to do their homework. Entering March, the professors at Hogwarts seem to have greeted them in advance, and the amount of homework after class has increased by at least 20%. Although little wizards have 1 week to complete, for some courses, 1 week is still very tight, such as potion class and transfiguration. Snape's homework had a standard procedure. First, he had to write down the inventor of the potion and its specific function at the beginning of the thesis, then write down the materials, weight and detailed steps, and then point out the error-prone areas. Drug perception. Most young wizards will choose to talk about the benefits of this potion for wizards in the last part, At least they will not be lowered by Professor Snape, although it won't add points. Ike is different. Most of the time his papers end at mistakes, but there are some potions, and he will write some small ideas in the process of making potions. Most of them are inspired by cooking. Although Professor Snape has a bad reputation, he is indeed responsible. He will often inadvertently give him his opinion in the next potions class after receiving the homework. If Ike's approach is good, he will often get feedback like it seems that Mr. Strider's cleverness has been used on X, so that he didn't pay attention to my class. On the contrary, it is probably Mr. Strider. Do you know the difference between you and the troll? They are taller than you. Well, anyway, it's impossible to hear praise from Snape. The homework of the history of magic is still simple. You just need to find the corresponding historical events from the thick history of magic and give your own opinions. As long as your views are consistent with the mainstream views of the magic world, Professor Binns will be happy to give you right and O on your homework. This is the easiest for Ravenclaws. Stuart and Terry finished writing quickly, threw the pens on the table in unison, stretched their waists in unison, moved their arms and necks, and then Terry asked, "Ike, what are you doing today? How did you come back so early?" "It's all done." Ike shook the paper bag and lazily replied, "Professor Quirrell said that I need to settle down, and I'll talk about it after a while." "Oh." Stuart took out his favorite sizzling honey candy from the drawer, grabbed a small handful and gave it to Terry. "It looks very relaxed. At least you didn't fall asleep in bed like before when you came back." "Yeah, it's very easy." Ike smiled, shaking his wand in his right hand, and a series of letters shining with gold formed a complete sentence in the air. "By the way, Professor Flitwick left about the spelling class last time. Have you finished the homework of the restoration spell, the repairing curse?" "How did I remember it was the softening curse?" Terry looked at the words floating in the air, and exchanged glances with Stuart. The two immediately nodded firmly. "The softening spell? That's not the homework for charms class on Tuesday. The repairing spell is for Thursday." Another string of words appeared in the air, this time a little more. 2 sentences. "Oh my God. It's over. There's only one day left, and there's still homework for transfiguration." Stuart screamed, "Then go ahead." "I'm going to bed first, and I plan to go to the library for a day tomorrow. I haven't finished the book on transfiguration last time." After finishing speaking, Ike threw the pile of cockroaches to the head of the bed, and got into the bed. Stuart and Terry looked at each other, and at Ike together, before continuing to make up homework. After breakfast the next day, Ike went to the library. "I chose a simple introduction to ancient magic text from the bookshelf, and sat in my usual seat." After a while, Hermione sat across from her with a pile of books. The little witch is still obsessed with the fact that Ike has always pushed her head above her in studies, so much so that she now spends a lot of time in the library, much more time in the library than Ike. As usual, the two didn't communicate, they just went about their own business. However, Ike left earlier than before. Hermione was a little hesitant. She looked up at Ike, who was registering books at Mrs. Pince's, and then lowered her head again. It wasn't until then that she realized that there was a note with her name written on it where Ike was sitting just now. Taking the note and turning it over, Hermione frowned involuntarily, then looked up at Ike, and saw Ike's back leaving. Biting the quill, Hermione looked at the note again. Ordinary parchment, with Ike's familiar notes on it, but the contents inside are somewhat confusing. An ordinary 5-pointed star with only 2 lines of small characters underneath. "When you see this star again, please believe me. P.S. Please leave the library as soon as possible. I have cast a spell on this paper. There are still 5 minutes before it spontaneously ignites." Hermione put away the things on the table, clutched the note and left the library straight away. He didn't go far after leaving the library. He walked to the window by the corridor, looked left and right to see if there was anyone, and then threw the note out of the window. Seeing the note slowly falling in the air suddenly ignite into ashes, Hermione was full of doubts. "What are you doing, Ike?" Chapter 28 Summoning. After coming down from the astronomy tower, It was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Among the many courses at Hogwarts, only astronomy is Ike's least favorite. A group of little wizards in the middle of the night raised their heads to look at the stars, which in itself was a very silly thing. Right now, it's better. The weather is getting warmer, and I don't need to maintain the warming spell all the time. In winter, it makes me want to die. Walking to the dormitory alone, with Stuart and the others not far behind, everything seemed to be back to Christmas time. The difference is that now everyone pays attention to Ike's whereabouts from time to time. I have some problems. When I leave without saying hello to you one day, I must go to Professor Flitwick immediately. Please believe me, I will never hurt you. Ravenclaw was no fool, so Stuart and Derry kept silent, and just told Michael and Anthony quietly. After that night, Ike tried to go in and out with a few people as much as possible, and would say hello in advance when he was going to leave alone. Everyone was waiting for the moment when Ike suddenly disappeared. Although it was a bit tormenting and it was necessary to keep an eye on Ike's movements, perhaps all the young wizards had some yearning for adventure in their bones. This kind of spy-war-like behavior actually made Stuart and others enjoy it. It was so peaceful until May, and everyone couldn't hold on any longer. For more than 2 months, Ike didn't have any problems, let alone disappear suddenly. If it wasn't for believing that Ike wouldn't make such jokes, everyone would have given up a long time ago. But even so, it has reached the limit. Ike was also at the limit. He suddenly couldn't understand what Quirrell, or Voldemort, was thinking. In Comrade Laufu's current state, using the Imperious Curse to control himself in a silent and battleless way will inevitably increase the burden on him and Quirrell. It can be seen in the strange smell. It's like a person who is already half dead and lingering on the bed. If he insists on bouncing around a few times, it's almost as if he doesn't die. Perhaps I should go find the unicorn sooner. I counted the days and thought it should be about the same. There is a price for black magic, forcibly attached to the back of Quirrell's head like Laufu. The burden on the two of them is even greater. If I guessed correctly, the trip to the Forbidden Forest is imminent. On the first Saturday in May, I chatted with Stuart and others in the common room as usual, when suddenly an inexplicable and seductive voice came to mind. 11 o'clock, Forbidden Forest, don't be discovered by anyone. For a moment, Ike's eyes lost focus, and then recovered. Frowning, he glanced at the clock on the wall, and there were almost 2 hours left. Ike remained calm. When he returned to the dormitory after 10 o'clock, Stuart and Terry were both lying on the bed. He walked to the door of the dormitory and looked back at them. Stuart and Terry noticed Ike's strangeness, and couldn't help but increase their attention. Ike looked at the two of them, cast the illusion charm on himself, left a line of golden text, opened the door and left. If I don't come back after 3 hours, go find Professor Flitwick to the Forbidden Forest. Stuart hammered the pillow angrily, turned to Terry and said, what the hell do you think Ike is doing? We should go to the professor now. He has his own plan. Terry reassured, we have to trust him, he won't do things that are not sure. Go to sleep, let's talk about it in 3 hours. Stuart turned on the alarm clock, and after a while, the quilt was covered, and he was forced to sleep. Ike is already very familiar with night tours. After learning the disillusionment curse, he would secretly visit the restricted area every 2 or 3 days. Of course, in the past 2 months, before leaving, he would explain his whereabouts to Stuart and Terry, and he also took them there. It is the Forbidden Forest, which is the first time I have come to Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest is definitely a dangerous place, with tall trees that can't be seen at a glance, complex tree species and an unknown number of magical animals. Who knows how many dangerous creatures Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn and Hagrid have put in it over the decades. The Forbidden Forest at night is pitch black. Although the moon in the sky is very bright, it cannot be seen clearly after passing through the dense leaves. Ike raised his hand and cast a night vision spell on himself. This is a small spell that is not included in the standard spells. Ike found it in a book in the library that introduced dangerous areas in the magic world. Knowing which year's student is written in the corner of the page is very useful at night. Forward. Go to the left, to the right. Following the guidance of the voice that appeared in his mind from time to time, Ike found Quirrell with his back facing him in a place where the trees were not so dense. After lifting the illusion spell, Ike held his wand and saluted respectfully. Professor Quirrell was wearing a pitch-black robe that completely covered his head, and he didn't have that strange smell on his body, but he gave off a dying and very dangerous feeling. Turning his head and looking at Ike, Quirrell said slowly, "Mr. Str, as smart as you are, you should have already guessed what I did to you." "Yes, Professor." Ike kept saluting, with a steady tone of voice, like a machine. "The imperishable curse. I have seen the effect of this spell in books, and it is the same as what happened to me. I'm very curious, Mr. Stride." Quirrell held his wand and stared at Ike. "I believe that you can break free from the imperious curse, but you still choose to obey my call. Now, tell me what you think." "Of course I'm looking for an opportunity to kill you," Ike slandered, wishing that Avada would burn his face with fierce fire, but his face showed fanaticism. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Only by your side can I learn real magic. Please continue to teach me magic, Great Dark Lord." Looking at Quirrell without hesitation, Ike's eyes were full of determination and fanaticism, like the most devout believer. "Good boy." A weak voice sounded, "Cairo, it's time for this boy to meet his master." "But master, you now." "Let him see me." "Okay, master." Quirrell lifted his hood, turned around, and a distorted, ugly, and pale face appeared in front of Ike. Ike took 2 steps forward, still kneeling on one knee, looking up at this face, looking even more fanatical. "The Great Dark Lord, Ike Strider salutes you." "You are reading www. Hey child, look into my eyes and tell me, how did you find out?" Ike looked at Voldemort without hesitation. "In today's wizarding world, besides Dumbledore, only you can cast the unforgivable curse silently and without a weapon. You are the only one with such a high attainment in black magic." Hey, old comrade Fu showed a terrifying smile. Very good, very good. You didn't disappoint me, little Ike." "You have also seen that I am very weak now, so weak that I even want to attach myself to others. But I will return eventually. When I return, I will personally imprint the Dark Mark on you. This is the Dark Lord's promise." "My honor, the Great Dark Lord." Ike lowered his head and replied, "Get up, kid." Voldemort was very satisfied, and Ike stood up after hearing the sound, still looking at Voldemort's face frantically. "Now, there is one thing that requires you to assist Quirrell. I don't think you will let me down." "Of course, the Great Dark Lord." "Very good. Very good." After saying so much, Voldemort became weaker and his voice became smaller and smaller. Ike watched as Voldemort closed his eyes, and Quirrell put his hood back on in due course. "Let's go, Ike, we are short on time." As he said that, Quirrell first walked to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. "Okay, Professor." Ike agreed, and followed closely behind Quirrell, still maintaining that fanatical look on his face. A panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Soul Seizing Curse LV2, learned. Occlumency LV2, learned. Chapter 29 The Unicorn. Hogwarts does not teach students Legilimency and Occlumency. If you want to learn these 2 magics, you generally need to apply to the Ministry of Magic after graduation. The Ministry of Magic will examine your work and reasons. Only specific departments was allowed to study. Such as the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. However, the Ministry of Magic's application is more like a formality. The vast majority of applicants have already learned Legilimency and Occlumency when applying. The so-called investigation is more like a formality. After all, as long as you put a little effort into school, you can easily find related books in the restricted area. Occlumency is not difficult for Ike. The waste notepad system comes with an incomplete version. As long as you understand the principles and methods of Occlumency, you can easily learn it. What's more, there is still the threat of Comrade Fu's seizing soul curse, so leveling up is not a problem. As for Legilimency, it's not that easy. As a good-natured young man, I couldn't experiment with his friends. Let's talk about it later. Quirrell should have been here many times, and he walked very fast ahead, and the complicated road conditions did not affect him. Even if he was following behind, Ike was still stumbling, and it was very troublesome to hide from the exposed tree roots on the ground, the branches and vines that protruded. After walking like this for about half an hour, Quirrell suddenly lowered his body and stopped. Ike squatted aside lightly, looking ahead through the bushes. It was a rare open space in the Forbidden Forest. There was a small pool in the center, and a deeper stream flowed through it, and then flowed to other places. 2 unicorns are by the pool. One is lying on the ground, the other is drinking water. It was the first time I saw this magical animal, which is well known even in the mole world, and Ike was amazed by their beauty. It was an indescribable holiness. The pure white hair seemed to be shining, fluttering gently, making people feel inexplicably calm. The corner of Ike's mouth showed a smile inadvertently, but Quirrell on the side clenched his wand tightly, and after leaving a sentence of "govern me," he hit him with an impediment spell. The turquoise sparks frightened the unicorns, but this level of enchantment didn't do much for them. As a magical creature of class, unicorns are highly resistant to magic. Moreover, their combat power is very strong. The unicorn drinking water moved its 4 hooves, lowered its head slightly, and the spiral horn on its forehead directly shattered Quirrell's obstacle spell, and rushed towards Quirrell quickly, forcing Quirrell to dodge in a hurry. At this time, another unicorn also stood up, and rushed over after him. Ike flashed aside with a sliding shovel, raised his hand and cast an obstacle curse, and then a crushing curse hit the ground next to the unicorn, stirring up a large cloud of dust. After dodging, Quirrell kept waving his wand. Heavy obstacles, broken to pieces, quickly imprisoned, blazing flames, and occasionally there were 1 or 2 flashes of green light, hitting the unicorn that rushed over first. Panicked, he was inadvertently led to the pool. Ike used the surrounding trees to play hide-and-seek with the unicorn, and there was no danger for a while. "Force it over," Quirrell shouted in an urgent tone. Ike was slightly taken aback when he heard it, and then quickly ran to the pool, not forgetting to throw a few impediment spells behind him. After the 2 unicorns came in, Quirrell began to show his real magical power. With a wave of his wand, a high earth wall surrounded the unicorn and the 2 of them. Ignite. The unicorns leaned together, walking around restlessly. They are intelligent magical creatures. They are well aware of the combat power of adult wizards, and they also understand that in the current situation, it is somewhat difficult to escape. The speed of unicorns is very fast, and the horns on their foreheads also have strong penetrating power, which can easily penetrate the scales of fire dragons. Quirrell was on guard, with a dignified expression. If you want to defeat them, the first thing you need to do is just changing the terrain and trapping them in places like this. The cutting curse, eye sickness curse, obstacle curse, and petrification curse constantly restrict their movements. When they can no longer run, they are no different from cattle and sheep. Remember, aim at their hooves and eyes. Unicorn fur has strong magic resistance. What you have to do is to restrict their actions with an obstacle spell. At your level, it's very easy to do this. Quirrell glanced at Ike, and his words were full of doubt. We have to make a quick decision. Too long will attract those troublesome centaurs. As soon as the words fell, Quirrell threw 2 cutting curses and was easily dodged by the unicorn. Ike hurriedly cast the obstacle spell, hitting the ground around the unicorn continuously, kicking up pieces of soil, but blocked Quirrell's cutting spells. Aim a little bit. Aim at their legs. After several spells were hindered by flying mud, Quirrell was a little out of breath, and while yelling at Ike, he accelerated the speed of casting spells. "Okay." Ike agreed, and kept moving his hands. Then he adjusted the target slightly, and 2 of the 5 spells could hit the unicorn's legs. It's just that the power is very small and basically has no effect. Quirrell is very anxious. His current physical condition does not support the battle for too long, and he is already struggling a bit. Glancing at Ike, who was gritting his teeth and constantly releasing the spell, Quirrell couldn't help speeding up the frequency of magic release again. A little wizard in the first grade can do this for the master, but the master is just at the back of his head. Ike didn't know about Quirrell's mental activities. While maintaining a clumency, he quickly released the impediment curse, occasionally mixed with the petrification curse and eye disease curse, but the accuracy was not very good. It's hard for Quirrell to say anything. After all, Ike is out of breath now. No matter how talented a little wizard is, his magic power is not too much at this age. The frequency of spellcasting is really difficult for him. And as far as he knows, Ike doesn't have any actual combat experience, and it's reasonable to be almost accurate. Besides, in most cases, Ike does a very good job. After fighting like this for a while, the two unicorns would be pushed back by Quirrell's cutting curse every time they wanted to rush over, and they were a little exhausted from the intensive spell attacks. Seeing the unicorns showing signs of fatigue, Quirrell intensified his attacks again regardless of his weak body, panting heavily while throwing the cutting curse desperately. As a last resort, Ike also cooperated to speed up the release speed of the hindrance spell. You are reading www. As the saying goes, if you stick to it for a long time, you will lose it. Quirrell saw the opportunity and shot a cutting spell precisely at the junction of a unicorn's leg and hoof, almost cutting it off directly. He couldn't help being shocked, and two more cutting curses flew over. Ike was also very excited, and threw 3 impediment spells, but unfortunately, one shot went sideways and landed next to the unicorn's hoof, and the other shot went up slightly, making the unicorn stagger, and its body was crooked. Dodged Quirrell's 2 cutting curses and the 3rd impeding curse. After fighting for such a long time, Quirrell and Ike didn't know how many spells they threw out. Although most of them hit the predetermined positions, some were dodged by the unicorn and hit the dirt wall. The earthen wall is already crumbling. These 2 cutting spells and 1 blocking spell were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the earthen wall collapsed directly. Seeing this, the unicorns turned around and ran, and burrowed into the woods along the gap, leaving only spots of silver-white blood on the ground. Quirrell waved his hand to cancel the transfiguration, and sat down on the ground. Ike fell faster than him, panting heavily, and asked pantingly, "Professor, the great black Dark Lord, what should I do next, Master Master, trash." The Dark Lord scolded Quirrell angrily, so frightened that Quirrell quickly stood up, took off his hood, and nodded slightly. "Child, you are very good. At your age, no one can do better than you." Comrade Laofu was very satisfied with Ike's performance. After a verbal compliment, he yelled at Quillo, "Go after it. It's injured. Go after it." "Obey, Master." Quirrell chased after the silver-white blood on the ground, regardless of his weakened body. Ike didn't rest anymore. He followed Quirrell and ran into the dense forest. Chapter 32 Arrest Operations. The speed of the unicorns is very fast. After losing the restriction of the terrain, even if one of them almost had a hoof cut off, it still quickly disappeared without a trace after getting into the dense forest. Quirrell put his hands on his knees, and after a long fight, the fierce pursuit made his bear bulge like a bellows. Ike looked even more unbearable, sitting on the ground against the big tree, looking half dead. "It seems that we can only come back tomorrow." After a long rest, Quirrell said out of breath, "With such a serious injury, it will be easy to find it again." Ike nodded when he heard the words, looked at Quirrell hesitantly, and said nothing. "Go back first and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow night will still be around this time, Mr. Strider." As soon as he finished speaking, Quirrell disappeared into the dense forest. Phantom spell? Who wouldn't be the same? Ike curled his lips, and also put a phantom spell on himself, and walked back in the direction of the castle. It was the first time that Ike realized that acting was such a tiring thing. With his level of magic, even if he couldn't perform to the level he should have faced with the fast unicorn, he wouldn't be so unbearable given the basic level of the spell. Fortunately, neither Quirrell nor Voldemort knew about Ike's true level of magic spells, but they had a deep understanding of his learning ability. Therefore, even if Ike disrupted Quirrell's offensive rhythm from time to time, Comrade Laofu and Quirrell did not blame him, but were very satisfied. After all, for a first-year little wizard, this performance is already very good. It was already 1:30 when we returned to the dormitory. Looking at the two sleeping soundly, I couldn't help feeling relieved. Hanging a lighting spell beside his bed, I covered his head with the quilt, and fell asleep after a while. When he woke up, Ike still felt a little dizzy and his body was aching. Shaking his drowsy head, Ike saw the two big faces of Stuart and Terry as soon as he looked up. "Come back when you come back. Why did you hang such a light ball?" Stuart's words were full of grievances and complaints. "God knows how scared I was by the light ball when I woke up in the middle of the night. Liang Tangdong thought I had overslept. My fault. My fault." Ike admitted his mistake again and again with a smile. "Next time I will wake you up directly." "Don't." The two hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads. They knew very well that I could do this kind of thing. "Wait, is there a next time?" Terry suddenly woke up. "Ike, what trouble have you encountered? Tell us, maybe there is another way." "Sorry." Ike showed a trace of apology. "This matter is very dangerous. If you get involved, I can't guarantee your safety. But don't worry, I'm fine, I'll take care of myself." Ike stretched his waist. "Of course, if I still haven't come back by the agreed time, remember to go to the professor." "I know." Terry nodded and said, "But if we do go to the professor, where are we going to find you, Ike?" Ike was taken aback when he heard the words. He really hadn't thought about this question. "I remember when I read novels before, the people in the book didn't need prompts when they were looking for someone." After thinking for a while, Ike made a decision. "Recently, if there are no accidents, I will go to the Forbidden Forest. If I don't go to the Forbidden Forest one day, I will tell you again." Patting the shoulders of the two, Ike said with a smile, "My backup depends on you. Don't worry, leave it to us." Stuart patted his chest, vowing, "There's nothing wrong with this." "Of course, I trust you." Ike smiled and walked towards the auditorium with the two of them. After breakfast, Ike returned to his old location in the library. Hermione seldom came for nearly half a month, and Ike knew that this was a critical moment when Hagrid's dragon was hatching, and the three of them should be in Hagrid's hut. Although Ike also wants to achieve the achievement of pulling dragons, it's a pity that except for Hermione, Ike is not familiar with other people in Gryffindor, and he has nothing to do with Hagrid, so I can only think about it. After spending the day peacefully, at night, after setting a time with Stuart and Terry, Ike went straight into the Forbidden Forest again. I don't know when Quirrell came. When Ike arrived, he seemed to have been standing there for quite a while. He stepped forward respectfully, with impeccable etiquette. "Great Dark Lord, your students send their greetings to you." Hey hey hey, Voldemort's laughter was still so devilish. "Son, when did you become my student?" Ike made a frightened and disappointed expression at the right time, and his voice was full of disbelief. "But, didn't you promise to teach me how to learn magic yesterday?" Hey hey hey, listening to the voice, Comrade Laofu should be very happy. "It's just a joke, kid. The Dark Lord's promise is always valid." "Praise you, teacher." Ike held the wand and put it on his chest. He nodded slightly, his body trembling inadvertently. Okay, there will be opportunities in the future, Ike." As soon as the words fell, Voldemort's voice became cold again. "Quirrell, go and find that beast. Our time is running out." "As you wish, Master." Quirrell replied respectfully, and looked back at Ike. "Let's go." After speaking, he followed the traces on the ground and walked deep into the Forbidden Forest. Ike followed behind. 7 points of this performance is to further increase Comrade Laofu's favorability, and 3 points are to guard against other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. For wizards, it is not difficult to track down the target, and the tracking spell was invented for this purpose. As long as there are items, hair or blood on the target, and the tracking spell is cast, the tip of the wand will point straight to the target's location. The two, one in front and one behind, quickly shuttled through the dense forest in the direction pointed by Quirrell's wand. You were reading www. It took a while for to stop, looking at the unicorn lying on the ground not far ahead and licking its wounds. Quirrell stopped the tracking spell and whispered, "Mr. Stride, it will be as good as yesterday, after I trap it. Assist me with the obstacle charm." "Okay, Professor." Ike nodded, his face full of determination. Seeing this, Quirrell turned around, adjusted his state slightly, and started using the transfiguration technique, surrounded by the fire curse, followed by a cutting curse thrown at him. Ike also raised his attention at the right time, and 2 impediment spells aimed at the unicorn's limbs and followed. Injured unicorns are much weaker in flexibility, but Quirrell has basically recovered his combat power after a day's rest. Even without Ike, it is not difficult to deal with an injured and lonely unicorn. After a while, even with Ike's efforts to hold back, the unicorn still fell under Quirrell's intensive attacks. Quirrell waved his wand, cancelled the siege wall and flames, walked to the side of the groaning unicorn lying on the ground, and stared at the dying creature. "Quick, quick, quick!" Voldemort's feeble voice was full of joy and eagerness. "Drink this damn blood." "Master, Quirrell hesitated. He knew very well what kind of curse he would receive if he drank the blood of this pure creature after hurting a unicorn. The moment he drank the blood of a unicorn, he could no longer be called human. With his current physical condition, Quirrell thinks he can last for a while, but it's a pity that Voldemort doesn't think much of it. Biting the wound on the unicorn's body, Quirrell was extremely remorseful amidst painful groans. In the summer of 1991, how wonderful it would be if we didn't go to the Albanian forest to search for the Dark Lord. Chapter 31 The Price. Once, Quirinus Quirrell was the pride of Ravenclaw. Whether he was a student or a professor of mole studies, he was known for his talent and solid theory. Perhaps because he didn't want to be limited to theoretical research, Quirrell applied for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor last summer. After getting approval, he took a long vacation and started traveling to increase his practical experience. That summer, Quirrell traveled to many places and encountered many dangers. In the Dark Forest, Quirrell encountered several vampires and witches, and nearly died. After escaping, Quirrell set his sights on the whole of Europe, and finally met the person who changed his life in Albania. Attached the downcast Dark Lord Voldemort on a snake. Quirrell, who had experienced the Second Wizarding War in England, had a natural fear of facing the Dark Lord, even if he could easily kill Voldemort when he first met. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Quirrell had the illusion that he could control Voldemort, and he paid a huge price for it. He became a temporary Horcrux, although Quirrell didn't know what a Horcrux really was. In a word, the body supports 2 souls, and Quirrell can clearly feel the loss of vitality, which makes him terrified. But what is more frightening is the Dark Lord attached to his body. In order to survive, Quirrell had to find the only magic creation known to be able to save the 2. Magic Stone. In Gringotts, Quirrell failed. After discovering Harry, Quirrell failed because of Snape's obstruction. Although they found out where the Sorcerer's Stone was stored, they couldn't find a way to pass Hagrid's 3-headed dog, and they stopped at the first level. During that time, Quirrell was worse than death. Voldemort didn't feel sorry for his servant. He cursed viciously and punished him painfully. It was a miracle that Quirrell didn't go crazy after suffering from both physical and mental tortures from the Dark Lord. Later, Quirrell or the Dark Lord found an interesting little wizard from his own academy. He had excellent spells and solid theory. He could be called the most outstanding little wizard in decades since Voldemort. Even after the contact, Voldemort actually gave him a better evaluation than when he was the same age. At least, even the Dark Lord, who made the whole of England tremble, never managed to cast spells silently and without a weapon in the first year. This cannot be explained by pure talent. When I asked Quirrell to learn magic, both Quirrell and Voldemort were very happy. Maybe Quirrell still has some regrets, regretting that an outstanding Ravenclaw is going to go his own way. But what happened later caused Quirrell to develop an emotion called jealousy. Why is his talent so good? Why did the Dark Lord plan to teach him magic? Why did the Dark Lord agree to teach him himself after his rebirth? And why, The Dark Lord spared no effort to expend his own vitality to cast the soul-seizing curse silently and without a weapon, just to subtly influence his thoughts. Quirrell couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't figure it out anyway, until he saw Ike's appearance in battle with his own eyes. The ability to cast spells on par with adult wizards, almost the same cast frequency, perfect silence, no spells. Although his accuracy is not very good, but he is only in the first grade. There is still plenty of time for him to grow, until he grows to the level of the Dark Lord, or even Dumbledore. Yes, Quirrell believed that Ike would reach that state, just as Voldemort deeply believed that he would return. Swallowing the unicorn's blood in big gulps, Quirrell could feel his originally dry life being nourished, and his heart beat vigorously again. It was as healthy as if he had returned to the time when he had not met the Dark Lord. But at the same time, Quirrell felt pain and trance that he had never felt before. His soul seemed to be crushed and thin, and he felt as if he would come out of his body at any time. Standing up, Toffheavy, Quirrell even felt that he could float up at any time. It's a pity that all of this is a curse for harming unicorns and sucking blood. From this moment on, Quirrell is no longer a human being, but an unknown existence that is not a human, a beast, a ghost, or a remnant soul. The body is just the shell of the soul. Hey, Voldemort was very excited. The blood of the unicorn fully nourished his remnant soul. This was the best time he had felt since Halloween 11 years ago. Well done, my servant. The Dark Lord never hesitated to praise the servant who fulfilled his wish. You will be rewarded when we get the Philosopher's Stone. Thank you, Master. Quirrell replied respectfully. He didn't even dare to have the slightest thought of being disrespectful to Voldemort. So, Ike, my favorite student, what do you want? Facing Ike, Voldemort had a completely different attitude. There was no cold blood towards Quirrell in his tone, just like Professor Flitwick's treatment of the kittens. He could only feel his concern for the students. I think you can allow me to take some unicorn blood for research, Great Dark Lord. My teacher. Ike nodded slightly. You can take some of the unicorn's hair, and even its horn, but never its blood, boy. Voldemort refused. Unicorn blood has magical powers, and when they are willing to give, time is the purest thing in the world. It can almost break all curses and restrictions. Even if it is a dying person, as long as he drinks the blood that the unicorn willingly donates, you reading www. will be reborn, like being healthy at the age of 18. Voldemort continued solemnly, however, if it is forcibly taken out like this one, it will have a strong curse. Although you can still be reborn, you will bear an evil curse, and you will no longer be a human being. You can only live on alive. Besides, I can't stop drinking the blood of unicorns. Once I stop, I will die. Death was miserable. Miserable. I see. Ike nodded and put away his wand. Then I'll get some hair. Very good choice, child. Voldemort appreciated. They have many uses and are very important magic materials. Ike took some tail hair and the mane, put it away carefully. Yes, many potions and alchemy items need these things, and these are enough for me to use for a long time. Ike nodded slightly. Thank you for allowing me to use them. You don't have to thank me, kid. When I come back, you will get better and more. The fur of a mere unicorn is too insignificant. I will teach you magic, let you appreciate the true meaning of magic, and even keep you away from death. Voldemort was clearly overbearing. As long as you offer your loyalty, child. Of course, the Great Dark Lord. My teacher. I cleaned his wand on his left shoulder, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, I will be your proudest student. I'm looking forward to it, Ike. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. Ike lowered his head and said silently in his heart. The panel of the waste notepad system flashed in front of his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Name, Ike Stride. No Tom Marvolo Riddle. Chapter 32 May 30th. Comrade Laofu's level of magic is beyond doubt. On the way back, Voldemort rarely let Quirrell cover himself with a turban and a hood, and kept answering Ike's questions. Whether it is the extra method of magic power growth or the magical effect of Felicia, or the difference between the European curse and the ancient Egyptian curse, Comrade Lao Fu pointed to the essence of the problem, which benefited Ike a lot, and I was even more fortunate that there was no first one. The control of the seizing soul curse was lifted for a while. Bear with it, although the more you think about it, the more you get angry, but it has indeed benefited a lot. Before parting, Voldemort even taught an additional little magic widely spread among dark wizards, the concealment curse, which can well hide the wizard's face, but it is only blurred in the eyes of others, as if separated by thick clouds. It's a very practical little magic, although Ike thinks it should be called the blurred face charm, because it can only do so much. The following days were very leisurely. Quirrell and Comrade Lao Fu focused all their energy on breaking through the checkpoint. With Quirrell's current state, even if it was an unscathed unicorn, it would not take much effort to defeat it. Ike is also really busy. The final exam is only 2 weeks away. Little wizards can be seen everywhere in Ravenclaw. In terms of grades, the Kitty Eagles are more paranoid than imagined. Whether it's the common room, the library, or even the auditorium, you can see little wizards holding books and chewing everywhere, and the learning atmosphere is very strong. Of course, reading books like this can only solve the theoretical exam to a certain extent. For classes that have practical parts such as spells, potions, transfiguration, and herbal medicine, simply reading books for review is not enough. Ever since the vast grassland by the Black Lake was taken over by the little wizards, and the places where senior couples dated and walked were reduced by one again. In fact, putting such a lot of energy on reviewing is purely rushing to the doctor. For junior students, the practical part is not difficult. An object is transformed into another object, and the grade is only judged by the degree of delicacy after deformation. For most young wizards, this is not difficult. It's just that no one believes the truth these days, so Ike has been complained by Stuart and others. If there are those who study hard, there will naturally be those who are mischievous. Even if it is Gryffindor in the concentration camp for troublemakers, what the three of Harry have done is indeed too much. 50 points per person, a total of 150 points of deduction puts Gryffindor, who had a close relationship with Slytherin, directly at the bottom, and reversely surpasses Hufflepuff, who has been number one for thousands of years. Perhaps the Gryffindors wouldn't be so angry if Ravenclaw was number one, but they just gave up the number one position in the Academy Cup to Slytherin, and the little lions were about to explode. Hermione, Harry, and Neville became the targets of public criticism, and Ron escaped death by being bitten by Hagrid's dragon and admitted to the school hospital. So from Mike's point of view, Gryffindors should be thankful. If Ron also participated, they would have been deducted 50 more points. Maybe that would set a record. Without Ike's involvement, the trio's story was similar to what I remembered, which also reminded Ike of another thing. Quirrell is going to search for unicorns in the Forbidden Forest again. The difference from memory is that the current Quirrell is to continue the effect of unicorn blood. Although it is a last resort, it is different in essence. For about 10 days, Ike also secretly wrote down this time, which is something that is not recorded in the books. The life of top students is so boring. When others are studying hard, Ike is complacent about a piece of useless knowledge that is not recorded in the book. Ike, who showed off, was ruthlessly suppressed by Stuart and others again, and even confiscated his favorite pile of cockroaches. On May 30th, when Harry, Hermione, and Neville received the notice that the lockup would begin at night, Ike also received a note from Quirrell, and met at the Forbidden Forest at 10 o'clock in the evening. Silently destroying the note, Ike seemed to be okay and spent the last spells class, defense against the dark arts class, transfiguration class, and history of magic with Stuart and the others before the exam week. By the time I left the history of magic classroom, it was already past 9 o'clock. Once again, I set a time with Stuart and Terry. Ike's proficient disillusionment spell was added silently, and the journey was leisurely. To the Forbidden Forest. Entering the Forbidden Forest, Ike began to miss the days when Comrade Laofu put the imperious curse on him. At least he didn't need to use the LV1 tracking curse to find Quirrell's location at that time. After searching for about 20 minutes, Ike arrived at the so-called rendezvous location. During the day in the defense against the dark arts class, Ike discovered that Quirrell's complexion was much worse. It was a haggard look like malnutrition. Looking at it now, I can even vaguely see the blue blood vessels behind Quirrell's ears. The great Dark Lord. Teacher. Ike nodded slightly, and saluted Comrade Laofu respectfully. Comrade Laofu was still very happy, but his tone was a little weaker, not as full of energy as before. Son, I'm glad you're here. Unfortunately, we may be hunting a new unicorn tonight. I'm happy to serve you, teacher. Voldemort seemed to sigh. The voice was too soft and Ike didn't listen too carefully. The one last time didn't last until today. It died in the Forbidden Forest about 4 days ago. The day before yesterday I saw that stupid half-blood giant cry. He ran out of the Forbidden Forest, carrying the corpse of that beast on his back. Today I want you to enjoy the fun of catching a unicorn. Voldemort continued. Don't worry, Quirrell will escort you, as you wish, teacher. Ike looked extremely excited, clenched the wand in his hand, and his eyes showed enthusiasm and strong confidence. Then, let's go. Voldemort's voice became lower and lower, and Quirrell also wrapped up his turban and put on the hood at the right time, and walked headfirst into the depths of the dense forest. With the experience from last time, the two of them quickly found a single unicorn this time. Looking at the white creature in front of him, Ike always felt that it was full of sadness. A cutting curse was thrown casually, and it precisely cut through a scabbed scar on the unicorn's leg. Is it the one that ran away last time? Obviously, yes. The unicorn let out a mournful cry, glanced at Ike, who was also wearing a black hooded robe, turned around and ran away. Ike threw out another cutting curse, but it hit the unicorn's buttocks. It seems that your accuracy has improved a lot, Mr. Strider. Seeing that Ike was hit by both spells, Quirrell couldn't help sighing. Of course, I haven't been idle these days. Ike threw 2 floating spells onto his and Quirrell's legs, and with a light tap of his feet, he jumped out for a long distance, closely following the unicorn, and a series of cutting spells and blocking spells flew towards the unicorn. Some hit the empty space, but as long as it hits, it is a stagger. Quirrell will also raise an earthen wall from time to drive and correct the direction of the unicorn. Just like this, the unicorn chased it like a stroll, and when it reached an open space, the unicorn finally couldn't hold on anymore, and fell to the ground after a mournful cry. But at this time, its 4 hooves, calves and body were covered with small wounds, and silvery white blood flowed all the way. Teacher, I did it. Ike saluted slightly. Very good, very good. Old Comrade Fu's voice sounded, and he turned to order Quirrell. Go, my servant, do what you should do. Yes, master. Quirrell replied, walked to the side of the unicorn in a few steps, and cast a cutting curse on the unicorn's neck, directly opening a hay-palm-sized wound. Silver white. The blood splashed a few times, like a slowly flowing stream. Fainting on the ground, Quirrell lay down on his body, swallowing gulpily at the wound, feeling the renewed strength in his body, feeling both satisfied and anxious in his heart. Suddenly, there was a scream. Ike followed the sound and saw Malfoy being led by a dog screaming and running, leaving behind a little wizard wearing glasses who was holding the lightning-like scar on his forehead in pain. It was Harry. I quietly watched Harry kneeling on the ground in pain. You were reading www. Secretly sighed, his eyes swept across the bushes behind Harry, and when he raised his hand, a red light flew over. The speed of the red light is very fast, but what is even faster is an arrow flying out of the jungle. Ike's wand moved slightly, and the red light immediately changed its target, knocking the arrow aside. At this moment, a centaur with platinum hair stood between Ike and Harry. Ike waved his wand, and 2 red lights flew towards the centaur. The centaur swung the bow in his hand, and unexpectedly scattered one beam of red light, while the other one hit Harry from under his body, knocking Harry directly on the ground. rolling several times, and finally lying on his back on the ground. Taking advantage of the time when the centaur looked back to check Harry's situation, Ike skillfully cast the disillusionment charm on himself and disappeared without a sound. As for Quirrell, he left here a long time ago. "Are you okay?" the centaur asked Harry, pulling him up. "It's okay, thank you." Harry didn't feel anything wrong with his body, and the scar on his forehead didn't hurt anymore. "Are you the boy from the Potter family? You'd better go back to Hagrid as soon as possible. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous recently, including Ryan. 2 unicorns have already died." The centaur saw Harry's iconic scar, said, "It's too dangerous here." "By the way, my name is Firenze," the centaur added, playing with his front legs. "By the way, you can climb on my back. It will be faster." "Okay." Harry didn't refuse. He desperately wanted to return to the castle. Putting his arm around the centaur's neck, Harry climbed up easily. Just as he sat firmly, Harry suddenly noticed something flashing on his arm. After a while, it was the place where he was hit just now. Rolling up his sleeves, he saw a 5-pointed star glowing red. Chapter 33. I believe him. The centaur is a kind of old-fashioned creature. They have extraordinary divination talents, follow the guidance of the stars, and have great hostility towards wizards. The act of Firenze letting Harry do it on his back was disgraceful in the eyes of the other centaurs. "What are you doing, Firenze? You let a man ride on your back. Are you a mule?" When Bane, Ronan and other centaurs arrived, after seeing this scene, Bane is very angry. "This is the boy from the Potter family, Bane. We must get him out of the forest," Firenze said. "The sooner the better. It's not safe here. We can't defy God's will." "Haven't you seen the guidance of the stars?" Bane was determined and furious. "Firenze has his intentions for doing this. I believe him, Bane." Ronan seemed to be talking about a very common thing. "What does that have to do with us? We never take care of those things, let alone run around like mules chasing humans who get lost in our forest." Firenze was very angry and kicked the ground angrily. "There are 2 unicorns. 2. Don't you understand why they died? The stars have changed. That existence obviously has a helper. We must resist him." Firenze glared at Bane angrily. "Didn't the stars give you an answer? You're running away, Bane." Bane wanted to say something. Xu was furious, but was pulled by Ronan. Firenze didn't care about Bane anymore, turned around and ran deep into the forest with Harry on his back. Harry had no idea what was going on. Why would there be a horrible person killing a unicorn and sucking its blood? And why would there be a guy who looks as big as himself to attack him? What exactly is the guidance of the stars that Bane, Firenze and Ronan mentioned? Why did Firenze say that the stars have changed? Holding Firenze's neck, Harry asked his own question. Firenze skillfully shuttled among the trees, but did not answer Harry's question. After a while, when the 2 of them ran far away, Firenze slowly slowed down and asked suddenly, "Harry, do you know what unicorn blood can do?" "I don't know." Harry shook his head. "I've only used unicorn hair and horns in potions class." Firenze's tone was a little erratic, and he said, "Only people who have nothing and want everything will do such a cruel thing as killing a unicorn. The blood of a unicorn can extend life, even if you are dying, but it takes a lot of effort, a big price. Because from the moment you drink its blood, you can no longer be called a human being, just a cursed life that does not live or die." "But why pay such a high price?" "Who is that outlaw?" Harry asked. "His life is coming to an end, but he doesn't want to die." But he didn't get what he wanted, so 2 unicorns were killed. Firenze explained, "The blood of unicorns is time limited, and the curse can be superimposed. Although taking it again will bring him back to life, it will also make him weaker when he is weak. Therefore, he will try his best to get something that fully restores his energy and mana." "Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school at this moment?" "The Philosopher's Stone." "But, it doesn't make sense. Who would do such a thing?" Harry asked loudly. "You should have thought about it, Mr. Potter." Firenze's voice suddenly trembled. "Except for the person whose name cannot be named, who would have been waiting silently, holding on to life tightly. Could it be Voldemort? Harry's voice was low and hoarse, as if frightened. But, who is that person who cast a curse on us? This is Hogwarts. We have no way of knowing what a person is thinking, not even magic. Firenze sighed. The trajectories of the stars are always changing. This has never happened before. Then, Harry stretched out his arm, just about to show Firenze the pattern of the pentagram, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a loud shout. Harry. Following the sound, they saw Hermione running towards them at a trot, and the tall Hagrid behind him was panting. Harry. Are you okay? Hermione asked. I'm fine, Harry said to Hermione, then turned to Hagrid. There's a unicorn dead, right there in the clearing. Hagrid. I know, Harry, I know, as long as you're fine. Hagrid was very excited. Firenze, you saved this child. It's nothing, Hagrid. Firenze put Harry down. Actually, even without me, he wouldn't be hurt. After speaking, Firenze left. Hagrid took Harry and Hermione outside the Forbidden Forest and told them to go back to the castle by themselves, then turned round and went into the Forbidden Forest. He was going to see the dead unicorn. Seeing that Hagrid was gone, Harry quickly pulled Hermione's sleeve and ran towards the castle. After running for a certain distance, he slowed down. Stretching out his arm, he showed Hermione the still shimmering pentagram. There are 2 wizards at the unicorn. This is left by one of the wizards. Hermione, do you see if this is some kind of curse? Firenze didn't tell me. The moment Hermione looked at the pentagram, the pattern suddenly flickered a few times, and then disappeared directly. Harry was taken aback and rubbed it hastily, but there was nothing on his arm. Why is it gone? Harry was still studying, but Hermione suddenly remembered something. Her face changed drastically, and she dragged Harry back to the castle. Ron fell asleep waiting for Harry and the others to come back, and was woken up by Hermione's rough shaking. Dazedly seeing the 2 of them coming back, just as they were about to make a sound, Hermione took out her wand. A faint white light flashed, and a milky white cover covered the 3 of them, and then disappeared. What is this? Hermione, Ron asked. Another usage of the silencer charm I started from. Hermione stopped suddenly, and then said to the 2 very seriously, listen, I'm going to say something very important now. Harry, that pentagram, I might know who left it for you. You reading www. What pentagram? Harry, what happened to you in the Forbidden Forest? Ron felt that everything was inexplicable, and Harry hurriedly said the matter, and then said excitedly, I think I understand everything. That shadow is Voldemort. Snape stole the Philosopher's Stone for him. That wizard is not a good thing either. He must be Snape's helper. Voldemort's lackey. By the way, Hermione, you just said that you know who that wizard is? Harry was talking excitedly, and suddenly remembered what Hermione said before, and asked hastily. That's right, Harry. Hermione seemed a little hesitant. If I'm not mistaken, I do know who that wizard is. Harry, he probably left that pentagram on purpose, just for me to see. Hermione whispered, that's why it disappeared after I saw it. So Hermione, who is that guy who wants to kill me? Harry was very excited, and asked Hermione loudly. He's going to kill me? Hermione, he's going to kill me? No, it won't. Harry, even knowing that the sound would not be heard outside, Hermione was still taken aback. Carefully looking around, and glaring at Harry, Hermione said, believe me, if he wants to kill you, you won't survive at all. Harry. So, who is that guy? Ron finally figured out what happened at this moment, looking at the 2 people in front of him who were at war, and asked in a low voice. That psych. Hermione sighed. He once wrote me a note saying that when I see a pentagram, I must believe him. Hermione raised her head, looked at Harry with both eyes, and said firmly, I believe him. Chapter 34 The Final Action. When they returned to the dormitory, Stuart and Terry had already woken up and were about to go out to find Professor Flitwick. Seeing Ike come back, each of them threw a pillow over and lay back on the bed. Once the quilt was covered, she fell asleep relentlessly. Ike waved his hand to stop the 2 pillows, shrugged his shoulders watching Stuart's neat movements, and carefully put the pillows back in place. After casting the stun spell proficiently, it was almost 10 o'clock when I woke up again. There is no class on Friday morning, and another herb class in the afternoon will end all the first grade classes. From next Monday, it will be the final exam. The exam takes a whole week. Each subject at Hogwarts has to be taken twice a week. It just so happens that the first time is the theory test, and the second time is the practical test. The first test was potions. Professor Snape didn't make it too difficult for the young wizards. He just gave out a sheet with 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, 100 true questions, and 3 essay questions, asking to write about Scabies potion. The detailed production steps of the healing potion and the cold potion are just that. The difficulty is not great, but there are too many things to write. Ike saw that a little wizard started sweating on his forehead and trembling the moment he received the test questions. Well, that's Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Ike scanned the questions from the beginning to the end. It was really not difficult, and they were all things that Snape had taught in class. Picking up the special anti-cheating quill, Ike started to answer quickly from the beginning to the end. Shushasha, shushasha. The sound of the quill quickly swiping on the parchment sounded in the examination room almost at the same time, and then they became one. Concentrating on nothing else, Ike ignored Snape, who was floating around the classroom like a ghost, and quickly finished his answer. The history of magic in the afternoon is even simpler. Professor Binns' exams over the years have been to write down the course of a historical event, and these are all in the thick history of magic, which is no more difficult for Ike. Although he couldn't memorize the entire book like Hermione, he could still memorize Professor Binns' lectures. The theory exams for charms, transfiguration, herbalism and defense against the dark arts are also similar to those for potions. But there are not so many questions. It is not difficult for those who listen carefully to get full marks. The real difficulty is practice. Professor Flitwick made the little wizards try to make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall made a mouse into a snuff box, and Professor Sprout let the students deal with white fresh. This is basically a Hansen exam. Potions class, it's a bit troublesome. I have to finish brewing the forgetting potion independently, and I have to face the pressure from Snape. Many little wizards, especially little lions, made big or small mistakes under this kind of pressure, and whenever this happened, Snape would sneer, and at the same time picked up the quill pen and swiped fiercely on the notebook. Then, as expected, the person who was scratched made a mistake again, until he broke down and cried loudly. Ike was unmoved, and completed the making of the forgetting potion very well. If there is no accident, it is another O. Stretching their waists, they left the potions classroom and returned to the common room. After almost a month of tension, the eaglets were finally relieved. Stuart and Michael complained about Snape's abhorrentness, while Anthony, Morag and Mandy reckoned their grades. Ike sat in the old position, happily calling the sealed cockroach pile, squinting his eyes to feel the pleasure of the explosion. Very comfortable. It's a pity that happy times are always short-lived. After eating 5 or 6 meals, I now landed in front of Ike through the window of the lounge. Taking off the note tied to the owl's foot, he opened it and took a look. Ike stood up straight away. Walking to the side of Stuart, who was complaining happily, he stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Under Stuart's somewhat surprised eyes, he said softly, 1 hour. Then, go straight to the right corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. Quirrell had been waiting in front of the wooden door for a while. Seeing that Ike had arrived, he didn't say much. He pointed his wand at the door lock and swung an unlocking spell, and the wooden door opened in response. The 3-headed dog Luwai behind the door looked fiercely at the 2 people in front of him, and let out a low warning sound. The 3 mouths slowly opened, and the saliva kept falling on the ground. Quirrell did not rush, took out a small harp from his robe, and started playing the harp automatically with a finger of his wand. When Luwai heard the music, his eyelids drooped unconsciously, and he lay down after a while, even snoring. 3-headed dog, a very ferocious and cruel creature. Quirrell put the harp aside, kicked the sleeping Luwai and said, "Its bite force is amazing, and there is poison in its saliva. It's troublesome after being bitten. I've been trying to deal with him, and finally learned about its weakness from that stupid half-blood giant. Actually, I should have thought of it earlier. Legend has it that Orpheus in ancient Greece entered the underworld in order to bring his dead wife Eurydice back from the underworld. Cerberus the dog fell asleep, and thus came out of the underworld." Quirrell sighed. "I forgot this. It's normal. We always ignore some obvious things." Ike opened the trap guarded by Luwai, through a ball of soft white light, and saw the creeping vines below. "Professor, there's something down there," Ike said. "Of course." Quirrell leaned over to take a look. "Dumbledore asked us to set up a checkpoint to protect the Philosopher's Stone. This should be Sprout's arrangement. I can't see clearly from such a distance." "You'll know when you jump down." Quirrell jumped down as he said that. Ike moved his left hand and jumped down. The two were caught by the soft and resilient vines, but immediately felt the vines entangled their bodies and slowly tightened. "Devil's net," Ike said. "This thing is not difficult to deal with." "Of course. Strong light and flames are their natural enemies." Quirrell raised his right hand high. Fluorescence flashes. A huge bright and dazzling ball of light appeared on the tip of the staff, and the devil's net receded quickly as expected. I put a shock-absorbing spell on the two of them at the right time, and they landed on the ground safely. Quirrell put away the lighting charm, straightened his clothes a little, and said to Ike, "Very beautiful shock-absorbing charm, Mr. Strider." Ike smiled and said nothing. Quirrell looked at the smiling Ike, and walked deep into the stone corridor without saying anything. After a while, the two arrived at the second checkpoint. Hundreds of keys with wings were flying in the sky, and there were a few broomsticks beside them, all of which were old models and very worn out, all petrified. Quirrell waved his wand, but the key in the sky seemed not to be affected at all, and it was still flying unhurriedly. Another freezing curse, still to no avail. "It seems that this is Flitwick's masterpiece. These keys have been released with magic, and the control spells don't work." Quirrell put away his wand, turned to look at Ike. "Mr. Strider, you need to ride a broomstick to grab the key to open the door. How is your flying class?" "Very bad, Professor." Ike shrugged. "Mrs. Hooch said that I can barely get an A in the flight class. I'm glad I won't have this class next year." "Then it's only me." Quirrell picked up a broom that looked better, turned over and rode on it. With a little force on his feet, he flew up and plunged into the flying key. "I don't know what kind of magic Professor Flitwick cast on these keys." As soon as Quirrell flew, they spun wildly, besieging Quirrell like a tornado. Although it doesn't hurt, Quirrell held the broom in one hand and protected his turban with the other, carefully looking for the correct key. After a while, Quirrell found a large antique silver key, and he knew it was the right one. Silver Key seemed to sense that he had been spotted, and moved quickly to avoid Quirrell's first attack. Seeing this scene, Quirrell was sure that he had found his target, and regardless of how painful it would be if he hit him, he plunged into the group of keys. Ike looked up at Cheeluo, who was surrounded by Luo, and showed an anxious look at the right time. After a while, I saw Quirrell swoop down directly, holding the key in his hand, jumping off the broom when he was close to the ground, ran to the front of the wooden door in 3 or 2 steps, roughly inserted the key into the keyhole, and swung to the right. "Screw open the wooden door." "Coming." Ike. Quirrell went into the other side of the door and hurriedly greeted Ike. Ike also ran 2 steps quickly, pulled out the key from the door, threw it into the group of keys attacking behind him, and ran into the door. Quirrell behind the door closed the door. There was a sound of bang bang bang, and the wooden door finally stopped shaking. Healing as before. Quirrell cast a healing spell on his arms and face, and the wound scratched by the key healed visibly with the naked eye. After another cleansing spell, even the blood was gone. It was only then that he turned his attention to the rows of huge statues in the darkness. Pop, puff, puff, accompanied by continuous sounds. One after another torches were lit up, illuminating the whole room brightly. Only then did they realize that those statues were chess pieces. Wizard chess? It seems to be McGonagall's handwriting. Quirrell smiled and held out his wand, turned to Ike and said, "Mr. Strider, I don't think we need to follow the rules. How about your shattering spell to pieces?" As soon as Cheerio finished speaking, he saw a pawn being smashed to pieces, and the other pawns turned around in unison, pulled out the weapons in their hands, and moved towards the two of them. "It should be pretty good." Ike shrugged. "At least there's nothing wrong with dealing with these. Then it's easy to handle." Quirrell nodded, and together with Ike cleaned up all the pieces on the chessboard, and smoothly arrived at the door of the next level. As soon as he opened the door, Ike smelled a familiar stench, and then saw a giant monster looking at it stupidly. 2 cutting curses passed, cutting off half of the giant monster's neck. The troll took 2 steps forward before falling powerlessly to the ground. After a loud noise, Ike felt that the stench in the room was even worse. Followed Quirrell to the next room, and just after entering the door, a purple flame rose. At the same time, the door leading to the front also burst into black flames. A variant of Fiendfire. Quirrell walked up to the black flame, and you were reading www. Identified it and said in a low voice. I came to the table in the middle of the room, picked up the parchment on it, read it silently, and looked at the 7 bottles of different shapes on the table. It seems that this was arranged by Professor Snape. Ike said, Hey Snape, such a memorable name." Comrade Foo, who had been very quiet all this time, suddenly said, "However, we don't need them. Come here, come forward. I'll teach you a little spell, fire control curse. You can easily pass through the flames here. We shouldn't be playing logical reasoning games here." I quickly learned this spell. He pointed his wand at the flame in front of him and said the spell. The black flame then separated from the middle, revealing a gap where 2 people could stand side by side. Hey Tilda, very good. Very good. Voldemort praised a few words, then fell silent again. Quirrell passed through the gap head, and Ike followed with the magic spell. The last room was brightly lit, except for a mirror in the middle. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror, stroking the mirror with his hands like a monkey. It's here. It's here." Voldemort's voice was urgent. "I can feel it. It's here. Get it. Get it." Quirrell didn't talk to him. He fumbled around the mirror with one hand, and kept rummaging through his pockets with the other. After working for a while, there was nothing. At this time, he discovered that there was a line of words engraved on the top of this magnificent mirror with a golden frame. Aristella Uru A2 by Cafruation Vor or he. Quirrell lowered his hands, fixed his eyes on this line of text, and murmured, "The Mirror of Erised." Chapter 35 Face to Face. "Where is it? Where is it?" Quirrell seemed to be a little crazy, and he kept muttering. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his tone gradually weakened. Ike looked at the purple marks slowly crawling out from the back of Quirrell's neck, and knew that it was the curse of unicorn blood. The first time, Quirrell persisted for about 10 days, but the second time it lasted only 7 or 8 days, and the backlash came even more violently. "No wonder I can't hold on to looking for the Philosopher's Stone today," Ike thought to himself. The death of the 2 unicorns was a big deal. Hagrid and the centaurs stepped up their patrols, and it was very difficult to steal the power of the unicorn's blood. Quirrell's plan was very good, but Dumbledore used magic to hide the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Erised. People like Quirrell, Voldemort and Ike who want to have the Philosopher's Stone are impossible to get it. That's right, Ike also wants the Philosopher's Stone. Regardless of whether the piece hidden in the Mirror of Erised is true or not, according to Schrodinger's theory, when the Philosopher's Stone is not taken out, it is in a wonderful state of half-truth and half-false, that is to say, there are at least half the time, it's true. Assuming that the Sorcerer's Stone is real, then as a few generations the most amazing alchemical creation in the history, its research value is immeasurable. Among other things, turning a stone into gold is very tempting, enough to drive countless people crazy. "I can't get it, Master ... I can't get it." After several hours of searching, Quirrell fell into despair. His voice was a little crying, which woke up Voldemort, who had fallen into a deep sleep because of his weakness. Comrade Laofu was angry, but it was incompetent rage, and he had nothing to do with Quirrell, especially in his current state. Even when he drank unicorn blood just 7 or 8 days ago, Voldemort could forcefully break Dumbledore's magic. Fortunately, there is still hope. After teaching at Hogwarts for a whole semester, Quirrell not only made a lot of preliminary preparations for stealing the Philosopher's Stone, but also made a lot of investigations into Harry, the boy who lived, and knew Harry's temperament very well. That is a little wizard who looks very Gryffindor, commonly known as a reckless man. Now, what Quirrell is waiting for is Harry. He is no fool. He knows who these so-called checkpoints are waiting for. It can be said that this is the stage set up for Harry. Otherwise, who can stop mere devil's net, mere wizard's chess? It's just that the three-headed dog at the beginning was tricky, and it stopped him for almost a semester. It's just that there are many things that you can't do but have to do. Voldemort needs the Sorcerer's Stone, and so does Quirrell, knowing that there is a pit in front of him, but he has to jump. He has no choice. Quirrell was still standing in front of the Mirror of Erised. The curse of unicorn blood forced him to save every ounce of energy and adjust his state. Ike was much freer, but he was also sitting on the stone steps beside him, his wand beating his thighs rhythmically, but his mind was on the upcoming battle. After waiting for a few more hours, I finally got the right owner. Harry jumped in as expected, and the first thing he saw was Quirrell standing in front of the Mirror of Erised. He couldn't help being taken aback. Even just a moment ago, what he had guessed was the vicious Snape. "It's here, I can feel it." Quirrell's voice was low and his speech was very slow. "But why can't I get it? Why do you say, Mr. Potter?" "Professor Quirrell, why is it you?" Ike, who was watching, couldn't help but feel helpless for Harry's reflex arc, but Harry didn't realize it, and still asked himself, why not Snape? Yeah, why not Snape? Quirrell's words were 3-point angry, 3-point emotion and 4-point helpless, with Professor Snape flying around like a bat. Who would pay attention to poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? "But he wants to kill me!" Harry shouted loudly. He felt that his 3 views were shattered, and Quirrell in front of him shattered his cognition. "No, no, Potter, I was the one who wanted to kill you." Quirrell completely followed the law that the villain must reveal his own plan, and he said almost the whole semester, someone to some extent. "He is indeed my accomplice. Snape used to be a Death Eater, you know." In the last sentence, Quirrell's voice became low, and then he said to Ike, who had been watching the scene for a long time, "Mr. Our Savior is tied up, we need him next." Harry just noticed the other person in the room at this moment, and couldn't help being taken aback. Even though Hermione had reminded him that Ike might be inside a few minutes ago, he still didn't take it to heart. Ike didn't talk nonsense with Harry. He is now in the villain camp. With a wave of his hand, a few ropes appeared out of nowhere and tied Harry tightly, like a mummy, with only a pair of eyes and mouth exposed. "Why are you here? Hermione believes in you so much." Harry still shouted, "Are you worthy of her?" Ike, raising his hand to send Harry to Quirrell's side. Ike still didn't speak. Quirrell reached out and pinched Harry's face, as if he was looking at something wonderful and rare. "Is this the savior? It doesn't look very good. Stupid, reckless, I don't know what you are." "Cairo, don't waste time. Let him get the Philosopher's Stone." A voice sounded, speaking very slowly, very weak, out of breath. "Master." Quirrell replied respectfully, and with Harry's questioning expression, he untied the rope on Harry, and then pushed him in front of the Mirror of Erised. "Tell me, what did you see in the mirror?" Quirrell was a little impatient. Harry had long recognized that it was the Mirror of Erised that he had seen in the abandoned classroom. He looked over curiously, but saw himself in the mirror blinking at himself, and then put a piece of red hand into his trousers pocket. At the moment when the stone in the mirror was put into his pocket, Harry felt something round and angular sticking against his thigh abruptly, and he couldn't help being startled. Facing Quirrell's urging, Harry decided to lie, I saw Dumbledore shake my hand again, and I won the Academy Cup for Gryffindor. Lying. He's lying. The voice sounded again. Let me tell him, Quirrell. Let me tell him. But master, let me talk to him. Old Comrade V's attitude was firm, so Quirrell had no choice but to take off the turban on his head, and turned around. Harry immediately saw an ugly face. Meet you again, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Voldemort's current appearance frightened Harry and Ike as well. When we met a week ago, Comrade Laofu could still see a human face, but now it has completely changed. Without a trace of blood. The originally light green eyes turned red, and the nostrils changed from round to slender, like a towel socket. Look at my appearance, Harry Potter. You made me into this ghostly appearance. I can only be useful if I am attached to a servant's body. Over the past 2 weeks, the blood of the unicorn has allowed me to recover a bit, but I still have to endure damned curse. However, once I get the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life, I can rebuild my body. So, why don't you give me the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket? Suddenly feeling felt in Harry's legs. He took a few steps back to avoid Voldemort's eyes, shouted, "Don't think about it! Don't think about it!" turned around and ran towards the black flames. Stop him! Voldemort yelled, and Quirrell and Ike Kicky rushed towards Harry. Ike was a little far away, 2 steps behind, watching. Quirrell grabbed Harry's arm, but let out a scream like a pig. You ... What are you? Quirrell's right hand was completely red, as if it had been burned by flames, and his fingertips slowly began to turn black. Grab him! Voldemort shouted again. As soon as the words fell, I grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him staggeringly. His body turned around involuntarily, and fell to the ground. Regardless of the pain in his right hand, Quirrell stretched out his left hand to Harry again. Harry's footsteps were already unsteady, and he kept waving his hands, trying to grab something to stabilize his body. Was pulled before. There was another scream, and Quirrell watched his hands turn from red to black, backing away from Harry. At this time, Harry also came to his senses. Quirrell can't touch his body. The awakened Harry felt that he was full of courage. He swooped and hung on Quirrell's body. He pressed Quirrell's face with both hands, and pressed his fingers hard, as if he was about to grab something. He did catch it, a large piece of flesh that was red, scorching hot and turning into black ash. Looking again, Quirrell had collapsed powerlessly on the ground, and was covering his ashes face with his hands that were constantly turning into black ashes. He couldn't cry anymore, but through those eyes, he could clearly see that he was experiencing unimaginable pain, and after a while, he was reduced to ashes. Harry Potter. A black figure rose from the ashes, looked at Harry angrily, and cursed, "It's you again. It's you again. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Ike, give me the Philosopher's Stone. Comrade Laofu's words woke Harry up. He looked at Ike, who seemed to be all right, and hid back with his hands in his pockets. Ike sighed. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the black flames that had not changed in any way. With a gesture of his hand, Harry flew to his feet. As soon as the right wand hit Harry's hand, Harry felt an unbearable tingling in his hand, and couldn't help but let go. Taking out the Philosopher's Stone easily, Harry still shouted, "Ike! Ike! Don't give him the Philosopher's Stone!" Ike glanced at Harry, and shut his mouth in fright. Those eyes were cold, and Harry couldn't help but think of Snape. "It's so noisy," Ike muttered, holding the Philosopher's Stone and looking at Comrade Fu, who had turned into a black shadow. The curse of unicorn blood, Quirrell's death, and the strange power in Harry made Voldemort extremely weak, even weaker than when Quirrell first met him last year. "Give it to me. Give it to me," old Comrade Voldemort repeated in a low voice, and Ike also walked slowly towards Voldemort. Harry endured the pain in his hands and wanted to grab Ike's feet, but he just missed. He could only watch Ike come to Voldemort's side and handed the Philosopher's Stone up. "No, no!" Two voices sounded one after another. The former was full of disappointment, pain and remorse, while the latter was pure anger. It turned out to be fake. Fake. Dumbledore. Comrade Laofu just came into contact with the Sorcerer's Stone, and found that apart from the strange magic fluctuations on the surface, there was an ordinary red stone inside. Beyond his perception, the angry old Comrade Fu threw himself at Harry fiercely, wanting to kill him, but he suddenly remembered Quirrell's tragedy in his mind, stopped halfway, and turned to pass through the black flames, leaving only one unwilling cry. "I'll be back. Wait for me." Ike stared at the black flame, and after a while he was sure that Voldemort had escaped, and then he let out a sigh of relief. After a few steps, he came to Harry's side and squatted down, ignoring Harry's fierce eyes, and stretched out his wand to point at Harry. Healing as before. Harry was stunned. He felt his body gaining strength gradually. He struggled to get up, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Ike with one finger. "It's better for you to lie down for a while. The healing spell is not a panacea, and it can't alleviate the loss of your magic power and spirit," Ike said, turning his wrist. A red stone appeared in his hand. Feeling it slightly, can't help sighing. "This is the Philosopher's Stone." You were reading www. Who would have thought that such a powerful wave of magic power would be firmly trapped by the shell, only revealing this little? Harry was confused, as if his mind had been kicked repeatedly by 10,000 horses, 10,000 mules, and 10,000 donkeys. This. What's going on here? He couldn't understand why there were two Philosopher's Stones. The duplication curse, a very practical spell. Ike played with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand and said casually, "How about it's because the magic power fluctuation outside the Philosopher's Stone is not strong, so I might not have fooled him." "But, how did you do it?" "I saw you take out the Philosopher's Stone from my pocket with my own eyes." "How? Haven't you seen magic tricks, Harry?" Ike flipped his wrist, and the Philosopher's Stone disappeared, and flipped it again, and it reappeared in his hand. Simple blindfold. Putting the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket casually, Ike waved Harry and flew into the air. "Okay, it's time for us to leave. You need to go to the school hospital for a few days, Harry." As soon as he walked to the black flame, Ike was about to cast the fire control spell to separate the flame, when he saw the flame in front of him suddenly go out, and a group of people appeared in front of him. An old man with white hair and a white beard, a man with a greasy face and a little witch with fluffy brown hair. "Mr. Strider, I think you have something to give me before sending Harry to the school hospital," the old man with the white beard said with a smile, looking very kind. "Professor Dumbledore." Ike also showed a smiling face, nodded slightly as a salute, and greeted the anxious little witch beside him. "Hermione, long time no see, it's been 2 or 3 days." Hermione nodded, with a complicated expression on her face. "Ike, long time no see." Chapter 36 The Unbreakable Vow. On the 8th floor, the principal's office, compared with the offices of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Quirrell that Ike had been to, the principal's office is more interesting. In the spacious circular room, there are all kinds of silverware and alchemy gadgets, making a buzzing sound. On the wall are portraits of past principals, both men and women, most of whom looked at Ike curiously, and some fell asleep leaning on the chair. A little red bird stood on a tall gilded perch, combing its feathers as if no one else was around. "Milk goes with piles of cockroaches, right?" Dumbledore pushed a cup towards Ike, and took out a plate covered with piles of crawling cockroaches. He picked one up and put it into his milk glass, took a sip, and exclaimed, "It's a very creative way of eating. The feeling of milk mixed with bursting chocolate, it's so delicious that it's hard to describe in words." Ike smiled, took a sip of the special chocolate milk, and even narrowed his eyes. "Few people like this kind of candy. People prefer sizzling bee candies." Dumbledore pushed the glasses on his nose like a kind old man. "It's like Severus and Minerva. I would like to. They recommended it many times and were rejected." "Same, Stuart and Terry don't like it either." Ike threw another one into his mouth, took a sip of milk, felt it for a while before eating it. "You are a very interesting person, Mr. Strider," Dumbledore said, I have heard many professors mention that this year's Hogwarts has a very good little wizard who has magic spells, transfiguration, and magic tricks. The medicine, the herbal, almost all of the courses are really good. Except for flying lessons? Except for flying lessons. Dumbledore nodded with a smile on his face. It is said that Mrs. Uch complained that you didn't pay attention to her lessons. I just don't have the talent. Ike shrugged. Of course, everyone has something he is not good at, and they all have their own secrets, Dumbledore said with a smile, but leaned forward slightly, looking at Ike. Then Mr. Strider, can you tell me, why did you appear there? Ike looked into Dumbledore's eyes, showed a standard smile, turned his wrist and a red stone appeared, slowly playing with it in his hand. I want to see the Sorcerer's Stone. What exactly is it? Dumbledore leaned back, his tone a bit erratic. You remind me of someone, Mr. Strider. The same was born in an orphanage, the same has extraordinary talent, and the same showed surprising strength from the very beginning. However, he went astray later, that's another story. Fortunately, you are different from him, Mr. Strider. Dumbledore pushed his glasses, and his eyes were complicated, which made it difficult for people to understand. Can you tell me that you can follow him? What to do? Learn magic, Professor Dumbledore. Ike looked into Dumbledore's eyes without hesitation, and replied firmly, that's an excellent opportunity. I can't miss it. Sorry. Dumbledore was silent for a long time, and said in a deep voice, the Hogwarts courses allow you to learn magic step by step, and the books in the library can also satisfy your pursuit of magical knowledge, and according to my knowledge the restricted area can't stop you. You have to know that there are very few first-year little wizards who can do this. That's not a relaxing answer, Mr. Strider. What if I make an unbreakable oath with you? Ike said, never hurt my friend, never harm Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, as if there was a wonderful power that made people inadvertently addicted to it. After a long silence, Dumbledore couldn't help but admire, unexpectedly, you have already learned Eclumency. Yes, I found related books from the restricted section, and they are written in great detail, Ike replied. So I need a witness. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a silver-white phoenix appeared from the tip of the wand, and quickly disappeared into the principal's office. After a while, Snape walked over quickly, his robe was lifted by the wind, and stood beside Ike coldly. Severus, we need you as a witness to complete an unbreakable oath. Dumbledore stood up and came to the other side of Ike. Ike also stood up, and Dumbledore held each other's right arms. Snape didn't say anything, and tapped his wand on the arms they were holding. Mr. Stride. Dumbledore looked at Ike. You should know that once the ceremony starts, it cannot be stopped, and those who break the oath will die miserably. I know. Ike interrupted Dumbledore's next words, and turned his head to look at Snape with a cold face aside. Professor Snape, I'm ready. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other, nodded, and asked loudly, Ike Stride, can you guarantee that you will never use magic to harm innocent people? I promise. Can you guarantee that you will never hurt someone who sincerely regards you as your friend? I promise. Can you guarantee that you will never do anything that endangers Hogwarts? I promise. During the question and answer, 3 hot red lines sprayed out from the tip of Snape's staff. The ceremony is complete. Snape put away his wand, and said the first words after entering the door. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and then said to Ike, Mr. Strider, you can keep the Philosopher's Stone until the last day of July, when you need to return it to me. Its owner still needs it. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. Ike nodded, put the Philosopher's Stone back into his pocket, raised his finger to the pile of cockroaches on the desk, and asked, you are eating WWW, can I take some? Yes. Dumbledore waved his left hand, and more than half of the pile of cockroaches on the plate flew into a paper bag. Ike took the paper bag and nodded slightly to the two. If there is nothing else, can I leave? Of course, it's getting late. I think you need to take a good rest. Dumbledore nodded, watched Ike leave the principal's office, and then sat back on the chair. Snape kept watching everything coldly until Ike left before saying, Is that the end? Dumbledore, we have made an unbreakable oath. Dumbledore replied. So you believe it? The little wizard who can trick the Dark Lord around. Are you sure he can't find a way to bypass the oath? I know that an unbreakable oath cannot bind him, even if he made it first. Severus. Dumbledore was silent for a while before continuing. About a month ago, I went to Corner Lane. I got some very interesting news from Ollivander. It is difficult for a wizard who uses unicorn hair as a core to succumb to black magic. The experience handed down by the Ollivander family is still worthy of trust. I think you are old and foolish. Snape scolded. I don't deny that I am indeed older, Severus, Dumbledore replied with a smile, but I can still see some things clearly. Also, I think I need to apologize to you. There is one thing I didn't tell you. Dumbledore blinked and suddenly looked playful. Strider likes cockroach piles very much. I think I have the same lovers are trustworthy. What do you think? Severus. Chapter 37 Questioning. There are no secrets at Hogwarts. After Ike left the headmaster's office, he just fell asleep, and what happened last night spread widely. Walking in the castle, you can see people discussing everywhere. Professor Quirrell turned out to be a Death Eater. Unbelievable. Harry Potter defeated the Death Eaters. Ravenclaw's famous loudspeaker Stuart sighed loudly in Ike's ear. How did he do it? He's only in the first grade. Xavier, it's normal to do this. After all, he defeated the man who couldn't name him when he was a baby. Ike pushed the noisy Stuart away and stretched himself. The news spread so fast, except for Gryffindor's loudspeaker on. Ike wouldn't believe it if Dumbledore wasn't behind it. But that's okay. No matter which version it is, Ike doesn't exist. No trouble, no less benefits. However, not everyone believed the story that was circulating in the castle. Ike also knew very well that, except for Dumbledore, Hermione knew the truth. After all, the pentagram is for Hermione to see. Strolling along the edge of the Black Lake, Ike enjoyed a rare relaxing time. For the whole school year, in the first half of the semester, Ike was obsessed with learning magic and couldn't extricate himself. In the second semester, he had to act in front of Comrade Laofu, which consumed countless brain cells of Ike. The Dark Lord had a hard time trusting a person, not even his servants. The Death Eaters could gain his trust. Maybe Bellatrix Lestrange was one. As for the others, I couldn't think of them. If taking care of Comrade Volt Horcrux as the standard, Malfoy can also be counted. It's just obvious that the Malfoy family has lost Voldemort's trust. Of course, now Ike may barely count as one of them. The phrase "wait for me" left by Comrade Laofu when he ran away is heartbreaking and full of reluctance. Moreover, this matter was also confirmed on the waste notepad system. Title: Apprentice of the Dark Lord. Congratulations, you have won the Dark Lord's favor. It's not bad. The plan is basically completed. Ike reached the grass, picked up a stone and hit the water. It can only be said that without using magic, Ike's technique sucks. Ike. Hermione trotted all the way over, staring at him angrily. You actually hid here. Don't you think you have to say something? Good morning, Hermione. Ike stood up lazily. Are you coming to bask in the sun too? It's a great choice. The sun is very warm today. Don't change the subject. Ike Strider. Hermione was really furious. First you leave a note for no reason, and then you brutally hurt a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. What are you thinking? Do you want to be expelled from school? Ike shook his head, and retorted, to be precise, I was only involved in harming the unicorn, and I wasn't the one who killed it. Taking out the wand, Ike continued, my wand is a core made of unicorn hair. It will never let me kill unicorns with it. If you read the wonderful knowledge of 50 magic wands in the library, you should know that among the many cores, only unicorn hair has this characteristic. Of course I know, but you hurt it after all. Ike's explanation did not satisfy Hermione. Beautiful, pure unicorns are loved by all witches, and Hermione is no exception. Well, I don't deny that. Ike shrugged. So, what are you going to do, Hermione? Hermione was speechless for a moment. The little witch was simply venting her emotions, but she didn't think too much about it. "You need to apologize to Hagrid." The death of the unicorn made him very sad. "Sorry, I can't do that." Ike shook his head. "Unicorns don't belong to Hagrid, and Dumbledore won't allow me to do that." Ike explained, "Some things I do cannot be known by others, and Hagrid is obviously not a person who can keep secrets. You should know how Quirrell knew the way to pass the three-headed dog. I'm sorry for hurting the unicorn, but only for you." Looking at Ike's sincere eyes, Hermione suddenly had the idea of forgiving him just like that, but was immediately frightened by herself. Subconsciously took 2 steps back. Hermione stared at Ike vigilantly, and shouted, "What did you do to me?" "Nothing." Ike showed a kind smile. "Think about it carefully, Hermione. I have never hurt you, Harry, and Ron. Whether it was the Forbidden Forest or the final checkpoint, you pass the message, help you. Just a pentagram. What news can it convey?" Hermione muttered, but Ike heard the truth, and immediately replied, "Keys, potions. I think I saved you a lot of time." "Of course, I don't deny this." Ike smiled, "but these are already the limit of what I can do in that situation." "So, what are you going to do?" "Why are you with Quirrell and that man who can't name you?" "You are reading www." Hermione finally asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Ike looked into the eyes of the little witch and was silent for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "Sorry, I can't tell you everything. I can only say that I have a reason to do that. Besides, Dumbledore knows everything. If you don't trust me, at least you will trust Dumbledore." "Dumbledore knows?" "Of course." Ike nodded. "At Hogwarts, there is very little that Dumbledore doesn't know. He is the greatest white wizard of this century. Okay. Hermione pondered for a while, and finally it was Dumbledore's reason that convinced her that Old Deng's name was still very useful. Ike finally let go of the stone in his heart, raised his hand and threw a stone into the Black Lake, and said with a smile, "I think you should have no other problems, so do you want to have a swimming competition?" "No." Hermione shook her head. "I still have to go and see Harry. He passed out just after being sent to the school infirmary yesterday, and he hasn't woken up yet." "Well, if Harry wakes up, remember to say hello to him for me." Ike's expression was extremely sincere. "I will." Hermione looked at Ike complicatedly, finally nodded in agreement, and trotted away. Ike saw a red-haired lion cub running out from behind a tree in the distance to join Hermione. The two of them ran faster and faster as if something scary was chasing after them, and they ran back to the castle after a while. He couldn't help laughing. It's finally come to an end. The favorability of the protagonists must be maintained. Ike stretched his waist, raised his head and squinted his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun. "Next, we can start the next step." Chapter 38 Leaving School. Watching Gryphon in the auditorium, duo went all the way from the last to overtake and counter-attack, and finally won the Academy Cup. The three of Harry and Neville once again became the heroes of the Teacher Academy, winning the cheers of almost everyone except Slytherin. This is the charm of the big reversal. Things that exceed people's expectations will always make people excited. In most cases, Ike was also not stingy with his own applause, and maintained a calm smile, but looked at Dumbledore, who was in the middle of the professor's chair. Dumbledore blinked, looking very happy, in stark contrast to Professor Snape with a cold face. It's understandable. The 7 consecutive championships that were supposed to be good are gone. As the head of Slytherin, how could Snape have a smiling face? This has absolutely nothing to do with not wanting to see Harry's airy appearance. Gryffindor Carnival, Slytherin atmosphere, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw happily eating melons. The last banquet of the semester ended in this strange atmosphere. We'll take the Hogwarts Express again, leave school and return to London. Of course, before leaving, there is one last thing for all the ungraduated little wizards to do: sign an agreement. It's an agreement, but it's actually a guarantee. The Ministry of Magic does not allow underage wizards to use magic during their holidays, and the school regulations also stipulate that the wizards are required to sign their names on a piece of parchment to make a pledge not to use magic. Once a little wizard is found to use magic, the Ministry of Magic will issue a warning, or even order him to drop out of school. As for how to find out, it is generally said that there is a trace in the magic wand purchased by the little wizard. It will monitor the little wizard during the holidays and notify the Ministry of Magic in a special way. However, in Ike's view, perhaps the non-use of magic guarantee outside the school signed before leaving school is the real reason. It's very similar to the legendary magic contract. Perhaps because of the unbreakable vow he made with Dumbledore, Ike now has a little bit of a faint perception of contract magic. At the moment when he wrote his name, Ike had the feeling that he had signed another contract in the dark. It was very faint. If it wasn't for the almost inaudible magic fluctuation on the parchment, Ike would have almost missed it. The magic affinity is still very useful. On the last night at Hogwarts, almost all the common rooms fell into a frenzy. Buckets of butterbeer, magical fireworks, and all kinds of candies were placed on the table. The little wizards laughed and cried, both longing for the upcoming holiday and looking forward to the campus. Reluctant to live, Ike silently ate the pile of cockroaches in the corner, looked at the people in the lounge, relaxed rarely, and would respond when others cheered. For Ravenclaw, a good holiday life begins with a perfect report card. The report card was issued in the second week after the exam. Ike scored 7 Os in Charms, Transfiguration, Defense against the Dark Arts, Herbology, Potions, Astronomy, and History of Magic. Only the flight class he got an A, which led to him being the second in class at the end after being ahead for a whole semester. Hermione's flying class was E, which just happened to be short of this point. In this regard, the Kitty Eagles felt sorry for Ike, but Ike himself didn't feel much. The next morning, the little wizards put on their regular uniforms, dragged their salutes and left Hogwarts, boarding the Hogwarts Express. Ike sat with Stuart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony, chatting while waiting for the train to start. There are very few sad things in the little wizard's world, and even parting, there is no such emotion. During the vacation correspondence, Terry also invited everyone to visit his house. It was a great temptation for Stuart to be able to use magic at will. In this aspect, wizard families are much more convenient than Mole families. Most of the day passed, and Hogwarts finally arrived at King's Cross Station in London in the afternoon. The station was full of parents picking up their children, waving enthusiastically to the children in the window. As soon as the car stopped, the little wizards couldn't wait to salute and get out of the car, ran to their relatives, raised their heads and smiled, talking about how good their grades were and how interesting their school life was. And what couldn't be avoided was naturally it was a comeback of the Academy Cup. So, the scene at the farewell dinner was repeated again. Gryffindors were elated, Slytherins were sullen, and Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were happy. Ike smiled and bid farewell to Stuart and the others, and stopped at the station for a long time, until there were almost no people left. As soon as she came out, she saw Julian greeting herself with a smile. After trotting a few steps to the side, Ike showed a bright smile. "Mother Julian, I am back. Welcome home. You seem to have grown a little taller." Comparing the two of them with one hand, Julian still pressed his right hand on Ike's head. "It seems that the school food is pretty good. You were eating www. Is very good." Ike nodded. "I also brought some special products, and I will give you a taste when I get back. There is a kind of candy that I like very much. Little Ike likes it. It must be very delicious." Julian said with a smile, "I think I will like it too." After leaving King's Cross Station, they stuffed their luggage into Julian's still sturdy rover, and the two set off on their way home. Even though he often wrote letters back, Julian still asked about everything about school life, and Ike also answered with a smile, telling many interesting things about school, which made Julian laugh from the bottom of his heart all the way. More than an hour later, Luofu drove into the Santa Maria orphanage. It was already night. Listening to the melodious bell, Ike was full of nostalgia. Perhaps with a filter, Ike suddenly felt that everything in Santa Maria was warm and warm. Even the fish and chips that he hadn't eaten for a long time were much more delicious than he remembered. The friends in the orphanage were all asking how Ike was doing in the boarding school. Ike answered them one by one with a smile, and took out a lot of taffy from his pocket to give to his younger brothers and sisters, which caused the little ones to cheer for a while. This is the tradition of the orphanage. Children who have been away from home for too long will bring gifts and tell their younger brothers and sisters that there are many delicious and interesting things in the outside world. They must work hard to leave the orphanage and live a happy life. Ike also got candies, cakes, and toys from his brothers and sisters before, and now it's his turn. After dinner, Ike returned to his room. The moment the door was pushed open, Ike almost burst into tears. The room was still as it was when he left, very clean and spotless. There is a small vase on the table with a bright rose on it. Very fragrant, red like blood. Chapter 39 Alchemy. At the beginning of a vacation, it is always leisurely. Hogwarts has no homework during the summer vacation, and the young wizards can enjoy the happy life of the vacation to the fullest. It was also rare for Ike to relax and not think about those headaches. Of course, it was only 3 short days. On the 4th day after returning to Santa Maria, Ike devoted himself to the research of the Sorcerer's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone can be said to be the highest product of alchemy. Even though it has existed for an unknown number of years, it is still the same. In fact, even Nicole Flamel couldn't make another one himself, something he's claimed for centuries. As for whether it is true or not, only he himself knows. It is impossible to understand the mysteries of the Philosopher's Stone with Ike's current knowledge of alchemy, but this does not prevent him from using the Philosopher's Stone. The most widely known uses are two: the Midas Touch and the Elixir of Life. The latter is Nicole Flamel's secret, but the former can be tested. The method is also very simple, completely fool-like operation. Prepare the metal to be converted, such as an iron rod, and then stick the magic stone on the iron rod. Imagine the appearance of gold in the bottom of my heart. Slowly inject my own magic power into the magic stone, and then you can see the iron rod change from the iron rod to the iron rod. From where the magic stone touched, it slowly turned into a golden stick. It's simple and quick, but it consumes a lot of magic power. Turning a half-meter-long iron rod into a golden rod made Ike feel the emptiness in his body. But in terms of income, it is still very impressive. In addition, the Philosopher's Stone itself is a product of alchemy with magical power, which can replenish the magic power consumed by wizards. However, these magical powers cannot stay in the wizard's body forever, and need to be consumed within a certain period of time, otherwise it will have a bad effect on the wizard, including but not limited to aging, weakness, magic backlash and death. The result of Ike's experiment is that there are a lot of gold products in the room, and the glittering gold is very beautiful. The wizard's Midas Touch no magic power absorbs magic power from the Philosopher's Stone Midas Touch. To a certain extent, as long as there is enough time, the earth can be turned into gold. Of course, this is impossible. The Sorcerer's Stone has a limit. If the magic power in it is consumed excessively, a wizard needs to replenish it. In other words, this is equivalent to a power bank. Ike was spinning a gold pen in his left hand and playing with the Philosopher's Stone in his right hand. He already had a basic understanding in his heart. As for the Elixir of Life, Ike didn't think about it at all. Even if there is a formula, such a difficult potion cannot be brewed by him now. Moreover, Ike only has a little more than a month of research time. Whether it is converting gold products or exploring the secret of eternal life, it is better to use the Philosopher's Stone to study alchemy. Knowledge is eternal. Hogwarts does not offer alchemy courses, but there are many related books in the library. Before leaving school, Ike borrowed some books on alchemy, such as Mysterious Alchemy, Precision, Control, Change, Medieval Alchemy Directory, Alchemy, From Beginner to Master, Complete Method of Making Simple Alchemy Products, etc. And even got the Hermes document from the restricted area. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as one fully understands these books, one can become the #1 alchemist in the world. But it is a pity that the Hermes document is completely written in ancient runes, and most of the runes have not been interpreted, and only a small part of them can be truly understood. It's too high to be too ambitious. The Hermes document only gave Ike a goal, so we still have to start from the basics. Entering July like this, Ike also had a basic understanding of alchemy. To some extent, alchemy is the science of the magic world, a rigorous discipline. To make an alchemy product, raw materials, rune, magic circle, any one of them will almost fail, especially for alchemy formulas handed down from ancient times. In general, alchemy can be divided into two categories: endowment and transformation. The former is represented by various alchemy gadgets and puppets. Through alchemy, an ordinary thing has magical properties, and can act according to the established rules or follow the wizard's will. Activity. The latter is the complete transformation of one thing into another, such as turning a stone into gold. And there are two things in common between the two: the rune and the magic circle. It seems that next semester we will study ancient runes. Ike secretly made a plan. Runes are the key to endowing magical properties. The simplest alchemy items often only need to engrave a specific rune to be successful. For example, engrave a cup with a rune representing sturdiness, and you can get an unbreakable cup. The magic circle is more used in complex alchemy products, such as the refining of puppets, which requires a transformation circle. Compared with the runes, the magic circle is a bit more complicated. Ike didn't dare to try. Who knows what will happen? You are reading www. In the second week of July, Ike began to try to make some simple alchemy products, such as unbreakable cups, unbreakable pens, and unbreakable notebooks. That's right, Ike can only give an item the sturdy attribute. As for the others, he still can't do it yet. With half a month left, Ike finally focused his research on the Sorcerer's Stone. With a certain amount of alchemy knowledge, I have a different feeling when looking at the Philosopher's Stone. This miraculous stone is engraved with densely packed runes, and Ike can only recognize a few dozens from it, and this is just a drop in the ocean. These runes are all written with the blood of a magical creature, because there are too many and dense, which makes it look red. I guessed that it might be the blood of the phoenix. After all, the phoenix is a kind of existence that can continue to nirvana, and it may be the key to the magic stone's ability to refine the elixir of life. Of course, it may also be a mixture of the blood of various magical creatures. Only Nicole Flamel knows the mystery of this. In addition to the rune, the magic circle was engraved on the flat part of the Philosopher's Stone. I counted it several times, and there were 13 in total. These 13 magic circles and runes make up the surface of the Philosopher's Stone. As for the substance of its main body, Ike can only distinguish mercury and gold from the inside, and the rest cannot be recognized at all. The Sorcerer's Stone is worthy of its status as the ceiling of contemporary alchemy. Even if only a small part of the knowledge contained in it is understood, Ike's alchemy level has been greatly improved, and he has a deeper understanding of the combination of multiple runes. Understand. On July 29th, Ike finally completed another alchemy item, a small wooden cart that could run on the ground by itself. It was the size of a palm, and it ran fast and quietly. Chapter 40 Return to the original owner. On July 31st, a red bird knocked on the window of Ike's room. Opening the window, the bird landed directly on top of Ike's head, as if his hair was a bird's nest. Ike carried the little bird to the next door. Julian was calculating Santa Maria's monthly expenses. Seeing Ike's arrival, he didn't stop, and was still looking at the numbers. Little Ike, what's the matter with you? Not now, at least until I finish the calculation. Mother Julian, I just want to tell you that my principal may come over later. Ike obediently pointed to Fox, who was grooming the feathers on top of his head. This is the principal's pet. Principal? Little Ike, did you get into any trouble? Julian hurriedly put down her pen when she heard this, and looked up at Ike with an innocent face. If you get into trouble, you must tell me. No, Mother Julian. Ike shook his head, which made Fox very dissatisfied. and pecked Ike on the head as if to retaliate. "There is only one thing that needs to be returned to the principal today." "It's okay, okay. So when will your principal arrive? And what do I need to do?" Julian asked. "Maybe we can move the things in front of the fireplace." Ike thought for a while. He was not sure how Dumbledore came over. If flue powder was used, it would be necessary to clean up the things in front of the fireplace a little. Old Deng is very old, and it will be troublesome to trip over many obstacles on the ground when he comes out of the fireplace. "It's very simple, little Ike. You can use magic to do it," Julian said, and picked up the pen again. "I can't use magic outside of school, Julian's mother," Ike said helplessly. "I can do it myself, and I promise not to disturb you." "Okay, little Ike, you do it yourself first, and I will join you when I finish the calculation." Julian smiled, gave Ike a look of "you have to be good," and calculated the accounts again. Seeing this, Ike began to carefully lift the things in front of the fireplace. These things are very miscellaneous and many, including clothes sent by well-meaning people, toys and books for children, and some things belonging to Julian herself, such as Santa Maria's ledger and some photos and paintings. Carefully moving these aside, Ike and Julian, who had settled the accounts, worked for a long time before moving them all. The two sat on chairs drinking tea and took a short break. It is also Ike's own fault. According to the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, Ike is not allowed to reveal the existence of magic to other moles except the Guardian. Otherwise, these things only need a few pieces of candy to attract several small beans. Help, the two of them won't be so tired. After resting for a while, the fireplace finally lit a green flame, and an old man with white hair and beard followed from the flames. Out. Dumbledore looked at the things in the room for a while, then nodded slightly, and said, "Hi, Mrs. Julian. I'm Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts." "Nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Principal." Julian quickly got up, saluted Dumbledore back, and then tugged at Ike. Ike nodded slightly. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." "Good morning, Mr. Strider." After greeting each other, Julian invited Dumbledore to sit down and taste her best lemon black tea. Dumbledore picked up the teacup and took a sip, exclaiming, "This is the best lemon tea I've ever had." "It's great." Julian is very happy. She likes two things to be praised the most. One is that her children are great, and the other is that her lemon black tea is delicious. Moreover, she is not shy about sharing her secrets. Add an extra cube of sugar. Sweet things will always make people happy. Julian narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face became more and more kind. "So, maybe Hogwarts will have a new drink in the new school year." Dumbledore also narrowed his eyes, showing the same smile as Julian, and even winked at Ike. Ike rolled his eyes, but was caught by Julian. After a petting slap, Ike took advantage of the situation and made a look of pain and fear. This is the interaction that almost all Santa Maria children will have with Julian, and Ike is even one of the most frequent ones. This is a way for Julian to express her love. "You have educated Mr. Stride very well, Miss Julian." Dumbledore sighed. "I have been at Hogwarts for more than half a century, and Mr. Stride is one of the young wizards who impressed me the most. I also want to thank the school professor for his teaching," Julian said politely. Dumbledore took a sip of the lemon black tea, paused for a moment before smiling and said, "I think Mr. Strider should have mentioned to you that I came here today to pick up something, and I promised Strider when I was at school." "Sir, he can keep that thing to this day." "Then, Mr. Strider, can you give me the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course." Ike took out the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and handed it to Dumbledore. "Thank you for allowing me to keep the Philosopher's Stone until today. I hope I can help you enough." Dumbledore put away the Philosopher's Stone, stood up, and motioned slightly to Julian. "I think I'm leaving." "Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Julian." "Aren't you going to stay for dinner, Mr. Principal?" Julian asked. "To stay?" "No, Miss Julian. The owner of the Philosopher's Stone is waiting for me. I don't want him to wait too long." Ike watched Dumbledore walk slowly towards the fireplace, and finally stopped in front of the fireplace. Turning around, he said to Ike, "By the way, Mr. Strider, please help me take care of Fox for a while. The place I'm going next is not very suitable for taking him with me, and it looks like it likes you very much." "Okay, Professor Dumbledore." Ike nodded. He reached out to touch Fox, but was caught. This scene made both Julian and Dumbledore laugh out loud. "You were reading www. Com Professor Dumbledore." Ike stopped Dumbledore again. "Did Nico Flamel really decide to destroy the Philosopher's Stone and give up eternal life?" "As far as I know, that's the case." Dumbledore nodded. "However, since the 14th century, Nicole has often announced the destruction of the Sorcerer's Stone. Who knows if it's true this time?" The fire flashed, and Dumbledore disappeared into the room. "Little Ike, did you just mention Nicole Flamel, that famous alchemist?" Julian looked surprised and asked aloud. "Yes, that's him." "Then what you just handed to Mr. Principal is the legendary Philosopher's Stone?" "That's right." Ike nodded. "Oh my god, it's unbelievable. The Philosopher's Stone is actually real." "It's true, but it's not as magical as imagined," Ike replied. "Magic has a price, and the price of immortality may be beyond our imagination." Looking at Julian with a regretful expression, Ike couldn't help being a little tangled up. After thinking for a while, he said, "Mother Julian, if you want, I will find a way." "Little Ike," Julian interrupted Ike, showing a familiar kind smile, "I have experienced cruel world wars, I have had happy families, and I have experienced many things, whether it is beautiful or cruel. Now, you let me see the existence of another world, and I am very satisfied. So, don't take risks for me, little Ike." There was no more regret and longing on Julian's face, only indifference and kindness. Ike was silent for a long time, then nodded slightly. "I see, Mother Julian." Chapter 41 Phoenix and Oak. The Dumbledore family will always be favored by the Phoenix. Even in the magical world where there are many strange people and strange things, this is a rare thing. People speculate that this is because the Dumbledore family has the Phoenix lineage, or maybe they have signed a contract with the Phoenix clan, but it is only a guess, and the Dumbledore family has never responded to this. Fox may have followed Dumbledore for too long. In addition to Phoenix's natural arrogance, there are also many bad habits. For example, it likes to snatch Ike's food, and likes to stand on top of Ike's head, making a mess of his hair, and even pecks Ike with its pointed mouth if it doesn't go well, and there are several hairs in one bite. Ike was very afraid that he would go bald at an early age but not become stronger, so he had to let Fox dominate his head. After all, it's the principal's pet, so it's normal to have some privileges. Unlike the Phoenix in Ike's memory, Fox does not have such a powerful power. Even if it is magical enough, tears have a powerful healing effect, and singing will increase courage for those with a pure heart, and it can also release for those with a dirty heart. Fear. It can ignore the anti-apparition enchantments to enter and exit at will, and feathers are also excellent magic materials. A body is a treasure, nothing more than that. Although Ike wanted to study whether if you skewered a phoenix and grilled it over a fire, would you get a cooked phoenix or would it come back from the ashes, considering his hair, Ike gave up on it. Tempting thoughts. However, Fox also showed many characteristics that Ike didn't know. It was very sensitive to danger, and it would also make the wizard's mood stable. He might even understand some ancient runes, and would occasionally point out mistakes when Ike was writing. For this reason, several band-aids were wrapped around Ike's right hand. Entering August, it means that there is only 1 month left for the holiday. Owl had already sent over the list of books to be prepared for the next school year, and a large number of Gilderoy Lockhart's works gave Ike a headache. Hogwarts' stipend is fixed every year. 20 gold galleons means that even if Ike buys used books, the rest is barely enough to buy other things. If it weren't for using the Philosopher's Stone to get a lot of gold items, Ike wouldn't even have pocket money. Fortunately, Gringotts accepts gold. Although the price is very low, the galleons in exchange are enough for Ike to buy the things he has planned for a long time. For example, a box that has been cast with the Traceless Stretching spell. Of course, That will be something to consider after a while. This year Ike is not going to let Julian send him off. He will stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a few days, and then he will buy things for the new school year. As for now, reading is more important. The familiar figure under the oak tree behind the Santa Maria courtyard has returned. Perhaps it is the role of the oak guardian. As long as Ike is next to the tree, Ike will feel safe and relaxed. Fox also likes this tall oak tree very much. As long as Ike sits under the tree, it will fly to the tree, jump from branch to branch, and even sing. That was the first time Ike heard the singing of the phoenix. It was indescribably sweet, and it was a music that made the soul feel wonderful. Every cell in his body was cheering, his magic power was boiling, and he was more active than ever. When the singing stopped, Ike felt that his magic power had greatly increased. If he used the magic stone to turn stones into gold, Ike felt that he could directly turn into a 75 centimeters gold rod before he felt tired. It's magical when it grows by half. The phoenix will sing a song exclusive to him for the person it likes, and it will enhance the wizard's magic power forever. It's a pity that the song Phoenix sings for this person once, and only this time it will have an effect. Dumbledore suddenly appeared under the oak tree, looked at Fox cheering among the branches, and explained to Ike with a smile. "How does it feel?" "Very comfortable." Ike narrowed his eyes slightly and stretched himself, feeling unspeakably comfortable. Fox hasn't been this happy for a long time. Dumbledore was a little dazed. Phoenixes never belong to anyone. They are elves of nature, and they yearn for nature naturally. "I can feel that this oak tree is very different, Mr. Strider." Dumbledore touched the thick trunk of the oak tree. "If you feel it with your heart, you will find that Fox is combing the magic power of this tree. Although it's faint, but it's there. It has magic power." Ike was very surprised. Of course, wizards will unconsciously affect things around them, even if the influence is small, but they exist after all. If a wizard has lived in the mole world for decades, some strange phenomena will appear. Many stories circulated in the mole world, that's where it comes from. You should like sitting under this tree very much, so it will be affected by you and stained with your magic. Dumbledore pushed his glasses and waved to Fox on the branch, and Fox fell on his shoulder. "In a way, you have created a magic plant, Mr. Strider." "Really? No wonder. I think it's very kind." I patted the tree trunk, and the branches and leaves of the oak tree shook slightly. I don't know if it was a response or the blowing of the wind. "Of course, it can be said to be your child." Dumbledore blinked. "Fox combed its magic power, and will hide its magic power fluctuations to avoid being discovered by the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic does not allow things with magical powers to appear in the mole world." "Then I really have to thank Fox." Ike reached out to touch Fox's head. "You were reading www. Was pecked again, but fortunately the band-aid was already wrapped around his hand, so he didn't get hurt again. I'm going to take Fox back. Thank you for taking care of it these days, Mr. Strider." Dumbledore raised his hand, and the Hermes script suddenly appeared in his hand. "I think this book, it's time to get back to where it should be." Of course, Ike's expression didn't change. He didn't feel embarrassed at being caught at all. "It's too profound, and I can't do it now. Read it." "Even I didn't understand it." Dumbledore nodded, and handed a pair of gold-rimmed eyes to Ike. Ike took it over and put it on, and saw the vast and terrifying magic power in Dumbledore's body. He turned his head and saw a few thin silk threads emitting soft light on the oak tree. "This is a pair of glasses that allow people to see the magic movement better. It is a small gift from Nico. Thank you for protecting the Philosopher's Stone and returning it as promised." "Thank you." Ike thanked him sincerely. This is a very delicate alchemy work, and a thorough understanding of it will make Ike's alchemy go a step further. "No need to thank you. There are many things like this, Nico. As I said, it's just a little gift." Dumbledore pushed his glasses again, and winked at Ike. "By the way, don't worry about Zong's eye. I won't be discovered by the Ministry of Magic if I'm here." Dumbledore looked at the time and said to Ike, "I have something else to do, so goodbye, Strider gentleman." "Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore." As soon as the voice finished speaking, there was a crisp pop, and Dumbledore and Fox disappeared before his eyes. Ike followed Dumbledore's example and pushed his glasses. Looking at the tall oak tree, he couldn't help but smile. Small gift. He. Chapter 42 Thoughts on Robbing Gringotts. After staying in Santa Maria for another week, Ike bid farewell to Julian and the beanbags in the orphanage, and headed to London alone. This was something that had been planned long ago, and Julian knew that even though she was still a little reluctant, she went with Ike. After dragging a large luggage for a long distance, Ike took out his wand and held it forward when there was no one around until Santa Maria was no longer in sight. After a deafening noise, a three bus suddenly stopped in front of Ike. The door opened, and a young, acne-prone youth leaned against the doorframe without looking up, and said while pulling his ticket, "Welcome to the night bus. It's for witches and wizards in trouble. Emergency passenger transport. Just stick out your wand and step in and we'll take you wherever you want. My name is Stan Sampak, your conductor. 11 sickles is the same price, wherever you go. Of course, if you pay 14 cycles, you get chocolates, and 15 cycles, you get a thermos and a toothbrush. You can choose the color you want." Stan Sampak raised his head slightly and stretched out his right hand. "Pay first, get in the car later. We have very professional ethics." Ike took out 11 sickles from his pocket and handed it over. Sampak pouted and helped Ike carry all the luggage into the car. "Hold up your things, the journey will be a bit bumpy. By the way, where are you going?" "The Leaky Cauldron, thank you." Ike sat on the bed, with the suitcase leaning against the side, sandwiched between the two beds. "Oh, London. It's such a long journey." Sampak mumbled, "The Ministry of Magic should really raise the price. Like the mules, it costs 1 galleon for such a long journey." Patting the glass, Sampak shouted, "The Leaky Cauldron." Hearing the sound, Poulin put down the handbrake, stepped on the clutch and put his right hand into gear, started off with his right foot, and the bus on the third floor rushed out. The strong inertia caused Ike to fall backwards unconsciously. Sitting up on the bed with both hands, outside the window was the scenery that flashed backwards quickly. After watching it for a few seconds, I felt a little dizzy. Sampak leaned in again, shaking a large bar of chocolate in his hand. "Do you want a piece now?" "No, thank you." Ike shook his head slightly and refused. "Okay, but don't spit on the bed. It's very troublesome to clean up." Sampak shrugged, and knocked on the glass behind "Hurry up. There are people waiting for us in Manchester." As soon as the words fell, Ike felt his body lean forward suddenly, and the bus stopped. The car door opened, and Sampak leaned against the door frame again. "The Leaky Cauldron is here. Thanks for taking the night bus." Ike waved his hand, saluted, followed and floated out of the car. As soon as his feet touched the ground, there was another deafening sound, and the shadow of the night bus disappeared behind him. "Interesting. I have a chance to dismantle one to have a look." Ike sighed and included this matter in his future plan, then pushed open the door of the bar. The Leaky Cauldron is still the same, as if it has never changed. Ike walked to the counter and said to Old Tom, who was always wiping his glass, "I want a room." Old Tom glanced at Ike, put down his wine glass, and took out a key from under the table. 1 gallon, you can stay until September 1st. The room is upstairs, and the room number is on the key. Ike picked up the key with 203 written on it, pushed a gold galleon over, turned around and went upstairs. The guest room of the Leaky Cauldron continues its overall style. It is very simple. There is only a bed and a nightstand, not even a chair. The cleanliness of the room can be trusted, or trust the cleaning spell. It still looks very clean. After opening the suitcase, Ike took out another small suitcase, changed his robe, and left the room, heading straight to Gringotts. The goblins in Gringotts are still like that. They don't answer everyone, but when they see the golden objects in Ike's box after that, the attitude is much better. "You need to exchange them for galleons, don't you?" A goblin pushed the glasses on his nose and looked at Ike critically. "Yes." Ike nodded. The goblin took out the gold utensils in the box one by one for inspection, and weighed them on the scale after inspection. After a while, He took out a bag and pushed it to Ike. The gold utensils are 672 ounces in total, which can be exchanged for 1,224 galleons, 13 sickles and 120 nats. Please keep them safe. Ike took the bag, poured out all the money in it, tapped the wand lightly on a galleon, and the scattered coins were naturally arranged according to galleon, sickle, and nat, and reported the number, 1,224 galleons, 12 sickles, 100 nats. Looking at the goblin in front of her with a half smile, the goblin didn't change her face, and took out 1 sickle, 20 nats, and handed it over. Looking up, the goblin didn't shy away, and stretched out her hand to signal Ike to give him the bag. Ike threw it over casually, took out his money bag from the robe. You were reading www. Put the money away, went to the place where the bursary was received, took 20 galleons and put it in the purse. Black, really dark. Leaving Gringotts, I couldn't help cursing secretly. 672 ounces of gold is equivalent to 19 kilograms. The current gold price is about £28,000 per kilogram of gold, and 19 kilograms is £532,000. The current exchange rate between galleons and British pounds is about 1 to 5, which means that these gold should be exchanged for 106,400 galleons. Even if the exchange rate is not so accurate, there are still 100,000 galleons, but the result is only 1,224 galleons. I'll steal you sooner or later. Even though he knew it couldn't be converted in this way, it didn't affect Ike's plan. If it weren't for the trouble of taking these golds to London gold shops to exchange for pounds, Ike wouldn't want to find these money-greedy goblins. With hard-earned money, Ike first bought a box that was cast with the No Trace Stretch curse. The 3 cubic meters of space used up 20 galleons from Ike, and then I bought the textbooks for the new semester. Will be 1,200 galleons away. It's like spending money like water. Carrying the box back to the room of the leaky cauldron, Ike put all his things into the new box, and then cast a recognition magic on the box, which can recognize Ike's magic power. Only he can open the 3 cubic meters of space. Other people can only see things in mole mode. That is, a few clothes. In the new semester, we must learn the untraceable stretching curse. Ike made a new plan, not to mention making the box the same size as Newt's portable zoo, at least the size of a house. If possible, Ike would even like to cast the No Trace Stretching curse on a personal item, such as a watch or something, but that would require knowledge of alchemy, so I can only think about it now. Chapter 43 Fighting. The first day at the Leaky Cauldron passed by so uneventfully. Apart from making a few plans, there was nothing else to say. The next morning, after eating the famous kombucha at the Leaky Cauldron, I came to the junk shop in Diagon Alley. The scrap store has a lot of miscellaneous items, such as old books, old toys, old cauldrons, and old flying broomsticks. It can be called a department store. Of course, it is still mainly old books. Last year, I heard from Roger that good things might be found in junk shops, and some pureblood families who were struggling would sell their collections to subsidize their families. Some of these sold things flowed into Nocturne Alley, and some after entering Gringotts. Some were taken away by other purebloods, and the rest were basically in the scrap shop. The number is very small, and it is extremely difficult to find it from thousands of bookshelves, but there is still hope. In this regard, Ike's mentality is still very good. Naturally, he is happy to find it, and it doesn't matter if he can't find it. It's time to read books to pass the time. Old Mike, the owner of the junk shop, doesn't care about the little wizards reading books in the shop. As long as you give him a sickle, he can read as long as he wants. It would be even better if you buy a little second-hand when you leave. After spending a day in the junk shop, Ike found nothing. Many of them are Hogwarts textbooks, complete and incomplete, and there are hundreds or even more of each kind, and they're basically left ashes on the bookshelves and no one cares about them. The same goes for crucibles and other old things. Most of them are broken, even if they are good. they are barely usable. Ike just found a pocket watch, which is 70% new, but unfortunately it can't keep time at all. Every time I turn it on, it is a new time. The last time was 7:20, and when I closed it and opened it again, it was 12:30. There is no rule at all. There is a long way to go. I ordered another piece of baked bread from Old Tom, ate it with water, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In the next few days, Ike spent all his time in the scrap shop. As expected, he found nothing in the treasure hunt. There was no pure blood collection of magic books at all, but he found quite a few of the 18 forbidden ones. Casting aside the atmosphere of the wizarding world, Ike made up his mind to buy a large bucket of vanilla strawberry ice cream from Florin's cold drink shop, and ate it while walking with a spoon in his arms. It turned into a scene in Diagon Alley. After all, almost everyone would only order a small box, and Ike seemed to take away the small bucket of ice cream in the store. Oh my God! Ike held the spoon in his mouth, when he suddenly heard someone calling himself, and following the sound, it was Hermione. The little witch trotted over, stared at the ice cream bucket in Ike's arms, and pointed at the ice cream bucket with her right hand. Ike pointed to the bucket for a while, very surprised. If you eat ice cream like this, it will ruin your stomach. Good afternoon, Hermione. Ike dug another piece into his mouth. Would you like some? But you need to find a spoon. I only have this one. Son, I also think it's better for you to eat less. An adult stroked Hermione's hair and extended his right hand to Ike. You can call me Mr. Granger. I'm Hermione's father. I'm Hermione's mother. Another lady also greeted with a smile. Ike put the spoon into the ice cream bucket, let go of his hand, and the bucket naturally floated aside. Rubbing his right hand on the robe, he shook hands with Mr. Granger. Ike Stride, Hermione's friend. Hello, Mr. Strider. Mr. Granger smiled. Hermione mentioned you at home, saying that you are a very smart child. Not as smart as Hermione. She's the number one in our grade. Ike blinked and replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. This is what Hermione makes us most proud of. I never worry about her studies. Mr. Granger was very happy and messed up Hermione's hair. Dad. Hermione wrinkled her nose and avoided Mr. Granger's big hand. Don't mess with my hair. Okay, little Hermione. Mr. Granger rubbed again like revenge, and then withdrew his hand. Ike looked at the warm scene in front of him, with a smile on his face, just watching quietly. Hermione seemed to notice something, pulled Mr. Granger's clothes, and asked, Ike, have you finished shopping? I'm done shopping. Ike nodded. I've lived in the leaky cauldron for several days, and I've already bought everything. I see. Hermione thought for a while, and then said, I still have Professor Lockhart's book that I haven't bought yet. Would you like to go together? I heard there will be a signing event today. Okay. Ike nodded with a smile, moved his fingers, and hugged the ice cream bucket floating over. He handed it to Hermione and said, You really don't want any? No, it's bad for my teeth. Hermione shook her head, glanced at the Grangers secretly, and whispered, My parents are dentists, so they won't let me eat these things. It's so scary. If you don't let me eat these things, you might as well kill me. Ike showed a look of fear at the right time, which caused Hermione to giggle. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the Grangers. The couple looked at each other, showing a hint of helplessness, and followed them towards the Lion bookstore. Today's Lion bookstore is very lively. There is a big Lockhart stand at the entrance. In addition to the young wizards at Hogwarts, there are also a large number of middle-aged witches. They all dressed up well, showing subtle smiles, and looked into Lion bookstore with expectant eyes, as if they could pass through the crowded crowd and see Lockhart smiling charmingly inside. Looking at the crowded scene in front of him, I couldn't help feeling a headache. Whether in the past or now, what he is most impatient with is queuing, and crowded places should be avoided as much as possible. Hermione was very excited. Since she received the new semester's book list, she checked Lockhart's information, and was inevitably attracted by this seemingly perfect wizard. She greeted Ike and was about to rush in. Crowd. Seeing this, Ike quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? There are so many people. How dangerous." Hearing this, Hermione looked at Ike, then at the swarming witches, very hesitant. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion inside, and the crowd dodged one after another. Two men came out wrestling, and one of them was stumbled, his body tilted, and both of them fell to the ground. Ike took Hermione's hand and squeezed in while the people were hiding, just in time to see the other three wrestling out. One with black hair, one with red hair, and one with light blonde hair. It was obvious that the black-haired and the red-haired were together, and they were beating the fair-haired one. The light blonde hair is not a good stubble, and it is only slightly inferior to 1 against 2. Harry, Ron. Hermione saw an acquaintance, pulled Ike and was about to rush over to help. Ike was pulled and staggered, and ran over. But before rushing over, the two were stopped by a witch. "It's too dangerous. Don't go over." "Fred, George, pull them away." The twins made faces at Hermione, laughing and laughing, but they couldn't go over, which caused Molly Weasley to keep urging them, and the scene became even more chaotic for a while. While watching the battle between the Malfoy family and the Weasley family, Ike listened to Mrs. Weasley's lion roar, and ate ice cream bit by bit. The boxing match was very exciting. Lucius Malfoy's uppercut was very strong and powerful, and Arthur Weasley's head hammer was also very fierce. It reminded Ike of Zidane's one. The two of them have obviously sparred many times, and they know each other's punches very well, and they can block one ultimate move. If you uppercut, I'll grab your wrist, and if you headbutt, I'll slap it with my palm. And when they hit each other, they twist together again. The ones in the youth group were not so exciting, but it was obvious that Draco Malfoy's punches were more powerful, with 1 against 2 and back and forth. Harry and Ron are also really weak, no matter in terms of strength or speed sheet, they can't compare with Malfoy. That is, there are more people, but they are only slightly overwhelmed. If there were only 2 people, they would have more scars than Malfoy. Draco. Hearing 2 shouts, 2 chubby guys squeezed out from the crowd. It was Clark and Goyle. The joining of heavyweight players completely changed the situation of the battle. Harry and Ron were powerless to fight back. Malfoy Jr. finally showed his ancestral fighting skills. On was beaten. "Oh my god, go help them!" Hermione shouted at Ike, who was eating ice cream, looking anxious. Ike took another bite, pointed to the tall figure outside the crowd, and said, "I shouldn't need my help." Hermione, "Get out, gentlemen, get out." Hagrid easily passed through the crowd, and easily separated old Malfoy and Mr. Weasley. Fred and George finally ran over to stop the competition of the youth group. Old Malfoy broke away from Hagrid's hand holding his arm, and called Draco over. After tidying up his clothes, he picked up the walking stick and scattered books on the ground, and showed that proud expression again. "If its eyes are not blue, you reading WWW will work better." Mr. Weasley patted Hagrid's hand lightly, and Mrs. Molly and other members of the Weasley family also gathered around to check Mr. Weasley's injuries. Old Malfoy walked towards Mr. Weasley with a cane in one hand and a basic old book in the other. Hagrid tried to stop, but was stopped by Mr. Weasley. "Hey!" Old Malfoy glanced contemptuously around the Weasleys present, and threw the old book in his hand into the timid Ginny's arms. "Little girl, take your book." "The best for you." Ginny staggered from being hit, and hurriedly caught the book. Her body involuntarily retreated. Hermione quickly supported Ginny, which prevented her from falling. Seeing this, Mr. Weasley wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Hagrid. He could only watch the Malfoys leave as if they had won the battle. "You shouldn't pay attention to him, Arthur." Hagrid stretched out his hand to smooth Mr. Weasley's robe. "This guy is very bad, his whole family is, and everyone knows that what the Malfoy family says is not worth listening to at all. Their blood is bad. Let's go, let's go." That guy almost pushed Ginny down. Mr. Weasley was very angry, but Hagrid's strength was too great. He couldn't break free at all, and was dragged away by force. The others followed. Mrs. Molly scolded the twins, Hermione comforted Ginny, and Harry and Ron rubbed the injured area and reviewed the areas that were not done just now. The Grangers were terrified. It was the first time they had seen wizards fighting, as if they were viciously fighting with ordinary people. Ike also followed behind while eating ice cream, and the bucket was already half down in just a short while. Sure enough, this is what a real wizard should look at. Fist to the flesh is king, and Avada is heresy. Chapter 44 Thestral. The power of the ice cream is still very strong, and within an hour after Ike ate the whole bucket, it produced a miraculous effect in his stomach. But don't worry, potions are meant to be used in such places. After a small bottle of anti-diarrheal medicine, he will be like a normal person, and he can have another meal of fish and chips. The Weasleys and Harry were going back to the burrow, and Hermione was going back to their London house with her parents. After saying goodbye to them one by one, Ike continued to spend his time in the scrap shop. It was not until the day before school that he finally found a notebook for the therapist at Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries. Special cases. Of course, with Ike's current level, those cases are incomprehensible, and the treatment methods and concepts in them are even more clueless. After returning to Hogwarts and reading more books on basic treatment, maybe I can understand. However, that's a matter for the future, but one more item can be added to the plan. After spending the last night at the Leaky Cauldron, Ike checked out of the room after 9 o'clock the next day, and boarded the bus with the suitcase that cast the untraceable stretching charm, and arrived at King's Cross Station in the early 10 o'clock. Passing through the partition wall, the Hogwarts special quickly stopped there, and several young wizards had already arrived. I randomly found a compartment at the rear of the car, put the suitcase away, and took out the fantastic beasts and where to find them at the bottom of the suitcase to kill time. The little wizards gradually boarded the train, and the little eagles who were promoted to the second grade quickly found Ike, who was reading. After a holiday, Stuart got darker, Terry got fatter, Michael and Anthony didn't change much, except that their hair got longer, which meant they were closer to Snape. As soon as he entered the cubicle, Stuart took out many snacks made at home, such as macarons, muffins, and chocolate biscuits. Terry also took out a lot of strange beans. Michael and Anthony were not to be outdone, and the table in the cubicle it quickly fills up. The sweet macarons are very popular with Terry, but the strange flavor beans are almost everyone's dislike. The taste of this kind of candy depends on luck. Those who like it will love it to death, and those who hate it will be annoyed when they see it. Ike also tried it: booger, earwax, lamb liver, and devil's spicy food. He couldn't even eat 4 or 1 of them. Ike was so angry that he almost flipped the table. Becoming a staunch supporter of the cockroach pile may not be without this reason. On the contrary, Terry is different. The strangely flavored beans he eats are either strawberry or mango blueberry. The unbelieving Ike even tried to split the strangely flavored beans picked out by Terry into 2. As a result, Terry's was milk-flavored, while his was bitter melon. After eating snacks and chatting, the train quickly started running. With a licorice wound in his mouth, Ike watched Terry eating strange beans with watermelons and bananas, and he felt the urge to make a pile of cockroaches. It's a pity that his inventory has long been exhausted. Cockroach piles are not Honeyduke's bestsellers and are only available at the main store in Hogsmeade. Instead, we can find twins to enter a batch. Several people were chatting when someone knocked on the door of the cubicle. Anthony opened the door, but it was Hermione and Ginny. Ike. Hermione looked anxious. Have you seen Harry and Ron? No. Didn't they get in the car? Ike shook his head. Probably not. I've searched all over and haven't seen them, Hermione said hastily, and Ginny looked like she was about to cry. Don't worry. There are people from the Ministry of Magic at the entrance of the station, and they also have owls to deliver letters to the professor. Ike naturally knew that these 2 guys would drive Mr. Weasley's precious car and the Hogwarts Express. Baobuki was flying in the air above his head. But this news couldn't be told to Hermione, so she could only comfort her. As long as they wait by the partition wall for a while, someone will naturally help them. Of course I know, but I'm afraid those 2 guys won't wait obediently. Hermione sighed. Okay, they'll be fine. Would you like some licorice wand? Ike picked up a licorice wand from the table and handed it over. No, I'll look for it again. Hermione shook her head, pulled Ginny and ran away. As soon as he got back to his seat and sat down, Stuart came over with a honeybee in his mouth, and the others also raised their ears. Is that Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, Ike, the lady who knows it all? Yeah. What's the matter? Ike glanced at the people who were behaving strangely, and somewhat guessed what Stuart was going to say next. Are you ... and her? No. Ike shook his head. It's just friends. Oh ... okay. Stuart stretched out O, and everyone else looked like we all understood. Ike raised his head and looked around, and everyone avoided Ike's sight in unison. Those who ate candy, those who performed spells, as if nothing happened. Nodding in satisfaction, with a move of his left hand, the candies and snacks flying in the air returned to the table. The Hogwarts Express is said to be an express, but the speed is actually quite anxious. It was evening again when we arrived at Hogwarts. Second graders don't need to take a boat to the Black Lake, one car for 4 people, don't squeeze. Roger called the little eagles to get on the car. Stuart, Terry, Michael and Anthony took one, and Morag and the others took one. Ike didn't go up, and let the 2 carriages drive towards the castle. Ike, why didn't you get in the carriage? You were reading WWW. Roger looked at Ike, who was standing aside and staring blankly at the carriage, and asked aloud. I'll wait for a while. Ike shrugged and replied, okay. Roger patted Ike on the shoulder, smiled, and boarded a carriage. There are a lot of cars. Don't miss the sorting ceremony. After waving goodbye to Roger, Ike stayed on the side of the road for a while, until all the little wizards except him had left by car, and then came to the last carriage. This is the Thestral. Ike raised his right hand and tried to reach the black head in front of him with the head of a horse. Thestral flapped the pair of broad wings on its back, shook its head, and stared at Ike with a pair of blood-red eyes. Ike didn't dodge, and stretched his right hand slightly forward. Thestral dodged back, but then leaned forward, resting its forehead under Ike's palm. He touched it with a smile, and the Thestral rubbed it as if enjoying it. After patting its tall body, Ike finally boarded the carriage. There were only 6 Thestrals in Hogwarts at first, 1 male and 5 females, and the current colony is all bred from these 6 horses. They are very spiritual, and although they look hideous and terrifying, they never take the initiative to attack people. What's more, the number of people who can see them can be counted on one hand, and most little wizards don't even know their existence. The Thestral pulls the cart very steadily, and the speed is not slow. After a while, Ike arrived in front of the castle gate. Getting off the car and walking into the auditorium, the little wizards all sat down according to the academy, chatting in 2s and 3s, looking very happy. When Anthony saw Ike coming in, he quickly waved his hand for him to come over. Ike also smiled, and trotted to the side to sit down. After chatting and laughing for a while, Professor McGonagall led a group of little beandings in. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Chapter 45. I Can Feel Your Pain. Harry and Ron bumped into the school's precious Humping Willow, which caused Professor McGonagall to leave the auditorium with Snape, who had just returned after presiding over the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore also left the auditorium after speaking with Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. What's going on? Why are the professors gone? The little wizards discussed and shared the news they heard with each other. Soon, an answer that was recognized by everyone appeared. Potter and Weasley flew to the school in a flying car, were seen by moles, and crashed into the precious Humping Willow. They're going to be fired. Slytherin. They were very happy. Malfoy was in high spirits, and loudly said his judgment. Clark and Goyle echoed, and the other little snakes also nodded in agreement. The Gryffindors were very anxious. They were afraid that things would really be as Malfoy said. Hermione and Ginny were even more anxious. If they were not stopped by the twins, they might run out to find the 2 unconscious Heart Guy. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw started their daily melon-eating mode, watching the Femme Fatale and the Femme Fatale quarrel. Of course, Fighting is impossible. In less than half an hour, the professors came back. Dumbledore first introduced Lockhart, who was ostentatious in the professor's chair, and then routinely emphasized the prohibition of the Forbidden Forest and corridor magic. After announcing the date of the Quidditch selection, he announced the start of the dinner neatly. While the little wizards were enjoying the dishes carefully prepared by the house elves, the professors left the auditorium one after another. There is a Homping Willow in urgent need of treatment. After dinner, I returned to the common room. What happened has been confirmed. There was no expulsion, and Harry and Ron were locked up. The other things were basically the same, except that the Homping Willow's injury seemed to be serious, and a lot of branches were broken. From the Ravenclaw Tower, you can even see it slapping the surrounding ground violently. It took a while before it stopped. The kittens are very enthusiastic about the things they are interested in, and it happens that there is only one herbal medicine class with Slytherin in the morning. They just go to class after watching the Homping Willow, so they have plenty of time. After waking up and having breakfast, Ike, Stuart and the others walked towards the Whooping Willow along with other good little wizards. Walking to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, there are already many people eating melons around the Homping Willow. Ike squeezed to the front, and the Homping Willow had calmed down, but it was obvious that its branches were seriously damaged. Almost half of the original long branches were broken, and a piece of the top of the tree was suddenly missing, like a beautiful tree. The bottle is notched, which looks very awkward. It's a serious injury. Stuart also squeezed in. Yes, Ike frowned. The branches and leaves are broken in half, and the main body is also missing. It will take a long time to recover. It's okay. With Professor Sprout here, it will be taken care of very well, Terry said. Of course, Professor Sprout is an expert in herbal medicine. Ike nodded, his frown slightly smoothed. Several people looked at it for a while, and then returned to the castle, ready to go to class. The herbs that need to be known and taken care of in the herbal medicine class of the second grade are already somewhat dangerous. Of course, the first day of school just needs to do some planting, transplanting. No matter what kind of magic plant, there is no danger at all in the seedling stage, and it can be easily handled by wearing dragon leather gloves. In the afternoon, it was still herbal medicine class. Ike had been busy in the greenhouse for almost a day before dragging his exhausted body back to the dormitory. After taking a shower, he rested on the sofa for a while. After dinner, Ike came to the Forbidden Forest by himself. I don't know why, when I saw the Whooping Willow in the morning, Ike had a very strange feeling, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Pain. Anger. The simple words are more like the transmission of emotions. Obviously, this is the feeling of Homping Willow. Ike moved forward little by little. He wasn't sure if the irascible Homping Willow would attack him, or whether the Homping Willow still had the desire to attack in this state. It turns out that Ike's worries were unnecessary. The Homping Willow didn't move until he got to the tree trunk. Stretching out his right hand and pressing it against the tree trunk, Ike closed his eyes, and slowly conveyed his magic power little by little. Feel with your heart, feel with your heart. Whispering in his mouth, Ike seemed to feel a wounded soul in a trance. It was in pain, and although it was angry but powerless, it kept moaning. I know ... I know, Ike murmured, and the Homping Willow seemed to respond, and a few branches gently brushed against Ike's body, just like when Julian touched the top of his head. Squeak. A few soft cries sounded, and Ike looked over curiously. It was a group of timid creatures. They have two small brown eyes. Boutruckle. Ike recognized this magical creature rated by the Ministry of Magic, and stretched out his hand tentatively. Seeing this, the little guys hid back, only showing a pair of eyes looking at Ike. The branches of the Homping Willow moved again, and a 3-inch Boutruckle was rolled up and gently placed on Ike's shoulder. Ike carefully held the little guy in his palm, his eyes full of joy. Are you asking me to take care of it? The branches brushed against Ike's hair, gently, as if blown by the wind. I will. Ike nodded, looked at the reluctant Boutruckle in his hand and smiled. I'll give you a name. How about Jimmy? Jimmy blinked his little brown eyes, and grabbed Ike's fingers with his two little hands. holding them tightly. "It seems that you like this name very much." Ike carefully put Jimmy on his shoulders. Jimmy grabbed the collar and climbed in with a little force. Only a small head was exposed. Ike bent down and patted the bare tree roots beside his feet. "Don't worry, Professor Sprout is the best herbalist. She will take good care of you. I'll go back first, and I'll come see you later." Ike stood up and waved his hand, and the humping willow also swayed its branches, making a rattling sound, shaking the guards who were holding on to the trunk. The hunchbacks were startled, and there was a dense squeak. "Gone." Ike turned and left. Jimmy stuck his head out of his collar and looked in the direction of the whooping willow, as if he was a little bit reluctant. Instead of trying to appease Jimmy, Ike discovered that there was a change in his waist notepad system. He didn't know when the title of Guardian of the Oak disappeared and was replaced by a new title, Walking Plants. Plants regard you as the same kind. They will protect you, unless you choose to hurt them who are kind. By humping willow, a walking plant. Ike reacted instantly. Is this saying that I am a vegetable that can move? Garbage system. For more novels, 46,245, join, Chapter 46. The Lockhart Controversy. Boutrackles are very peaceful, they never attack people aggressively, and if you have woodjacks or other small insects, they are easy to bribe. Boutrackles with masters are very loyal. Even though they sometimes have a little temper, they are easy to appease. They are also very useful in some ways, such as picking locks. The most important thing is, he is so cute. Taking Jimmy back to the dormitory, Stuart and Terry were very novel, but they only teased for a while and then took a rest. Adorable magical animals like the boutrackle are more popular with little witches. If Ike brought back a dragon or thunderbird, that would be a different story. There were 2 classes the next morning, Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Flitwick taught the freezing spell. This spell is said to be freezing, but it does not actually have the so-called ice effect. Its effect is to make the target freeze and stop moving, even if the target is flying in the air. It is a very effective control spell. Whether it can deny the target depends on the amount of magic power and the size of the target. An ordinary little wizard casting a freezing spell on Professor Flitwick may not have any effect at all. But with creatures like boutrackles and sniffers, the effect can be dramatic. In class, Professor Flitwick distributed a beetle to everyone, and asked the little wizards to try to stop these little guys running around. This is obviously not an easy task. The scene of transfiguration last semester happened again. The wand kept waving, but they couldn't hit these dexterous beetles, but they might accidentally injure others. Michael's freezing spell hit the unlucky Morty, and it was Professor Flitwick who saved Morty with the counter curse. Ike was ignored. Professor Flitwick didn't give him beetles at all, and he didn't ask him to get up to answer questions when he first explained the spell. Perhaps Dumbledore revealed something to the professors. After all, there are some spells, and Ike's level is almost the same as that of the professors. The freezing spell was not complicated. By the end of Get Out of Class, everyone had basically frozen the beetle. Ike put away analysis of ancient runes, and went straight to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with the other kitties. Lockhart was extremely attractive to witches. Almost all the witches in the whole grade were his admirers. The wizards, by comparison, were less friendly to him. Aside from the fact that Lockhart has attracted the attention of too many witches, it is also because his Defense Against the Dark Arts level is unconvincing. In Defense Against the Dark Arts class yesterday, Lockhart asked the students to write papers as soon as the class started, and they were all questions such as Lockhart's favorite color, Lockhart's ideals, etc. More like fan questionnaire. The following courses were all lectures about things in the book, mixed with a lot of praise for myself. But I have to say that Lockhart's level of storytelling is very good, which fascinates the witches even more. The wizards who didn't have an idol filter found that this guy's level was very similar to the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. A bottle is not full, half a bottle is rattling. In the common room last night, the group of senior wizards headed by Roger fired first at the group of witches headed by Penlow. Roger made it clear that Lockhart was a glamorous liar, except for showing off his there's nothing wrong with white, shiny teeth. Penelope also said that Roger was just jealous because Lockhart was more handsome and talented. Not only was he a best-selling author, but he was also a recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd class, which Roger would probably never get in his entire life. Roger was pissed off by Penelope, carefully analyzed what Lockhart said, and came to the conclusion that the whole class was just boasting and reading his own book. From this point of view, it was no different from last year's Quirrell. After that, Roger was killed by Penlow. Professor Lockhart is more handsome. How does Quirrell compare with him? Ike naturally didn't see this wonderful duel, but according to Stuart's report, Senior Penlow's words almost made Roger spit blood out of anger. Senior Roger's face turned black at the time, and he hesitated for a long time and then shouted, "I went back to the dormitory." "Ike, are you saying that Senior Penlow is right or Senior Roger is right?" Sitting in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Terry asked aloud, "I really hope we have a reliable professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. I heard that the previous 5 or 6 professors had no real skills, and even one professor was an alcoholic, who was entangled to death by the devil's net when he was drunk." "I don't know." Ike shook his head, "but I think he's at least a little more reliable than Chillo. At least in his book some content is still very instructive." "Aren't those just novels?" Stuart leaned over and looked at Ike suspiciously. "There is a very interesting description in Break with the Female Ghost. Under the Moonlight," she sang in a low voice. It was a tune I had never heard before, like an aria, and I saw it on her face. "There is a touch of emotion and nostalgia." I listened quietly, feeling as if I was wrapped in soft velvet, a kind of whole-body comfort. Unfortunately, a cloud soon covered the moonlight, and she became sluggish again. Stuart looked confused, and asked in surprise, "You actually memorized it?" "Oh my God!" "But it is written in this book that the female ghost has expressions and can sing beautiful tunes." I paused. The look in his eyes made Stuart unconsciously get goosebumps. "You were reading www. Do you know what this means?" "This means that our current understanding of female ghosts is probably wrong. They may recover some memories of their lives under certain conditions, and they may even become ghosts." "Maybe it's made up," Terry said. "It's possible, but it may be true." Ike's eyes were burning. "There are a lot of content like this in his several books, some of which are like female ghosts, which seem unbelievable, but some are true, such as the content about the transformation of werewolves in Wandering with Werewolves still retains the basic concept of good and evil after transformation, which is true. Of course, I'm more interested in some of the spells in it, such as the spell used to drive out the one lone female ghost at the end of Break with the Female Ghost. That may be a new spell." "New spell? Invented by Lockhart?" Stuart was very surprised. "It's very possible." Ike nodded seriously. "Of course this is my guess. I'll know if I have a chance to ask in the future." "Well, I hope you succeed." Stuart and Terry felt that Ike had changed. He was no longer the smart and wise Ravenclaw outstanding wizard in his impression, and he was also attracted by Loa like Sister Penelope and the others. Very brainwashed. But there was nothing they could do about it. After a year of contact, Stuart and the others knew exactly what kind of person Ike was, and the things he decided would basically not be shaken. Bless Merlin. May Ike see Lockhart's true face as soon as possible. Stuart, Roger's loyal follower, prayed silently. It is also the experience of last year. Once Ike is serious about something, it will often become very troublesome, and it will also affect his and Terry's beautiful daily life. We are the wise Ravenclaws, not those reckless lions. Chapter 47 Little Elf Battle. New Professor, New Defense Against the Dark Arts Classroom. Compared with last year, this year's classroom is at least much cleaner and smells better. There are many more portraits of Lockhart on the wall, constantly releasing his charm to the little witches in the classroom. Lockhart was dressed in gorgeous robes, his golden hair was shining brightly, picked up a book of his own, and showed a photo of himself on it, and he blinked in the photo. "Me." Lockhart pointed at his own photo and blinked. "Guy Roy Lockhart, a third-class Medal of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't exorcise one London's female ghost with a smile. Lockhart showed a standard smile with 8 teeth, and Ike swore he saw Lockhart's teeth flash like in the old cartoons. What the hell? While Lockhart was showing off his charm with a smile, Ike stood up with his hands raised. Professor Lockhart, I have a question that I hope can be answered by you. Oh. Of course, I'd be happy to answer the little wizard's questions. Lockhart still maintained a perfect smile. Then, this. Ike Stride, Professor Lockhart. This Mr. Strider, what's your question? Professor Lockhart, can you tell me the spell you used to exorcise the female ghost of one Lun at the end? Did you invent the spell? Can you teach us that spell? Ike looked expectant, but Lockhart's smile froze. Laughing twice, Lockhart put down the book he had been holding up, and waved his hand to signal Ike to sit down. Mr. Strider, that is a very profound and difficult spell. It is very difficult to learn it. Of course, if I have a chance in the future, I will tell you about the curse, as long as you meet my requirements. Lockhart blinked again, waved his wand and passed out a stack of papers. As for now. I saw that you all bought my complete book. I thought I should do a little test. 30 minutes. Start now. Looking at the questions on the test paper, the little witches whispered, while the little wizards were generally dumbfounded. Except for Ike, everyone else basically got the answer. 30 minutes later, Lockhart collected the volume on time and began to read it in front of the whole class. It seems that you didn't read my books. Seriously. Many people even wrote my birthday wrong. Lockhart said with a little disappointment. Almost no one remembers that I like cloves the most. Man, this really breaks my heart. However, Mr. Stride, I have heard that you are excellent before, but this test paper of yours disappointed me. Lockhart praised Janek's test paper. My secret ambition is not just to sell my own series of hair conditioners, and more importantly, to eliminate all evil in the world. Okay, let's get down to business. As your defense against the dark arts professor, my task is to teach you to resist the most evil thing the magic world has ever known. Lockhart took out a cage covered with black cloth from behind the podium, and patted. After clapping, there was a loud scream from inside the cage. This is the horrible creature you are about to face, but don't worry, with me here, you will not be harmed. Please don't scream, that will irritate them. With that said, Lockhart pulled the black cloth away abruptly. Ladies and gentlemen, Cornish elves. Terry sneered at the right time, raised his hand, and said, Professor Lockhart, the Cornish elf is not a scary creature. In fact, I could easily deal with it before I entered school. Really? This. Terry Boot. Mr. Boot, don't be too sure, they are a group of cunning little villains. Lockhart took a step back, and then opened the door of the cage. Let me see how you deal with them. Cornish pixies are very mischievous creatures with livid skin and the ability to fly despite being wingless. These little creatures have great strength and love to do everything that makes people afraid, fearful, and disgusting. They will not be tamed, will not obey anyone's orders, and can even be kidnapped by them if you are not paying attention. Just as they were first known for abducting a holiday witch in Cornwall in the 17th century, although the witch, Dyfnwr was not physically harmed. However, it left behind an indelible spiritual scar that lasted a lifetime, and was terrified of this inconspicuous creature all his life. The elves who escaped from the cage completely let themselves go. They chirped and spoke a language that only they could understand, attacking everyone in the classroom frantically. Lockhart, who was closest to him, was the first to suffer and received special care from the elves. One grabbed the book on the podium and slapped Lockhart, the other pulled down Lockhart's pants, and the other two went around the back and grabbed the cloak, trying to lift Lockhart up. Lockhart first let out a scream, and then frantically waved his arms to drive away these troublemakers. But it was obvious that these little guys were extremely agile, and Lockhart couldn't hit any of them after tossing for a long time. Besha Pixie Pestenomai. Lockhart drew out his wand and shouted at the elves flying around, but his spell had no effect, and was caught by a clever elf instead. Wand, it took a lot of effort to throw the little ghost out of the air. Catch them. They're just a group of elves, Lockhart yelled, but no one responded to him. The elves who escaped from the cage used the classroom as a playground, and they wreaked havoc. Grab the ink bottle and splash it, pick up the book and tear it to pieces, tear down the portraits and curtains on the wall, even grab the little witch's hair and pull it hard, and then throw the hair back. The screams of the elves, the cries and cursing of the little wizards, and Lockhart's roar. Within a few minutes the defense against the dark arts classroom was in chaos. Is he really a professor? Stuart slammed a book into the air, and looked at Lockhart, who was running away alone, with disbelief on his face. Turning to look at Ike's position, I saw that the old god was sitting there, leisurely flipping through the book break with the female ghost, and the elf flew towards him as if hitting a wall, knocking him down, turned several somersaults. Help! Ike! Terry shouted as he repelled the little elf who sneaked up on Stuart while he was stunned. Ike waved his hand, and a book flew up and smashed an elf who wanted to pluck Morag's hair secretly, and said, "Use the freezing curse. Fix them all." Terry came to his senses and chanted a spell loudly at the little elves flying around. A blue light flashed, and several little elves were locked in the air. Seeing this, the others immediately reacted and cast freezing curse one after another. Ike was not idle either, using the LV6 floating spell to control the elf who was attacking by dropping the book. You were reading www. But in the blink of an eye, all the elves in the classroom were frozen in place except for the elves who were knocked unconscious by Ike. Michael took a copy of Walking with Ghouls and slammed an elf several times. It was the one that pulled off the hair on the top of his head, and he was obviously bald. Madame Pomfrey has a hair growth spirit, which is very useful. Stuart suppressed a smile, and stopped Michael, who was going to continue whipping the corpse. Let's put these guys back into the cage. The freezing curse won't control them for too long. Ike took out his wand and controlled a dozen or so elves to fly back to the cage. He ran away. Morty, whose hair was also plucked, had a crying voice, and felt that his idol had been shattered. Maybe we should go to Professor Flitwick and take these little guys. After locking up all the elves, Ike knocked on the cage and suggested, "I believe our dean will seek justice for us." That's right. Go to Professor Flitwick. I want to avenge my hair. Michael took a book to cover the abrupt, responded immediately, ran over and snatched the cage from Ike, and ran out of the classroom, followed by other little wizards. In the blink of an eye, only Stuart and Ike were left in the classroom. "Do you still believe that Lockhart is reliable?" Stuart asked. Ike packed up the book, hugged it in his arms, and smiled at Stuart. "He is unreliable, but I am curious about another thing now." "What?" "It won't be something troublesome again." Stuart was obviously afraid, and asked hastily. "Obviously, our new defense against the dark arts professor is not very good." Ike shrugged. "Then how did he do those things in the book? I'm really curious." Chapter 48: The Anti-Lockhart Alliance. Professor Flitwick. Professor Lockhart actually let us face a group of Cornish elves alone. Professor Flitwick, look at my hair. Professor Flitwick, you have to help us. The eaglets quickly found Professor Flitwick, and Michael, who was carrying the cage, and Morty, whose hair was also plucked, were particularly excited. "Children, don't get excited. Don't get excited." Professor Flitwick took out a plate of small cakes from the drawer and distributed them to everyone, and comforted everyone. "I already know the matter. I will tell Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall," the professor responded. "However, before the school's decision is made, I hope you will control your emotions. We are wise Ravenclaws, and we must use extraordinary ingenuity to solve problems." "What does Professor Flitwick mean?" Leaving Professor Flitwick's office, Terry asked Ike softly. "Obviously, this is for us to figure out our own way." Michael frowned, still covering the top of his head with one hand. Everyone knows how hard it is to find a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Maybe replace Lockhart for such a trivial matter, unless he has a serious problem. It's difficult, Stuart said. If Lockhart's secret is so easy to discover, it's impossible for Dumbledore not to know. Actually, I have a little idea about this matter. Do you want to hear it? After thinking about it, Ike decided to give a little hint to keep the group of little eagles from thinking wildly. What? Michael asked immediately. We already know the real situation of Lockhart, but it can be said that it is very different from the image in his book. Ike shook the break with the female ghost in his hand. A person who can expel the female ghost, the wizard who suppressed werewolves, will not be messed up by a group of corner shelves. You mean Lockhart is lying? He stole other people's stories. Michael's eyes lit up, very interested. It's possible, but it's also possible he heard it. Ike smiled. There's no evidence, but we can't bring down a winner of the Order of Merlin 3rd class. Then find out the evidence. Michael, eager to avenge his hair, was very concerned about this, slapped his face fiercely, and said, "We will form an anti-Lockhart alliance to try to expose his disguise as soon as possible." We all want to do this. Ike nodded, then pointed to the top of Michael's head. But now you'd better go to Madame Pomfrey. To be honest, it's a bit dazzling. Damn it. Michael hurriedly covered the top of his head, cursed secretly, and trotted to find Madame Pomfrey. Anthony and Terry followed closely behind and went straight to the school hospital on the 2nd floor of the castle. Ike and Stuart walked slowly towards the auditorium, and it was time for lunch. The amount of exercise in the morning is a bit heavy, and I urgently need energy supplement. Madame Pomfrey's craftsmanship is trustworthy, but the hair growth potion provided by Professor Snape has a little side effect. The hair grows a bit fast, and it needs to be cut every half an hour. As Michael's roommate, Anthony took the responsibility of cutting his hair, and Michael's hair didn't grow any longer until dinner time. Michael, who had no worries, acted quickly and found Roger first. Roger naturally heard about what happened to the second-year students in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. He expressed deep sympathy and at the same time agreed to Michael's invitation, and led all the senior Ravenclaw wizards to join the Anti-Lohas Special Alliance. And Penelope and Pi also fell under the offensive of Morty's Bare Blossoms with Rain, and Ravenclaw, which was still divided yesterday, was unprecedentedly unified after only one day. Chairman Michael convened the first plenary meeting of the Anti-Lockhart Alliance in the common room, and established the overall goal of finding out Lockhart's fraudulent evidence and driving him out of Hogwarts as soon as possible. At the meeting, there was a heated discussion on the specific action plan. The result of the discussion was that the witches should maintain a good relationship with Lockhart, reduce Lockhart's vigilance, and take the rest one step at a time. This decision was unanimously praised by the witches headed by Penlow, and they all expressed that they would definitely complete the task. Roger also made some supplements, asking the outstanding wizards in Ravenclaw to do what they like, to play freely while doing a good job of cover work, and still take one step at a time. Naturally, the meeting was not smooth sailing, and Morty expressed his objections over and over again. But after receiving the bee-zip candy from Roger's collection and a moving butterfly hairpin from Penlow, Morty also became a firm anti-Lockhart coalition. The unstable factors were eliminated, and the meeting was a complete success. To celebrate the founding of the club, Michael Will, the headmaster, decided to hold a party. For this reason, the vice president Roger specially asked the Gryffindor twins to buy a lot of butterbeer. This sweet drink is very popular among Hogwarts wizards. The party in the common room lasted until midnight. Before the action had any effect, Ravenclaw encountered a new crisis. You are reading www. The so-called hearing is believing, seeing is believing. In just 1 week, when all the little wizards took a defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart became a complete laughingstock. Although he still keeps his bright clothes every day, and there are many young little witches defending him, they are limited to Lockhart is very handsome and charming. On the matter of Professor Lockhart has no real skills, the little wizards basically reached a consensus. But what followed was that the status of the Kitty Hawks in Hogwarts further declined. 4 of the last 6 defense against the dark arts professors were from Ravenclaw, especially in the past 2 years, first Quirrell and then Lockhart. The teaching level was in a mess, and the Kitty Eagles couldn't argue with it. There is no way. The facts are right there. In order to maintain the glory of Ravenclaw and reverse the reputation that has fallen to the bottom, under the call of the Anti-Lockhart Alliance organization and the 2 vice presidents Roger and Punlow, the Kitty Eagles began to score points frantically. Journey, at the rate of adding 5 to 10 points to each class, raised Ravenclaw's college score to more than 3% in a short period of time. This is simply desperate when other colleges are about to pass 200 points. And this was done on the premise that Ike, the best scoring machine last school year, didn't make any achievements. Facing Ravenclaw, who had opened up a terrifying score gap of nearly 100% not long after the start of the term, the other colleges had no choice but to keep silent. The Anti-Lockhart Alliance also took the opportunity to expand its influence to other colleges, and quickly won the support of the vast majority of people in Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Slytherin also has a small number of non-pure blood. A little wizard from birth joined in. It's a pity that even with the efforts of the vast majority of people in Hogwarts, they still haven't found any usable clues. Chapter 49, Creating Ways of Dangerous Mystical Creatures. Ike didn't take Lockhart too seriously. From the Cornwall elf incident, it can be seen that apart from his attainment of the Oblivion Curse, his other talents are actually very sparse. Regarding this situation, Ike has a guess. The improvement of the spell level in the waste notepad system will have a strong side effect, and this side effect is mostly related to the effect of the spell. Just like before, the level of Ike's explosive curse has been raised quickly, there will be an urge to become an explosive madman. In the same way, Lockhart put too much energy into the forgetting curse, which caused some problems with his own memory, which showed that the effects of other spells were not satisfactory. In other words, the overly strong forgetting curse made him forget how to cast other spells correctly, and this effect was basically irreversible. After all, Lockhart doesn't have a system. The Anti-Lockhart Alliance is in full swing, but Ike puts most of his energy into studying. He hasn't forgotten what is the most dangerous thing about Hogwarts in the second year. It would be really unreasonable for things like basilisks to sneak attack. Rough skin, thick flesh, and huge size make the basilisk very resistant to common spells. And the lethal effect of snake pupils also reminds Ike of a legendary creature, Medusa. To some extent, speaking of basilisks is even more dangerous than Medusa. Seeing Medusa's eyes is just petrification, seeing the basilisk's eyes will cause immediate death, and seeing indirectly will result in petrification. That is to say, in the original plot, the basilisk did not deliberately kill people. Otherwise, even if you were lucky enough to be petrified, and caught up with the basilisk convulsing and rolling with one hand, it would be nothing more than a different way of death. Ike didn't want to gamble on whether the basilisk would attack him, so he had to be prepared in advance. The looking glass is a gadget that can detect maliciousness. Even if it doesn't react to the basilisk, it will still have an effect on the manipulating the basilisk behind the scenes. Carry a small stone and a mirror with you. The stone is for something to turn into a rooster if you encounter a basilisk, and the mirror is inspired by the story of Medusa. According to legend, Perseus, the son of Zeus, defeated Medusa with a mirror made of a bright shield. I guessed that it might also have an effect on the basilisk. Maybe the basilisk petrified or even killed itself after seeing the mirror. Ike didn't intend to fight the basilisk, and all the preparations he made were to create enough time for him to escape. For the basilisk in the secret room that has lived for hundreds of years, most of Ike's methods are either useless or useless. Avada is definitely ineffective. The damage of the crushing curse, explosion curse, and cutting curse is also limited. The fierce fire curse is too slow in effect, and it will also give Exhibit an Azkaban experience coupon. The eye sickness curse can defeat the basilisk's strongest means, but it is too difficult to hit the eye sickness curse in front of the basilisk. If you are not careful, you will get hit. After much deliberation, transfiguration is more reliable, as long as the basilisk's movements can be controlled. The next step will be easy, proper fixed target training. However, the main body of Hogwarts Castle was given anti-transformation magic, and no one except Dumbledore could deform the walls and ground of the castle, and this road was also blocked. Therefore, it was just not enough, but Ike was still very sure. The first attack in my memory happened at the Halloween dinner. There are almost 2 months, which is plenty of time. Ike can still make more preparations. After the curfew, Ike skillfully put on the disillusionment charm and went silent, slipping into the restricted area for the first time in the new semester. The goal this time is very clear, which is to find relevant information about the basilisk. The basilisk is also mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but it is only a few short sentences. After briefly talking about the origin and danger of the basilisk, it is gone. After all, Newt has never seen a basilisk. It's normal to understand. But in the restricted area, Ike firmly believed that he would be able to find detailed information. Hogwarts, which just started school, was very quiet at night, and habitual nocturnal offenders rarely came out so early, which just gave Ike a chance. Sneaked into the restricted book area quietly, went straight to the bookshelf cultivated by evil creatures. After flipping through several books, Ike finally found detailed records in a book called How to Cultivate Dangerous Mystical Creatures. This is a rubbing copy of Merlin's contemporary wizard's notes, which describe in detail the breeding methods of many man-made magical creatures, including hippogriffs, griffins, sphinxes, and basilisks. After deciphering the protective magic on the note, he simply flipped through it in the restricted area. The more Ike watched, the more frightened he became, and he had a deeper understanding of the saying that if you don't do it, you won't die. The author of the notes is a dark wizard who admires the famous ancient Greek black wizard Despicable Hybo, and most of the content is trying to restore the research of the Despicable Hybo. Cursing, black magic, magic rituals, blood fusion experiments, and all kinds of evil killing methods made Ike's scalp tingle. In comparison, the content about the basilisk is normal. The breeding method is not simply placing a male egg under the body of a toad to hatch. First of all, the male eggs are taken from the roosters that have never crowed or mated with the hens, and then soaked in the venom of the 13 poisonous snakes, during which the male eggs cannot lose their vitality. After the male egg has absorbed enough venom, select a male toad that is fat enough. After putting the male egg under the toad, the whole process cannot be interrupted. If the male egg is taken out during the hatching process, everything has to be restarted. When the hatching is about to be completed, the toad will slowly petrify until it turns into a stone, and the newborn basilisk will crawl out from under the stone. The newly born basilisk is not powerful. You reading www. Even if you look directly into their eyes, will only feel a tingling sensation in the brain. But when the basilisk grows to the length of an arm, it can kill birds, beasts and children. That is to say, from this time on, the basilisk will only obey the command of Parseltongue. If the wizard who cultivates it does not understand Parseltongue, it will become the target of its attack. At this time, many wizards who cultivated the basilisk would choose to kill it to obtain venom and snake skin. These materials are needed in some magic rituals and potions left by the Despicable Hybo. The owner of the notebook once bred 2 basilisks. One was killed and turned into material when it was just grown, and the other ran away while the owner was not paying attention, and then came back to try to kill the owner of the notebook, and finally became a basilisk. The experimental materials. The battle was very quick. The owner of the notebook only used 2 spells to kill the basilisk, the skinning curse and the death curse. The death curse is the avowed annoying big melon that has been handed down to this day, and the skinning curse is the black magic studied by the Despicable Hybo. The spell is skinning and bone removal, which will completely remove the target's skin, leaving only a pool of flesh and blood. This spell was originally used by the despicable Hybo to peel off the fur of magical animals. It can ignore the resistance of magical animals to magic to a certain extent. But when a dark wizard used it cruelly on people, the scene was too bloody. It has been designated as black magic and its use is prohibited. But its magic concept has been inherited, and now the excrement curse commonly used in Street Mungo's magical injury hospital has the shadow of the skinning curse. However, Ike doubted how effective the skinning spell would be on the basilisk in the secret room. A 1 or 2-year-old basilisk and a 100-year-old basilisk are fundamentally two different concepts. But this is also a good method. A drop of water penetrates a stone, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The methods used by wizards to tame fire dragons are of great reference value. Throwing a few more skinning spells will always succeed. Chapter 50 The Quidditch Conflict. If you are poor, you will intersperse tactics, and if you are rich, you will be covered by firepower. In the Battle of Junior Wizards, limited by the total amount of magic power of the little wizard, the number of spells that can be released is limited. In many cases, both sides of the duel are constantly moving, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. But for adult wizards, especially the wizards of the elite AOUO level, they are very good at mixing silent spells or spells without spells in the process of casting, so as to achieve the effect of exhausting the opponent in a short time. To a certain extent, this is the fire coverage of the magic version. Of course, the above concepts do not include green-eared pairings. The protagonist cheating does not belong to the normal category. The preparations for the basilisk are basically enough. Whether it's the precautions in advance or the occasional battle, Ike has already prepared the plan in his heart. Although his main purpose at the beginning was to escape when he encountered the basilisk, after watching how to raise dangerous magical creatures, Ike suddenly had an urge to take the initiative to find it. Fortunately, Ike is rational. After all, he is not sure of winning, he just thinks about it. A week will pass soon. Starting from the second week, the Quidditch teams of each college began to select players. At times like this, the captain of the Ravenclaw team is the most irritable. The Eagles like to watch the game very much, but if they really want to participate in it, most of them will choose to dodge tactically. In many cases, Ravenclaw can only guarantee enough players to play, adding at most 1 or 2 substitutes. This year, this situation is even more obvious. Roger started to mobilize the Kitty Eagles to participate in the Quidditch selection on the night of September 1st. He made speeches and put up posters and leaflets. He put in a lot of effort. When it came to the selection day, the Kitty Eagles really showed Roger face. Except for the 7th graders who were busy with graduating and looking for jobs, everyone else basically came to the Quidditch pitch. However, only Stuart and Anthony actually participated in the selection, and the others were all just for fun. Roger was very aware of the level of the two, so the selection went straight through the motions, and he easily agreed to the two's application for joining the team. Stuart became the backup pursuer and Anthony was the backup hitter. They are said to be substitutes, but in fact, after the two participate in a few team training sessions, they will replace the 2 original starting players. Those were 2 fifth-year seniors, and OWLs were more important than Quidditch, at least for Ravenclaw students. Ike sat on the sidelines of the court, watching Stuart and Anthony ride a broomstick and fly a few times in the sky, take a few symbolic shots and then land, feeling very bored. Fortunately, it ended very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, I was ready to pack up and go back, handing over the venue to Gryffindor, who will be using it next. The Little Lions team, which has been competing for the championship all year round, is very large, with 14 permanent players, and it is guaranteed that there will be 2 to 3 substitute players for each position except the seeker and goalkeeper. After bidding farewell to the old captain Charlie Weasley and several players this year, the strength of the Gryffindor team has declined to a certain extent. Participation, just a dozen or so people participated in the selection, and the scene was much more spectacular than Ravenclaw. The relationship between the Little Eagle and the Little Lion is good, similar to that of the Little Badgers. and even better than Hufflepuff in terms of Quidditch. After all, Hufflepuff still has strength due to the existence of Cedric, and it is not known how much stronger it is compared to Ravenclaw, who has been at the bottom of the year. When Gryffindor's Captain Wood came over, he warmly hugged Roger. The players also greeted each other with the Kitty Hawks. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Maybe it was because of Wood's invitation, or maybe it was to spy on the opponent's intelligence. Only Roger thinks so. After the greetings, the eaglets did not choose to leave, but all retreated to the sidelines and sat down, waiting for the little lions to perform. No one else left, so I naturally wouldn't leave either. In addition to not letting myself fall into the situation of being isolated last semester again, it is also because working with everyone can effectively reduce the probability of being attacked by a basilisk. The eaglets outside the arena chatted enthusiastically with the lion cubs who came to watch the selection, and the selection inside the arena was also in full swing. Even though Ike hasn't watched too many Quidditch matches, he can tell whether a player is good or not. Compared with Gryffindor, Ravenclaw is a bit worse in almost every position. Needless to say, the Seeker, Harry, who helped the team win the game as soon as he came on the field and won the championship at the end of the semester, is stronger than Cho, and the Batter, the Weasley twins, is also better than Ravenclaw. The more tacit the hands are, the greater the gap in the goalkeeper. Wood is the best goalkeeper in Gryffindor in recent years, which is recognized except for Slytherin. After all, little snakes will never admit that a lion is stronger than a snake. The Gryffindor selection took a lot longer. Half an hour passed and only half of the test had just passed. According to the process of the past years, there will be a simple confrontation after the selection, and this time will be directly stretched to 2 hours. If everything goes well, I can still see a high-level training match, but obviously, the match cannot be watched. Slytherin is keen on everything that can hinder Gryffindor, even if it is selection. He has to cross one foot. A dozen little snakes holding the latest Nimbus 2001 directly interrupted the selection of the little lions. Marcus, what are you doing here? Wood stopped the selection, led the team members to confront the Slytherins, and asked with a bad face, Quidditch selection, we have the professor's approval slip. Marcus Flint took out Snape's approval slip from his robe, and yelled at Wood, from now on, the stadium is ours. Gone. Damn it. Wood cursed in a low voice, you're breaking the rules. The selection has always been one college after another. Don't get excited, Wood. Marcus smiled. In fact, there has never been a school rule that says that the Quidditch selection must wait for the previous college to finish before the next college can start, and the Quidditch pitch is so big, it can be half of one person. Just as Wood was about to say something, Marcus continued. After a pause, Marcus shook the Nimbus 2001 in his hand. Of course, I advise you to give up the field. See, new brooms. My team members must get familiar with the new equipment. If I will not be responsible for what happens during the familiarization process. Nimbus 2001. How do you? As a veteran Quidditch fan, Wood recognized this latest broom at first sight, with surprise written all over his face. Marcus was very satisfied with Wood's performance, and rushed to the team behind him. And replied, this question, I think it's better for our new seeker to answer it for you. Hello, Potter. Malfoy smiled wryly, and stood beside Marcus. My dad gave it to the team as a gift from me becoming a Slytherin seeker. Potter, you are doomed to lose this year. Malfoy. Harry's ferocious expression satisfied Malfoy. He looked at Gryffindor's equipment maliciously and said, Potter, are you in a hurry? Don't get excited. Even if Nimbus 2001, your Nimbus 2000 is even better, and you can throw out those only suitable for sweeping the Five-Star Street, and you don't want to eat people like this. These are just my father's love for me. If you... Oh sorry, I forgot, your parents are dead. You were reading WWW. How dare you? Ron rushed into the stadium at some point, and was furious when he heard these words, you bastard. How dare you say such a thing? Ron pulled out his wand, pointed at Malfoy viciously, and shouted angrily, apologize to Harry. Who are you scaring? Weasley. Malfoy stepped forward, pointing at Ron's wand that was wrapped in magic tape, and shouted, "Just you, a poor man who can't even afford a new wand. At least he won't need Dad to spend money to join the team like you." Hermione, who was a step behind, directly snapped back, "The Gryffindor team relies on its own ability. You don't have a place to talk here, you smelly little mudblood." Malfoy stared at Hermione viciously. "You should hide in the library with your little Ravenclaw boyfriend and be a nerd, not here where you can come." "What did you say?" The lion cubs were very angry. Wood and the twins rushed over immediately. Although Marcus secretly scolded Malfoy for his unrestrained speech, he had to stand in front of him. "Harry still doesn't understand what a mudblood is. Ron has already passed his wand around Marcus, who is blocking him. Get out of the way. He must pay the price today." "Try it." Weasley. Malfoy, who was being protected, did not budge, and shouted loudly. As soon as the words fell, Malfoy felt as if his body was being pulled by something. He flew to the side uncontrollably, pretended to overturn several Slytherin players, and fell to the ground hard. Just as he was about to say something, his body floated up again, and it was only then that Malfoy discovered who the instigator was. Looking at that frosty face, Malfoy shuddered inexplicably. "You! What are you going to do?" "Ike,